Everybody ready? All right. Good afternoon. The March 20th, 2023 board work session is now in order. Paul, roll call, please.
Mr. Susan.
Here.
Ms. Wright.
Here.
Ms. Campbell.
Here.
Ms. Jenkins.
Here.
Mr. Trent.
We'll be here in a little bit. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, everybody, the first topic is the 0 policy review. So what we did was we went through, you guys should have each one of them that we can go through, and kind of the way that I was thinking is this, is that we have the Neola updates, which are going to be difficult to go back and forth with. And then we have what we wanted to add. So I think what we do is we say whatever the most recent Neola update is, and if there's multiple options, then we choose from that. And then is there anything that we wish to add to the policy? Does everybody understand that? And give everybody a second to pull out your stuff. Mr. Gibbs, did you have anything you wanted to add in this regard?
This is really the board's, what the board wants to do.
I know, it's just that from a perspective of process, you have,
Well, once you guys identify them, we have to go through rulemaking if there's any changes.
yeah.
As far as, just to make sure I'm understanding what you're recommending or suggesting, that we just go ahead and adopt the Neola. If
Update.
there is a difference between ours and Neola, that we just go ahead and say we're going to take Neola's.
So what it is that we have multiple, we want to try to follow Neola as much as possible, right? So many of these are Neola updated, and in order to follow and be supported by law through Neola, we want to try to stay within the framework of it, but we don't always have to follow it. Is that correct there?
Yeah.
And Paul, you want to explain the difference between, like, if we decided that we did not want to follow Neola on a certain policy, isn't there some sort of protections that Neola gives that if we follow theirs, there's some sort of law process?
Neola guarantees and warrants their policies that they're in compliance with federal and state statutes. So if you modify your policy too much, they will not warrant them or guarantee them.
As far as bylaws, obviously those are rooted in statute. I'm just wondering how much that is affecting policies like bylaws as opposed to.
Yeah, if they have it, they warrant it. If you
Okay.
change it and go with something else, they're going to say we won't cover it.
So we need to have those up in front of us.
Right.
The Neola, which I
I'm
will
pulling
find.
it right
Yeah, that's what I said. If you, there's an email by by Paul on Wednesday, February 22nd at 3:10 at Adamwall.
Okay, say that
So if
again.
you guys want to pull those up.
22nd.
Yeah.
Yeah, February 22nd. And then you'll have them by, each one of them by thing. So I think if you guys will pull all that up, we can get started. And what I figured we would do is look at them, make sure that there's nothing inside of it that makes a difference. We adopt the Neola, and then if there's anything that we would like to add to it, as far as processes and, you know what I mean, things that you want to add, then we can. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm having a, give me 1 second, sorry.
So, I mean, I can put them up right here.
I had it open.
I know, I
and
did
then
too,
I
and
closed
now
it.
Why is this not? Alright, sorry, give me a
Should
second.
just send it to you.
Okay,
So we can do
let
it.
me shut this one and
Yep.
use this one.
Ms. Jenkins, are you able to grab it?
No, I'm going to email.
All right.
It's hard to get an email from these computers.
I know. I know.
Does anybody need a water in the process? Paul, you need a water?
No, I got my.
Anybody on the back row need a water? Anybody need a water? No?
My email's like not updating, I'm not getting this email, she just.
You can use it. I mean, I can put this right here.
What are your time for you to
All right.
You may need to redo your password. When you come in this building, if you ever have to update your password, it'll make you do it.
Oh, all right. I'm like, it's not refreshing since,
All right.
yeah.
Okay. You guys see, so a lot of these definitions, name and all that stuff, as we start going,
Right.
pretty simple, right?
Right.
So, Paul, if you, as we're going, if there's any questions, what we're doing is pulling open Neola updates if you want to. And what we're accomplishing is that we're going to pull policy and say definitions. Update it to Neola. Does anybody else have anything added to it? Good. But, you know what I mean? Now, just so everybody knows, these all come back to us if we make any changes. And so it's not like this is the last time we'll see it. So if there's any
Yeah.
issues that we have, we can pause through it. But I think today is,
When is yours starting?
this one I just started at 111.
Okay, so the policy manual is the first one, which is
Right.
100, right?
Yeah, it's just definitions, and it was ahead of this.
We have to
Right here.
add it.
That's this one.
Okay.
So it's just all those. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So,
So
So-
the first, some of those attachments are our actual policies. So like the very first thing in the folder, in the zip folder, is ours, I believe. And then, right, Paul?
And the what?
The very first thing in the folder is actually our policy.
it's gonna look exactly
And
like
the very
it.
next one is the template.
It's gonna look exactly like it because they haven't needed to be updated since the last time the statute's happened. So whether it's ours or the one that's in our policy, it's the same.
0100 is definitions. There were some additions.
There are some
from,
updates
Yeah,
to
they have
that.
instructional materials
Yep.
in there that they added and stuff to the definitions that were never adopted.
Okay.
Yeah, the
but
second
it
one in
doesn't
my
list
folder,
it.
yeah, it's like several policies that it doesn't look like the board ever adopted some of them. So you guys would have to decide if you want to adopt some or not.
And for example, in the instructional materials, we do have that defined in other places, but not right here in the front. So
Right, there is a policy on instructional materials,
That-
but
it's
Neola
up
added
there.
a definition to it.
gotcha.
You always, by state statute or by policy, you always wanna have your definitions in the front. of
And
all.
then they also have information resources that we never added.
Right. Okay.
So if you guys are okay with adopting what is the most recent definitions update, which is inside of there, which includes the,
Oh, good. Yeah, this is.
which includes some of the updates for the Neola, then we should be okay there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's nothing in front of that.
When we're dealing with definitions, I would say that we definitely need to move forward with having a, whatever Neola says, because the definitions that they come down are gonna be pretty tight. Does that make sense, Ms. Campbell? Okay, so everybody's okay with moving past 0100?
Yeah, no, they hit all the ones that I
Okay.
was concerned about adding in there. So.
Hang on, I don't want to jump until Ms. Jenkins is. Ms. Jenkins, are you okay with the definitions portion of Neola and moving forward?
Yeah, I have no concerns either way,
Okay.
but I also
Mr.
don't
Trump.
have access to email right now.
All right.
I was having the same issue. Mine just finally came up. So.
If you guys move on to 0111 name, it's pretty sufficient. I don't think there's any needs there, right? All right. And what I'll do is I'll go through and just scream real loud if you want to stop and discuss, but I think we can move fairly quickly, so because we got some good presentations ahead of us. 0112 geographical district boundaries is
Right.
pretty simple, correct? All right. The address is here, correct?
Yes.
All good, all right. The seal, it says the board shall adopt an official seal. So it doesn't show the seal, it doesn't do anything called, I would like to entertain our school board adopting a new seal. It has nothing, the seal that we currently use has nothing to do with space, has nothing to do with the Space Coast, has nothing, you know what I mean? But that would be something we would do in the
Really?
future.
Because I thought the whole thing was Mike's not here, but like an orbit, you know?
Well, I know, but the average, I don't know what that is.
Okay.
So,
I
But if
thought
we-
the whole point of it was literally because of the Space Coast landing on the Space Coast, and it was modeling after the other symbols that are in Brevard.
You mean the Brevard schools?
Yeah.
The one with the, so you're a person that's in the Panhandle and you know that that's supposed to be the orbit? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I think it's pretty clear that it's in orbit.
I mean,
Okay.
definitely want some
Well,
community feedback. on
Anyways,
that.
right, this isn't something that we would do as a board immediately, but I think that, Paul, is there an opportunity to put the seal in there? I mean, like, it just says that we'll adopt one. Is it just the rule to
I
adopt?
wouldn't put it in rulemaking, because if you ever want to change it, you gotta do rulemaking rather than the board just adopt it.
Right.
All right,
I would
so,
keep it flexible.
you want to leave it like this?
I would just say you're gonna adopt it, and you can change whatever the seal is whenever the board
I like that.
wants.
I like that a lot better. We're good?
My only concern with changing the seal is the cost that the district would incur to change, because it's
Yeah.
all over everything,
No, I know,
so
I know.
it would be costly.
Very recognizable.
All right, philosophy of the board. We have 0118 talks about legal entity, maintaining two communications, establishing policies. It's just basically our philosophical breakdown as far as what we do. I didn't have any problem with changing any of it. I
There
don't
was
know.
slight changes to Neola's.
Right.
They changed it from philosophy to purpose.
Purpose, right?
Right.
And they changed some of the language slightly.
So I don't have a problem with Neola's change and
No, I
updating
didn't
it there.
flag this
I
one
didn't-
aside from the title
Yeah, I
of it.
didn't have any concerns. Does anybody else? No? Okay.
So you want it to go through rulemaking or no? Or leave it alone?
Update it to
Update it.
Neola, and then I think we're good.
Is it a technical change?
No. There's
No?
there's some slight changes in language, but it's not technical.
Okay.
So
It'll be rulemaking.
0121, responsibilities and authority of the board. So we have the Neola, make sure that the Neola update is, and then one of the things that I wanted to discuss after you guys have your way in is to systematically list out from the statutes some of the responsibilities, because it really shows what our responsibilities as a board are, and it goes into depth. So, but I'll listen. Does anybody else have anything that they wish to change to this existing?
So I'm looking at the template versus ours and not seeing anything. So are you suggesting adding something to this policy?
Mine, after Paul looks at the Neola component of it, right? For me, let me see here. For me, what it is that I would like to do something else. But as far as the update from Neola, I'm okay with that, if there is one.
I don't see a Neola template.
Okay.
Um,
There's one that's from Neola from 2015 that we currently have. I don't know if that's just them saying that this is the
Right.
most
They
recent.
may have just taken something we did and stuck it in there.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything that they want to add to this?
Give me a second, sorry, just this.
It's statutory concern.
Right, yeah, it's out of statute.
It's all statute.
And the Constitution.
Is everybody okay?
Yeah, I guess where it cites the statute,
It's missing a couple.
the Florida statute on the one that we currently have, it really should cite the Florida statute for the 1001.41, which gives the general powers of the district school
Yep.
board, not necessarily .40. So I don't know if that matters or not.
Well, you've got not only 4041 and 1001.363, district school board makes to represent the entire district. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like your responsibilities are defined in other statutes. So I'll wait until you guys all go, but I had some additions that I wanted to make. If while you guys are looking, I can speak to it just to get some time out. I believe that we should list out the Florida state constitution and the statutes that are here. Because if you look at what the rules are,
Yeah.
if somebody looks at the responsibilities and authority of the board, they just see that, but what our responsibilities are much more in depth. And if you list them, then people who are looking to that and future board members would be able to see these are extreme authorities. And the main reason that I brought it up is that I would also like to know every time it changes. Because if you look at when some of these statutes have changed, they've been changed over the last couple of years. And it would be a refresher for the board to not only look at the policy, but the community also. So meaning that if we list it and we have to change it every time it changes law, then what it does is it gives us a refresher and it makes sure that we're on our toes. Because as many people have noticed, reviewing our board policies, there are a lot of them that are not up to date.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So I make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you want to list every statute that applies to that would list or
That is coinciding with the
enumerate
statute.
a responsibility or authority of the school board.
There's about 3 or 4 that are responsible. Yep, that are.
Well, I would suggest that there's more than that.
There's main ones.
Um,
I have them listed, the ones that I
Is there a
thought were.
template?
When you say that, Matt, just to be clear, are you saying you want to list the statutes in there, or you want to actually identify each of the things that are in the statute, just so
Identify the statutes. so
you
that
want
we
that
know.
written into the policy?
Yep. So you have, because when you look at what this says, the board is responsible for the organization and control of public schools. Then you go to read what Article 4, Section 9, 1001.42, many of them, you see that the true authority of the board and what our responsibilities go a lot further than what's represented.
Absolutely agree with that 100%. Paul, from a legal standpoint, what happens when the Florida statute changes and now our policy is maybe
You gotta change it.
so, but then we'll have a gap of how long that we're going to be not in compliance with Florida statute, is what that
Well,
would
you
mean?
comply with statute while you're in rulemaking.
Yeah, I
Okay.
Yeah. So the
to
district.
say we're not in compliance, I mean, we can be in compliance if we're doing
Right.
what we're supposed to be doing, even if the words haven't changed yet.
Plus, the other thing is many of the laws that pass in Tallahassee give you until July 1st, whereas they end in May. They give us plenty of time to do it.
Yeah.
And then in the event that they pass, that's many times they do that, we just make sure we're in compliance because we'll have them notated at the bottom. But like the powers and duties of the school board, when you read them, it's pretty consistent, and I think that it's a good review. Because even I was looking at it last night, and I said, there's a lot more that we are responsible for than what has been expressed, so.
Can I suggest that we go one policy, before we start doing that we look at the next policy, which is 122, which has more statutes listed,
Yep.
and that particular policy is board powers.
Yep.
So just to me, and this is just a different way of looking at it than what you seem to be looking at it, to me, this establishes our authority. For one, it establishes that we are constitutional officers.
Right.
And we get that constitutional officer position from the very short Section 4 of Article 9 of the Florida State Constitution. And then even though that policy, Florida Statute 1001.40, again, is not very long, but it again establishes our authority and our responsibility in a very broad sense. And then we go to something more specific to board powers. And just me personally, I think that really belongs more there. And those statutes, while I haven't looked up every single one, I think those are the ones that you guys are talking about that list our powers. That is a little more specific to our responsibilities and things like that. And it's even listed in policy.
And there's some argument to be made there, but there's also the difference between responsibilities and authority. So in 1001.42, it says require minutes and records to be kept. That is a responsibility, not an authority. So if you look at many of the other ones that have been referred to in 1001.41, 1001.42, 1001.363, these are all responsibilities. Whereas you say Section 122, board powers, absolutely, there's many more that are inside of there that were not cited that give the school district or the school board authority over the school district. But when we're talking about responsibilities, there is a difference between responsibilities and board powers. So when you're talking about requiring minutes, when you're talking about these different things that are inside maybe 1001.42, responsibilities are different than the board power. That's why they're separate.
I'm not going to nitpick this. If you want to add more Florida statute references, be my guest. That's fine.
Or should these two be separated and have a responsibility versus an authority of the board?
That's where, so.
I'm pretty
when
sure
the-
somewhere in there we
Already
have
have
things
that.
about having to take minutes and stuff. But
So Florida, no, there's a lot more than just that. The key is that when I looked at this, that's where my head went, right? The difference is that the Florida statutes are not clearly defined between board powers and the duties. And sometimes where it says powers and duties, and then the other one is authority of the board,
Mm-hmm.
you start to see a little bit of crossover. So what you see is subsections being referenced.
Right.
And so instead of getting into that minutia, which Katie was talking about, it's okay to just reference the actual statute, put it out there, and then you'll see which ones are responsible. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of them reflecting what the Florida statutes say, because I think it also holds us to the fact that we need to be continually looking at this and understanding
That's-
what those are as they move through legislation and they change. you
When
know?
I was looking at it, that was my main concern is that there's a lot of stuff inside of here that I feel, and as we get further into it, the onboarding of new members and stuff like that, these are things that we should, the first day that somebody comes on.
Yeah.
Ms. Jenkins also made the argument when she came on, she's like, nobody actually sat down with me.
Yeah.
Like you go, these are the things that we should do.
Right.
So if we're updating them consistently, that's a good thing. So, and there's a way for you as a board member to look at what the powers are. So if,
So I have to butt in there because you bring this up all the time. Ms. Jenkins had no problem with understanding her role and responsibility.
no,
as
I
it
said
comes to
you had
state
an
statute.
extreme, let me say it again.
No,
so that
no,
it's
I want to
clear.
clarify.
I wanted to say
Let
you
me
came with
clarify.
an issue.
Mr. Susan, let me
Just said
clarify.
something that's not
Thank
true.
you. My issue was with how the board welcomed new board members. That was my issue, not understanding my role and responsibility. I was more than oriented by the staff here at Brevard Public Schools, as well as Mr. Gibbs, so I have no concern. And when it comes to updating these policies, these are the least of my concerns of the things we're talking about today. I think we're wasting a lot of tit for tat time on things that don't really matter. No one feels passionately against that suggestion, so let's.
Well, thank you,
do it
Ms.
and move
Jenkins. I
on.
would remind you that 3/4 of our policies are actually not updated, and by state statute, we're supposed to review them every 5 years. So in order-
Mr. Susan,
in
that's
order
what
to
we're
make sure
doing,
that
and you've
they're
been
good.
here for 6 of them, so move on, buddy.
All right, so Paul, what I saw in reference to is 1001.40, which is on there, Section 4, Article 9, which is on there, and then 1001.41, 1001.42, 1001.363. Those were all responsibilities of the board that I found, that I'd like to add to and have extended in, if that makes sense.
Did you say 100.43? Sorry.
No, 1001.
363 is not, that's, board
Point.
members represent the entire district, that's probably a different policy.
That's
I
your
think you mean-
responsibility. It is in the back where it talks about it. So if we want to, it's just that we say, here's responsibilities here, and then we define it even more in the back. So if you don't want to put it because it's in the back, there's another policy that speaks specifically to it. But when we talk about the overall responsibilities of the board, what he's referencing, just so everybody understands, is the district school board members have to represent the entire district. It's actually illegal for us to turn around and say we only represent these schools.
Right.
So what I was saying is that's a responsibility of the members. I had it included here, but in a back policy in the back here, I forget where it is, but it's it references that specifically. So I'm okay either way, but when people look at the responsibilities, that may need to be inside there just to have, that's all.
You left off 4.3.
I was there, 1001.41, 1001.4.
4.2 and 4.3.
4.3
And
also
4.3.
less supplemental, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect, yep.
100.4205 speaks of the visitation of schools, which probably should be listed under our board powers as well.
Yeah, that's what I had under board powers next, I had that one there.
Responsibilities rather
Yep.
than powers.
Yeah, I would say.
So you want that under the one?
I would say that's board powers, wouldn't you, if you had the authority to visit the schools?
The way I had read that statute before is we have the responsibility to visit. We are commanded by Florida statute to visit schools. That that is one of our jobs, our job description.
Let's read it.
It also gives the authority for us to visit without having to go directly and ask permission and everything else. It gives you authority to visit facilities, that's what.
All right, so individuals authorized to visit schools. An individual member of a district school board may, on any day, at any time, at his or her pleasure, visit any school in his or her school district. An individual charter school governing board member may, these all say may, so it doesn't say
Right.
on any day, at any time, at his or her pleasure, visit any charter school governed by the charter school's governing board. A member of the legislature may visit any public school. These again just all say may.
That's
So I
a
think
different statute than what I'm thinking about.
Okay, so then this one just talks to the fact that,
We have the opportunity to do that. Yep.
So we're good. Can we you send those list of statutes to Paul, and then we can all take a look at them, make sure we think they fall in the right place. Can we move to the next one? Because I think we're good on this. So
Well, I
you're not
think-
actually talking about changing the policy, you're talking.
Well, it is kind of changing the policy because we're adding powers and responsibilities.
Okay,
And she's.
whoa, then hang on. Because my understanding was on 121, you were wanting to add more legal references. Are you talking
We're-
about
we're-
adding more to the
The verbiage.
actual verbiage?
Actually, absolutely. I think that that needs to be inside there, so that every time that verbiage changes inside the Florida statute, we as responsible
Do
school
you have a
board
model of what
reference.
you'd like that to look
That
like?
I just added these were all in reference, and he even added one that he noticed was in there too, so I say that we add
Okay,
those.
send it to us. Let us take a look at like, this one
No,
is
no,
one
no,
we
this
want to
is where
revise.
we're at, we don't need to send it, it'll come back to us once we have it written, and if there's any that you wish to delete or to add, you can do that.
Yep,
Does that make sense?
good.
All right, so, but with Miss
I think the
Megan-
1001.4205 needs to go under authority of the board again, because it doesn't say this as a,
Okay.
that's my personal opinion, I don't know what the board feels, but it says that we may at any time visit any school unannounced, we don't need to schedule an appointment, and we have access to everything within the school, basically.
Okay.
That's a very,
I have no
Short
problem,
version of it,
I have no
alright.
problem adding that.
what does everyone else think about that? Where's everyone else's head on that?
Jean?
I,
You good?
we can add whatever we want. To
Mhm.
me, again, this is a very broad, just like many of our bylaws, a very broad statement of where we derive our authority from.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to list them all specifically out there, I don't have a problem with that. But, you know, let's, I agree for us to put this in rulemaking and add the suggestions, and we'll talk about it at, you know, when they bring it to us. We've got a lot to get through. I'm just trying to move us along.
Well, I appreciate it, Ms. Campbell, this
So-
is important because this is our authority as board members, and I think that it's
Okay, well
something
then I
that-
have put my thing, I think we need to keep it short and sweet and broad. If you want to be more specific, and we've got 3 people who want to keep it be more specific rather than be more broad, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. So we're good on that last section, we can move to 122?
You want to make sure that there's 3 people who want it to be more
I did,
specific?
I asked Jean.
So I didn't hear Jean say anything.
I
Good
didn't
morning,
hear you
Jean.
say anything to me.
I didn't talk to it either.
All right. So if we move on to 122, board powers.
Before we move on to 122, there is actually Neola policy 121.1, financial emergencies. I don't know, I mean, we haven't gotten there. This is talking about if we, if we get to the position where, you know, there's a financial emergency, failure, whatever, and then what it follows the statute, that what we'd have to do, provide a letter, and how many days. This hardly ever happens. I think Hillsborough got the closest in recent years.
Right.
So I don't know if we need to adopt a policy like this, or if it's covered somewhere else. Paul, did you have a?
It's up to you guys. If you guys want it, it would probably, it's statutory one, so we have to
It's not that
follow
we're not going to
statute.
do it, but do we
Right.
need to have it in a policy?
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to put it in your policy or not.
It's not written anywhere else currently in policy, but
It would be a fresh new policy to establish what's in
It
statute.
could potentially be included in one of the finance policies. Off the top of my head, I could.
okay, I never even got there yet, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I've gone through up to the 2000s. All right, so is there any disadvantage to adding this under our zeros? I can't see one.
I mean, we don't have to have a policy for everything, but if we're gonna
Well,
have
I
one.
think policy is really important though, because policy really gives direction, and so if we don't have the policy clearly defined, then it's kind of left up to interpretation, and so that's where I think policy.
This is not left up to
This is
interpretation.
state statute.
No, I know, but when there isn't any policy, sometimes that can happen, so that's what I'm just saying. I
Well-
think that I
Legally
don't
cannot.
see a disadvantage to adding this financial emergencies policy.
I'm okay with adding it.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Anybody
Mr.
else,
Trent?
do you want to, anybody, we need 3 to say that they're okay with adding this policy, so.
Mr. Trent, you okay with adding it?
I am good with
Ms. Campbell, did you want to add it?
Fine, I'm the one who brought it up.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, good. Next up, we have board powers, which is 122. Anybody wish to add any? So first off, the Neola update, Paul, we okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, and then anybody else wish to add anything else?
You know, my notes are on 3 different days because we were supposed to do this
I
3 other
know.
times, so I'm having to.
Ping between the 3, yeah, I understand.
No.
So, I made a note here, I need to pull the statute up just because I need to see what my note means based on what the statute is.
I had 4 that were more towards the board powers the main one is in the 1001.33s. It it's like 3.1, 3.3, 3.2, right in there. It defines the board powers specifically, like that is the core of what we do. And then there's 0.452, which I wanted to talk about.
I guess where I'm just confused with what Neola is doing versus what the statute says is that there's a huge discrepancy in the two. So when I look at the statute has a bunch of bullet points listed of what we're responsible for, but our Neola templates are showing like a paragraph, and so I just don't understand what part of Neola, where are they pulling it from the statute, and it seems like
So what they do
It's
is
part of it, not all of it.
Neola gives us just kind of an overview, and then the board is supposed to specifically come underneath that and add what they need. So what we've done in the past is just established in many of our policies and approved the Neola general view, right? And then what we did was we missed putting in many of the Florida statutes that pertain to that view,
okay.
if that makes sense.
So, I mean, the Florida statute 1001.43 has, there's probably 30 bullet points, maybe
Yep.
40 bullet points of things that we are
Yep.
responsible for.
Mhm.
Should these things be clearly outlined, Paul, in the policy versus just referencing the statute?
What Neola does is incorporate your duties to follow those so that they don't have to update the statute or their policy every time the statutes get changed a little bit. They just say you are obligated to follow the statutes. That's what they're doing in here.
So if that's written at the bottom of the Neola template, then that carries over
That's-
without having to write it all out, is what you're saying?
That's what they're doing. So if the language changes, if they delete, a sub-paragraph C under section 2 of a statute,
It's a
they
way
don't have
of
to
how-
fix the rule, because the rule is you shall follow the Florida statutes, and then they list the legal statutes that you're required
And
to
then,
follow.
so ultimately, you could have one policy that says at the beginning of your policies, we will follow all four
Whereas if you
statutes. It's
incorporate the
ridiculous.
language from all those statutes into your policy, every time it changes, you gotta do rulemaking.
Yep.
That's why they just say you shall follow.
Just not efficient.
So, but it is efficient if you look at the fact that you want a consistent update every year when the board policies come out that reflect the board policies. That's the key.
Okay, but here's what I'm gonna say. Neola doesn't seem to intend to update their policies every time that changes because they're leaving that statement in, which we have. The board shall perform all duties found in Florida statutes and shall provide educational opportunities. So it will be on us to
Yep.
dig through the statutes every time. Again, this is just philosophy. I think these bylaws in general of any organization are pretty broad, and then they get more specific. And I think our policies that we're going to be looking at following are going to get more specific. So
Not in relation to board powers.
again, I'd ask, do you have an example?
I do.
I mean, because I know you had
I have
talked
one.
about before looking at what other districts do. Do other school districts are in that you have in your research that you've done? Are they listing them out specifically, or are we doing kind of what everybody else
So
is
I haven't
doing?
done an evaluation of all 67 school districts. I will tell you that in many instances across the state, depending on where they wanted to add and put focus on is where they add to it. And I will tell you that Neola wants to try to keep a broad view at the top of it because specifically they don't want to have to reestablish all of the new updates. But it is up to us to take what is also Neola, but then add to it, which we do all the time.
Yes, I'm fully aware of that.
Yeah, so one of the issues that I feel that we as a school board have done in the many years in the past, including the last couple of years, is that, just like we said, if they're not listed, then when somebody goes to read this, it's so broad, they don't know to read the actual statute. And so what ends up happening is that we don't follow some of these things. And then what happens is that when it gets updated, it's a great refresher. And that is why. So if there is no difference between 214, 142, 44, and all the rest of them, then all we're doing is updating them at the end, and then we will know what our new responsibilities are. Currently, if you have the cited statute and you have the Neola piece and the statute changes, we have no idea that it changed, which is what we're finding out currently.
Could we write a bylaw that says, I'm just throwing this out there, that says that the board will be responsible for a legislative update yearly, annually, or something that would cover us going through all of those? Or, I'm just trying to think, how do we make this as simple as possible so that it's not?
I think we're getting, that's my point. I think we're getting away from simple. And I'll just, you mentioned something about, this is what's happened in the past couple of years. I'm not sure what you're referring to, and you're certainly welcome to share when I'm done. Here's the thing. Some of these that we're going to be getting into very shortly and I'll list, for example, the policy that we have that says we're going to review our policies every 5 years. And we actually have several of them. We're going to review these policies every 5 years, these policies. We have like several bullet points under, I think, 171.1234. That's in statute. That says that's one of the reasons why we're doing because statute says we need to review our policies every 5 years. I don't know that we need to, in this policy that we're 122 or in 121, responsibilities need to list there from statute. Because if you're saying in 121 we need to list all the things that are our responsibilities, and our responsibilities according to statute say we're going to do our policies, they don't have to be in 121 because some of them are going to be in the policies that we're going to be hitting even just this morning in the next little bit. It's all going to be in here somewhere. And if we come across something in statute that's not listed in our bylaws somewhere, let's find a place and let's put it. But I think these front ones especially need to remain broad. We're going to follow state statute. And then if we want to get more specific, they're already more specific in the ones we're about to come into. For example, our executive powers, our quasi-judicial powers, how we're going to deal with all these things. They're coming. They're in some of these things are actually in policy in our bylaws. And if we, like I said, if we come across something that we're missing, let's find it. But again, these are just kind of the setting out. Here's where our authority comes from. We're going to start from the beginning and just say we're going to follow the law. And again, if you had an example where we didn't do that,
So if you ask me why we're going through these and the meaning behind it is that many of our policies that we have currently on the books have not been reviewed in the 5-year time period, right?
Okay. Some of them,
Okay, hang on.
I'm going to argue with that just because we did
Ms.
do
Campbell,
that a couple years ago.
I
We just
listened
didn't
to
mark
you
it.
and I did not interrupt.
You're right.
So the question
Sorry.
is asked a question, when we're looking at our policies, for the past 5 years, we have not reviewed and updated our policies. The reason behind that is a couple of forms, okay? One, it didn't come to us that we needed to. So because we didn't have it listed, then what ends up happening is when it changes, we didn't know. And so what ends up happening is we don't go and review them. There's no review of it. The other piece is that out of all of these statutes, out of a total of 8 that refer to 122, there's only one that changed last year. There's only one that changed the year before. So it's not like there's this massive amount of change that occurs every year. And what it does is it gives us the opportunity to review them every year, what your board powers and board responsibilities are. I will tell you that because we did not update these based on the state statutes because they were just referenced, there were a lot of things that happened that we didn't know were our responsibilities as a board. And we didn't violate those, but the thing is that they have changed. And so what ended up happening is that if we don't define them and we don't bring them up every year, I think it's a good practice to bring in.
I'm not aware of any that we missed, but I will tell you 2 things. One, and you're a part of the board, and it's reflected in the minutes if people want to go back. Starting in I think you were on the board, so it had to have been in 2021. The current chair challenged each of us. We were going to do it monthly to get through the zeros, and when we did stop somewhere around the 3,000s, 4,000s because everybody wasn't doing it. But we did make it through the zeros, the 1,000s, and 2. There's no place that we've asked for us to mark it, but we can say we actually reviewed all the zeros. We actually reviewed all the 1,000s because when we had a session, we came together and said, does anybody have any changes? We brought them up. We shared them with Paul. Paul, I don't know if we made any changes off that because they were all pretty minor. I think we made one technical change. But we talked about them. So they were reviewed. They are not marked. So if someone comes in and says, oh, this hasn't been changed since 2002 or since 2000, whatever. They were reviewed. We can say they're reviewed. It's in the minutes that they were reviewed. Again, we didn't get very far because people weren't doing it. Board members weren't doing it. But the other thing is, when things change, Neola every year, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, sends out a packet of changes that we then incorporate into our
They
policies.
send out an update that staff gets to incorporate those changes.
Right, and then they work on it. So that is updated every year. Neola one thing we pay them to do is to provide for us things that we might need to look at our policy and change. They send that out every year after legislative session, at least once a year.
But yeah, we had a couple specials over the last year. We had special updates because they made some rule changes too that they issued updates on. But yeah, I think over the last year we've gotten 3 or 4 updates.
Okay. So I'm saying that is also a check for us to make sure that we're updating and that we're staying along with the statute. They are providing that for us. We pay them to provide service for us.
Okay, and I would say that under that, there's two components to that. That one, we have not updated even our Neola updates, even in the 1000s, 2000s, and 3000s, and we're going through currently
Well, we're seeing
the
it.
zeros, right? So we, under that policy and the way that you have said we did not identify and we did not change even the Neola updates. The second part is the reason for this, and it's not going to be consistent for the rest of the policies, is because when Neola updates each one of the policy sections, each one of our staff members identifies their their supportive piece. The board members have never done that from a perspective, and that's why we're dealing with this piece here. So when secondary gets the Neola updates, they get them, they say, hey, let's look through them, we do all of these different things, they make the changes appropriately, and the policies come before us. The board never does that because we're not reviewing our responsibilities and duties. That's the reason that I wanted to list them all, is so that we would be forced to review them every year as a responsible for our community and for our people. So when I think the argument is that we haven't been, and it's not consistent with the rest. So like, as we get to HR, we get to finance, we get to all of those people, they're updating theirs consistently. The way that we can responsibly review all of our policies is to review them based upon them being part of our things that change. I truly believe that when we just take a general Neola and just cite the statutes, we lose that great opportunity. That's all. We good to move forward?
I can fight over it. I just, again, I think we need to stay broad in the front and get more specific as we go.
Okay.
So I'm going to request that because we have a ridiculously long day, and I personally believe we spent too much time on this already, that we stick to the protocol of short responses, 2 responses, and move forward, because this isn't a thing we're voting on, so it's going to come back to the table. Again, least of my concerns about what we're talking about today, but my overall feeling about this entire conversation is this is a policy book. If we want to write verbatim what's inside a state statute and not just put a reference to the statute itself, then we might as well just slap the entire Constitution and state statutes on the table. It doesn't make any sense. That's not the purpose of a policy book. And if you're concerned that board members, when they go to look at the policy book, won't understand their roles and responsibility or understand the fact that the cited statute on the bottom is something maybe they should click on and read, I would be concerned about that person being elected to office.
That's helpful.
We-
All right,
No, I'm not done. It's true. Did you not? Of course you read the state statute. This is not an insult to you. I'm saying that's a crazy concern. Anyone elected would read the state statute. I feel very confident you read the state statute.
Of course.
So don't take that as an insult. It's not towards you. I'm saying that concern is not a genuine concern to have. Mr. Susan, you continuously can make broad statements about things that happened in the past, but you never provide an example. Ms. Campbell has asked you multiple times to come with a sample or an example, and you never do. So we have a lot of things we didn't do because we didn't update our board powers and responsibilities. Please give me a specific example over the past 6 years of your service on this board of something that you did not do because you were on it, that this is such a major concern for you. Please, a specific example.
Are you finished, Ms. Jenkins?
I absolutely am.
All right, thank you. Paul, I'd like to add the following statutes to Board Powers 122, which is 1001.33, schools under control of the district school board. That would be board powers. That's 1001.33. I would actually ask for 1001.31, scope of district system. This establishes the authority that we have to set up juvenile subgroups for our students. Also 1001.32, that should be the first one, I feel, that we would put into this. That is the overarching, if you read that, powers of the board that are pretty specific to some strong authority. And then I would put 1001.452, district SAC committees. And the reason behind the district SAC committees, I had not realized until I read that statute a couple of times that we have the ability to, that the SAC committees are under our authority as a board, and that also each one of those SAC committees, we have the opportunity to create a SAC committee overview for the school board to refer to us what's happening in each one of our schools. That's the reason and the intent behind it. So what I would like to do is add that as part of our board powers, and then I'd like to entertain in a later policy the opportunity to add that as a connectivity to the community, that each one of the SAC committees at the schools would present a overall SAC committee that we would meet with to listen to what their issues are going on in SAC schools. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the one I have suggested to add to that policy was the 1001.4205, which is visitation of schools.
Yep, that is our board powers, and put that in there too. So Paul, if anybody doesn't have any disagreement with that, we can add those and then bring that back. Anybody have disagreement?
So is that your response to, these are the things that you haven't done over the past 6 years on the board because we haven't updated our policies?
Ms. Jenkins,
No, Mr. Susan, seriously.
To answer that.
You make these allegations about our district and our board as deficiencies without actual facts.
okay. Ms. Jenkins, I would say that as we're moving through them, each one of these policies are a proof of us needing to update. And I would entertain the argument that we have
That's
to
not
keep
what you
moving.
said, Mr. Susan. You
Okay.
said
All
there are
right.
things we haven't done.
We have, okay. Moving on, next is 1221 member powers. This lists out the individual powers of the school board. I would say that your 1001.425 should be inside there. And if we wanted to, we could add in here communications to constituents. Also speak to assistant superintendents or directors if we wanted to add that inside of here. So this would be the one that Dr. Schiller has found, he finds that it's better for him to go through him for it. We have in the past been able to speak to assistant superintendents and directors. I think anything lower than that would start to get us into, you know what I mean? But I would say that this is an opportunity for us to put something like that in here if we wanted. But I was just gonna have it up to thought for you guys.
I think we are treading on, first of all, I have continued to have conversations with assistant superintendents, even directors, even over the last couple of months, at different times.
But I think-
It's different from making a request of them and asking them to do work for us, but we have other policies that are going to tell us that, based on statute, let me, please. I apologize. Again, we were supposed to do this several times, so I've got my notes written in multiple places. About the board having limited executive powers because of our role. It's
Right.
in statute. And so I think it would be, policy 0132, executive. Board has limited executive power. So as far as communication, this is if it's not listed, and I don't know if there's
There's not a statute that it refers to, it's just an overall statement that
Could
they
you
make.
refer to that?
Yeah, I'd rather stick to statutes.
No, take that.
Well, the Neola gives you an overview, which we can add to. So if we would like to put it into policy that we would like to speak to assistant superintendents and directors, then we can. I put it up there as a thought process, but if it's not, I think that we, just as you had stated, Ms. Campbell, you continue to speak directly to them. Dr. Schiller has asked not to and go through him for communications, which is fine. Maybe
Actually,
that's
in
a
our
commu-
conversation with Dr. Schiller, I've had let's be reasonable. What's reasonable? I think that was the word that you used.
Yeah, board policy 1112 is communication between
Okay.
board and staff.
We can go
That's
there.
the one that's controlling at this point,
All right.
1112. About administrative staff communication to board, board communication, administrative
So I was
staff. That is
gonna say,
what,
I read it in here, but
that's what I'm following.
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes in our 1,000
All right,
policies.
then if anything, then I would like to add 1001.4205 as a reference base for the Florida statutes, which is the one specific to,
4205 is visitation of schools.
right, and that's an individual board member's right, which should fall.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other objections? Anybody else want to speak to anything on 122? All right, 123, standards of boardmanship and code of ethics. I was going to suggest that we add our agreement to this, but I wouldn't hear conversations.
This pretty much is, our agreement comes from
It's pretty
this.
close, but there are some changes in it.
I would just highlight for us, not in the matter of, but we need to change it. I'm trying to find it.
Neola does have two different
They
versions
do.
of this policy.
Do you know, and then one of them does not list, well, actually, neither one of them have the part about the ethics training at the bottom, which obviously we need, add that in there. And then the part about not knowingly signing and transmitting conduct.
Those are usually at the bottom of many of them when we read through them.
Yeah, so and then what the, like that comes straight out of statute, but, so I think we definitely need to keep that in there. I know that's different. Oh, I know what it is, D. I'm just gonna call our attention to D in our version, or which is actually also in Neola. Nope, it's not.
It is on version 2.
Yeah.
You were playing version 1.
Focus board action on policy making, goal setting, planning, and evaluation, and insist on regular and partial evaluation of all staff. So I think that was important. It's always good, as Megan said several times, it's good to go through these to focus us on why we're here.
And that focus can be on those, there's an extreme amount of other stuff that we have to
Yep.
do also, so.
I'm going to make a suggestion for letter C, that statement ends on recognize that decisions must be made by the board as a whole, period.
It says it inside there.
Well, I just want to exclude the remainder of it. There are going to be things that are going to be decided as a board that we're not all necessarily going to agree on. Let's be honest, that's already happened several times. So just to understand that, yes, the decision of the board is the decision of the board. Doesn't necessarily mean the individual has to agree with it.
I actually don't agree with that.
I-
What really that means is you don't have to, as an individual, say you support that process, priority, or whatever, but you're not going to actively work against it as an organization or through the organization. So there's many things that this board has put in place or removed that I'm not okay with as a person, personally. But I'm not going to go ahead and go into a school and do the opposite of what this board said is our policy, and that's really what that means. Or go and instruct our staff to do the opposite of what this policy says. It doesn't mean you can't have a different opinion.
It's also what we agreed and signed to in our school board working guidelines, which came straight almost verbatim out of this policy. It's supported, again, I'd like, you're not gonna undermine, the opposite of that would be to undermine.
Well, I mean, even the supported fact of it, I mean, that, I'll be very honest, there are board members that have advocated against board policy that has currently happened online individually. So would you consider that support? No, I don't think that's supported.
Well, I don't think that means that we change the policy. I think
So are
that's
you asking
good.
to
It's a
remove that
good-
section so that?
I'm just saying, recognize that the decision must be made by the board as a whole. That's really what it is. As individuals, we can not like the decision that the board comes to. That's a reality that's going to happen when you're on a board.
And I will tell you that was extremely expressed to me when we were board members before, that if the board made a decision to not go on social media, not go out there and do all that stuff. So are you asking to just remove that?
I would, my suggestion would be to just stop it at,
Yeah.
as made, decisions are made by, as the board as a
So
whole.
your decisions in the past were to not go out and speak on behalf of the board. You have every right as an individual board member to have an opposing opinion. Having an opposing opinion doesn't mean you don't support what the board has voted for. Going out in
that's an
public
argument you
and
could make.
saying, our board doesn't do these things, or saying the opposite of what the board voted for as if it is fact or policy, that is not supporting it.
Okay. I'm
So
okay.
For
we're
instance-
arguing
for
over the
instance-
word supported, really.
Right, because in reality, we shouldn't have a problem with that. It's the same thing as a law being passed. You may not like it or agree with it, and you have every right to be against it, but you still have to follow that law. And if you were part of that governing body, you may not agree with it, but you still have to support the decision that was made, because that means you believe in the democratic process and the vote that was taking place.
Sure.
If you're not comfortable supporting that decision, that makes me uncomfortable on both sides.
Well, and I think that there's not anybody that's going to act against the actual statutes and board policies, because then it comes out on the back end against, they're not going to go into a school and act out against what they're already in law to do. I think what Megan brings up is good. Are you okay with it, Gene?
About removing it, or?
Removing and that way made these decisions be supported by the entire board.
It's kind of the idea that it's there is just it almost acts as a reminder to the board member. You may not have liked the decision, but again, you can't actively work against it. I'm failing to see the reason why. I mean, that's almost there as a protection. If you take it away, then where do we say that?
Right, they were asking people, say it's
To
okay
not
to
support it.
behave badly.
Well, but we currently have that happening right now.
No, you
online.
do not. Could you give an example?
Oh, yes, we
But
can
then
pull your
if we
social
take it
media
away,
right
then-
now and see.
Go
Then
ahead,
almost
give an
giving them
example of when
permission
I
to
have
do
not
things
supported
like
a decision
that.
this board has made.
Right.
We
I
don't
think
take
what-
things out of policy
what
because
is-
people
hang on,
don't
hang on,
follow
hang on.
them.
Let me
If
just-
it's a good idea, it's just a
Let
good
me just
idea.
help define the situation. What you guys are saying is supported by the entire board is in reference to policies and things like that as far as inside the schools. That is by law, you're supposed to do that. By not, what has been expressed to me in the past, and I think where it's going is that these supportive of board policies is supposed to be that you're not supposed to be actively out there engaged inside of social media and saying these are dumb policies or whatever somebody would put. The issue is that I have never done that when it comes to getting out there and undermining the board. I have said things like, wish it would have gone a different direction or something like that. But the bottom line is that I support what Megan's saying. I'm okay with it.
And if we want to leave it in there, that's fine. I would just like to see our board members follow it.
Well, then let's leave it in there.
That's right, I'm almost saying, if you,
Yeah, we take it out, we're just
that's a
leaving it and
different issue if
saying.
they're not following it,
Yeah.
I would assume.
So
Thank
I'm
you for
going to
reminding
ask
us.
for specifics. You can bring that to the table. I'm comfortable with it. Absolute specifics as to when I have never supported decisions that this board has made. If you're going to talk about First Amendment rights and having a different opinion and that you don't like my opinions, I think everyone's well aware that you don't like my opinions. But I have never worked against a decision of this board or a policy that has been put in place. And other people on this board actually have
Okay.
worked
I
against a
would-
Can we
decision we
continue
have
moving
made.
on?
Yeah, let's just
No,
continue
no,
moving.
I'm sorry. You
I think
don't
that-
get to
I'll be glad to have
Ms.
a
Jenkins.
conversation with you one-on-one and
Absolutely.
show you the social media posts.
Miss
but I'm
Wright,
not
you're the one
really
who brought it
interested in doing
up.
this right
Okay.
now.
You brought it up, Ms. Wright, so
So-
please come back
Ms.
to the
Jenkins,
table
we're gonna
for
move
the
on.
public to see an exact example
Is
of
everybody
when
else
I have
okay?
not supported
You're
a
okay?
decision
Jean?
made by this board.
Ms.
I
Taylor,
would
you're
love
okay
for
with
you to
that
do
policy?
that.
Leaving it in, yes.
Thank you.
There we go. Next up is Board Policy 131, Legislative Policy Making.
Are you wanting to look at Neola's templates?
You had
They
two-
have- they
yeah,
have
you had
1, 2,
two, yeah.
4, which is ethics.
I would say that the
20.
one that adds the ethics inside of it, we want to have because we have to do it every year.
It's quite long, actually.
Right, it does incorporate most of the ethical provisions that you guys get trained on every year, so it's all in there.
I think we might
okay
have
with
this
that.
somewhere else.
There's version 1 and version 2. I would like to have the one that has more of definition, if that's okay. But I'm up to anybody's opinion on that.
So we have a standards of ethical conduct that is 3210. And we have, yeah.
My argument was.
Which
to do one-
actually is, I haven't looked at them side by side because we haven't got there, it's 3210. But I think that probably is going to cover a lot of things that are in the Neola.
So when we get to it, I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
Does anybody wish to choose between 1 or 2? Are we okay with
Are
going
you
with the
back on
middle?
123?
We're on 123 as
Oh,
well.
I already closed it.
Well, he was
Sorry.
saying that he needs direction on either.
I mean, if you guys aren't
Version.
interested in adding that, then that's fine. If you want to wait
I'm
until we
sorry.
get to the 3s.
He's wanting to know which version we want, 1 or 2, and I said.
No, he
Or
was-
any, yeah. If you guys don't want it right now, and you want to wait till you get to the standards of ethical conduct discussion that's in the 3s, that's fine too. This is,
I would be okay with adding it in here, just so that everybody can have it as a review. I'm okay with that.
01 to adding a 0124. That's what he's asking. Do we want to add a 0124 standards?
I'm
of-
okay with that, yes,
Okay.
because it might change. I just, everybody else is okay with that. If not, I think that there was the kind of board direction that if we need to add it, that we add it, but if not.
And then we need to pick option 1 or 2.
Right. So 1, 2, 3 is, there's 2 versions. There's version 1 and there's version 2.
He's on 124 right now, the next one. So we use version 2 of 123. That's
So
almost
let's-
verbatim. It is
Good.
verbatim.
All right, so that's good. We'll use version 2 of 1, 2, 3, Paul, and then
Yep.
if nobody else has a problem, I'm okay with 1, 2, 4 being added.
Standards of ethics. Okay.
But it's 6 or 1/2 dozen to me.
We need to pick option 1 or option 2.
I don't think we have in our bylaws anywhere about well, we do have about, I was gonna say, we don't have anything about gifts, but we do have, about employees. We don't have that, there's specific statute relevant to board members and the
Right.
size of our gifts and laws, and that is listed in this one under option 2. Or actually, it's at the bottom under option 2, so it's in all, it says at the bottom underneath,
Well, there's some general
yeah.
1, 2, 4 language, and then there's some that they give you options. It'll say end of option 1 where the end is, and then there's like end of option 2.
Right. So, so I'm seeing, so we can actually pick the statutory limit, which is $50, or we can say as a board members can't accept gifts of any value. I didn't realize we have that option.
The
but-
problem, and the reason that's set at 50, and I've talked to a lot of superintendents and others about this, is because we get T-shirts for the school.
Yeah, I'm not
district.
recommending we do that,
It's
because, I mean,
insane. It gets
even
to
when we
be-
get our chocolate bars at Christmas time,
It
you know. I
gets
mean,
to be-
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So, in dealing with 1, 2, 4, if you guys want to move forward with it, I think having that option 1 with the addition of the mandatory training, the gifts, you know what I mean, remaining the same at the $50 and accepting the gifts is okay. But I think that's where I would go with it.
I have not looked super close at the difference between option 1 and 2.
Option 2 is.
It's just shorter.
Yeah, it's a broader.
What would your recommendation be, Paul?
I like the way option 1's broken down personally, but it's up to you guys.
I think it gives more specifics,
Right.
especially in this area.
I just like the way it's broken out better.
Yeah.
It's more organized, or it looks more organized.
Well, like I said, as far as I can tell, option 2 just still eliminates all the stuff at the top. And it just starts right in with mandatory training, which we have in our other policy, but, and gifts and responsibilities, alleged misconduct, which we have those, if we need to, can we like take that out of 1, 2, 3, since we already put that in there, the one about the responsibilities related to alleged allegations of misconduct and the ethics training part, because we already have that in there. Unless it would be better here.
If
Paul,
you're gonna go with an ethics, I'd leave it in there.
Okay, and just later we can move that there.
Are you okay with going with option 1?
Yeah.
And
I'm fine with option 1 if it's the board's decision. so.
statutory limit of $50, that one, so.
Yeah,
Are we
one looks
okay?
good.
All right, next one would be, a second, 131, legislative policymaking. The only thing I saw in here was that the notices, we could add the new statute for countywide, or the county, because it just talks down here about the different ways, and it's kind of old. But now being able to add the new statute for us to be able to post it in the county, that was.
Oh,
what I worried
advertising
about.
online now, yeah.
Right,
Yep.
it needs to not say shall, it needs to say may for newspaper.
Maybe published, yeah.
Yep, those changes. But other than that, I did not have a problem with the rest of it.
Let's see here.
I didn't have this one all marked up, so.
Oh, no, that was it.
Is everybody okay with just adding that one component, or did you guys have? I'm sorry, I just can't, I need to wait for you to look through the notes.
Good.
Okay, we're all good?
Yeah.
Paul, did you get good direction on that?
Yeah, add the county option for the internet.
And then, just like Ms. Campbell was saying,
Yeah.
change the verbiage, okay? All right, let me move on to the next one.
On that, are we waiting till the county system's up before we start rulemaking?
That's, Miss
I was
Tammy and
just-
I were speaking about that. There, you want to give an update real quick where we're at?
They're looking to start it in April. At the
Okay.
end of April, they're still working, they're voting tomorrow.
Okay.
So
If we
you
can
guys-
just change language so it doesn't say, because we're still gonna use a newspaper sometimes, if we can just say where it doesn't say shall,
Right, yeah.
because we can still say
Well,
may.
if it's gonna be April, then rulemaking's gonna take us beyond April
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, we'll be
Yeah.
okay.
But we can
Right.
add that into it and just make it.
Right.
The thing is that, just so everybody knows, the idea of us moving forward with posting at the county, I wanted to real quick discuss this because we only spend, how much did we spend? I mean, we don't
Our
spend
budget
that
is
much.
like $2,800 annually.
So annually, our school district spends less than probably 10 grand across the board. And so we are significantly looking at how they're going to charge us, because it's not free. They're going to charge us for doing each one of them. And so like, whereas the property appraiser spends like 100 grand doing it, we're so low that they might charge us, and it might be more expensive to post at the county than it is to just do what we're doing. So I wanted to keep the option open and just let you guys know we're reviewing it, but we're not going to move forward with it until we get the charges and stuff like that, just so you guys know. Is that okay? Okay, now, 0131.1 technical corrections. I know that Ms. Campbell loves this one because you are the technical correction individual. I have no problems with anything in here. And I really like the fact of this because sometimes we just need to change a little bit of a couple of things, and even Ms. Campbell referenced it earlier. So I'm okay with this one.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Paul, any Neola update? I didn't see one.
I'm not seeing anything big
Okay.
change.
Move on, 131.2, variances and waivers. I did not have any issues with this.
Nope.
You good? Okay. You're good, Jean? I'm gonna wait on Ms. Campbell. Ms. Jenkins,
Yeah.
you good?
Yep. The next one is like 149, so.
You're good on variances, Ms. Campbell?
Yep.
All right. Paul, barring any Neola updates, we're good?
Yep.
All right, executive 0132. Anybody have anything to add to this one?
I had that we should add the Florida statute 1001.475, I think it is, for the evaluation process for the superintendent, which is written in Florida statute, but it's not on this policy. Sorry, let me pull it up real quick. Actually, I had a couple things.
All right.
Sorry. Come on.
1001.
47. I think it's
47 has a salary.
Okay, maybe it's 475. I wrote.
It says superintendent compensation phase consistent with application.
Let's see. It's about like
47 speaks specifically to like his salary and stuff like that.
Okay, well, that should be in there regardless, I would think, just because this is really,
It's more elected superintendents.
Yeah.
I think that one may.
What's your concern in regards to his, to the evaluation?
the
Just making sure
evaluation
that we have-
process, right, something that's written into our policy for it.
Paul, can you find the statute that regards to?
It may be later on, we just haven't got to, I haven't got to it
No,
yet,
no,
but
no,
I just,
he should be able to find it added. I have no problem adding the superintendent's evaluation in regards to that. Is that okay? That way we can,
yeah.
if you're okay with him adding that, we can pull that back at a later date. Maybe you can just follow up.
Okay, yeah.
I think what you're looking for, are you talking about the process
Okay.
evaluation?
I think Paul can find it and she can follow up with him and just make sure that that gets appropriately labeled, if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just, there was nothing in here about it, so, and again, it may be later on in the policies that we
1000s.
have,
I
but
want
it's
to say
just,
it's in the 1000s, but yeah.
But we should have.
1010. The board is responsible for determining the success of the superintendent and meeting the goals established by the board through annual evaluations of the superintendent's performance. The board and formulate, and it goes on. And that particular statute's not listed, but that's 1010. So when we get there, if you want to add
Okay.
that statute.
all right.
All right, we're good? Move on.
Yeah.
Okay. 133, quasi judicial. Again, I have no issue with this current policy. I think we're good, barring any Neola updates. Paul?
Not that I'm aware of, I'm losing my computer, so it's doing something.
I know, mine's
You know,
acting ridiculous right now too, so.
Is that charging you? Good.
Yeah, it's on the 3%. You don't.
Is everybody okay with quasi judicial? It's a short statute, just basically saying that we move into a quasi judicial role.
I had written down, and again, because I looked at this a month and a half ago or something, Florida Statute 286.011, and I think it has to do with legal notice given to parents. And I need to pull it up, sorry, so give me
No,
one
that's
second.
okay. You said 286.011?
286.011. I don't know why I haven't written that down, but I'm guessing there was a purpose behind it.
That's the sunshine session.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know why I wrote that down. This has to do with justice.
While you're waiting, Ms. Campbell, are you okay with this statute?
Yeah, my next one, so I don't have any comments on, is 149.2, so I'm good.
You said 149.
Yeah, we'll get there. Well, in 10 policies.
Okay. Jean, did you have anything on this policy? No. Okay. Ms. Jenkins, did you have anything on this policy? No? Okay.
I don't know why I wrote that down, but okay.
If you want to talk about it, Paul, you can.
Yeah, I'll flag this one. For me to come back to.
Okay? Want to come back to it, or did you want?
No, you're good, go ahead.
Okay, move on to 141, number. I think this is just, this is all in.
Very benign.
Yeah, and if we can just refer to 1001.363, because that talks about us representing the entire district, not just our district, even though it's specific to this. So this statute says that each board member shall serve the representative of the entire district, rather than, if we can just, that statute is what that refers to. So if we can just add that to it. You good there, Paul?
Yep.
All right, anybody else?
No.
Ms. Jenkins, we're good. Mr. Trent, good, you good? Okay. 141.2, conflict of interest. This is, I truly believe if you read 112.311,
Yeah.
it speaks indirectly, it's not that long, and it outlines the conflict of interest, which is when you read this, right, it says you can't have this and this, but then when you read the actual conflict of interest that it states, it talks about how you, as a board member, are allowed to do business with entities that are outside, but you have to not vote, because you as a board member cannot be inhibited for your public office based upon you doing business out in the public.
Right.
So there's a very good definition under 112.311 that I think I would say that we should list out in this too.
Because we're talking about Neola's conflict of interest policy is significantly
And
longer
they
than
added
ours.
a whole bunch from the chapter 112, part 3.
Did they?
in
Yeah.
here, yeah.
So,
They're in line to most of the.
This might be one that we need to update as far as, because you're wanting to follow, I think we probably would behoove us to take a look and adopt a longer policy in this case.
Yeah, it's 5 pages long now, not 2 sentences.
Some of it is because of the red line, but
Yeah.
Right. Gifts, no board member, vendor, honoraria. It goes into more of that. I like this.
And you can't, it's got it in more than one place. But this little short one, it's the 2-paragraph one, but then you have to open, it's the Word document, but if you open the PDF, it's longer.
Yeah, no, I'm taking a look at it. It clearly defines it in a better way than what we've had before, and I think it is something that we should follow. And then
Regarding the gift portion of it, though, we had, is that the one where we're gonna limit the gift to the $50 value or something?
yeah,
That's
we should be
state
under
law.
that state law.
This policy says that they should not accept any Gratuity, gift, or favor.
Well, because it's different when you're talking about like a vendor or whatever that is, you may not
Yeah.
accept a gift which would be considered.
We can't receive
bribe.
it, but somebody else can receive it, like the schools foundation. If we go to like where that gets kind of tricky is if you go to, say, a golfing tournament and there's people out there that give away, you know what I mean, when you're there, those kind of gifts are through a third party that comes to us through them. That, I think.
This one that is based on any understanding that the vote, official action, or judgment of the board member will be by such gift. So that's why they send us the list of, what do you call that list that they send us? Of all our things that are out.
I asked for both, yeah.
You know, the procurement sends us a list of open solicitations. So we have that list, so if we're contacting for those people, just don't talk to them. That's just the safest
Well,
way.
that's the cone of silence. So if we have
Right,
a
cone of
procurement at
silence,
the
that's-
time, you're not allowed to talk to anybody that's under procurement at all. Like, even if they called you and said, hey, I want to talk about this, you like, stay away from it, right? The other thing that you're specific to, if you guys notice, about every 6 months, I ask for the updated vendors list so that we know who's doing business with the school district so that you guys don't have any conflict. That I do too. So I think that's fair, but the issue is that like no board shall accept gratuity, gift, or anything. Here's the problem with that. I ran into a situation a couple of years ago when one of our vendors that does business with us asked me to come speak, and they said, well, we'll at a big conference, and they said, well, we'll put you up in a hotel room and all this other stuff, and I said, no, I don't want the hotel room because of this, right? But that's pretty standard, because when I went there and I provided and paid for my own hotel room, and I actually took the gifts that they gave me and gave them back to staff because it was more appropriate, there were other school board members across the state that were sitting in there that were receiving the hotel room. So I don't know if that's illegal or what it is, but it's something that I think we
Well,
should
not a
keep an
gift,
eye on.
that's
You have
considered a
to
travel
report it.
expense.
Yeah, you'd have to,
You
if
just
it's
have to
over
report it.
$100, you have to report and declare. I always recommend you don't take anything from vendors, even
Right.
when I go out
Well, it was-
if I were to go out to eat with somebody, they
Yeah.
offer to buy you lunch, I say, no, thank you, I'll
And
pay for my own.
it's for a big significant component of our district inside of our education environment. So me being a former teacher that led that when I was younger, they asked me to come speak and they offered it and I said no. And I got some parkas that I gave to Sullivan to give out as gifts and stuff like that, but I didn't, you know what I mean? So that's something we need to keep on remembering and stuff like that. So, I think we still, that 112.311 at the end is good because it explains the intent of the law. If we can schedule that at the bottom of it. I like this actual policy.
Yeah.
And I would list the statute out at the end. That's all. But I am open for any suggestions. Ms. Campbell, did you have anything else?
I think this would be one that we need to put the extended policy.
Yep.
I agree.
I agree. We good? Direction? All good? Good, Paul? Okay. Moving on to 142, qualifications. I think this is pretty
Before
simple.
we move on, they also have a 141.3, conflicting employment or contractual relationship.
Catch myself.
And if we have this somewhere else, this again is some of the ethics.
Yeah, it's in the code of ethics.
Okay.
So it's just being more explicit again.
Okay, so if we have this in our code of ethics, then we're,
Yeah, we should
It's
be.
in the
Okay.
statutory code of ethics. I don't
Right.
know that it's in there. I don't remember if it's in the code of ethics
okay.
policy.
All right. We good?
Are you wanting it or not?
I mean, if you
I
guys.
don't think we don't have to adopt every single thing we're following. We've said we're gonna follow the law, so.
I feel like there's broad statements that reflect upon that and make it clear, like, don't do business with yourself.
Okay. Moving past 142.
Yep, all right. Pass 142, 142 point, well, so 142 qualifications. I think that should be listed out too. Each member of the board shall meet the qualifications as specified. We can list out the statute, it's not that long. It's just some of the qualifications that we have to be in our member districts and stuff like that.
Actually, I think all it says is you have to be an elector of your district.
Yep. So if that's okay. 142.1 oath before entering upon the duties office after election or within 10 days. Appointment, pretty simple, right? We're good? Everybody okay on that one? Ms. Campbell, Ms. Jenkins, you okay?
Yep.
Okay. 142.3 orientation. Now, this one is not specific to statute, and this is specific to when somebody comes on. I'll be honest with everybody, I have some sections at the end that I wanted to talk about. But I was willing to listen to anybody else that had anything to say in this thing first.
I think these are all good. I mean, if they're done.
Comes out of statute.
Paul, is there any concern about any old updates? Pretty simple.
Neola's has a 2023 date.
Yeah.
So there might be a little bit of addition.
It's pretty generic. I don't think any changes that they have in on.
They actually had a new board member
Yeah, that,
section where that we don't, like we have, other than a general superintendent. It looks like we added the superintendent part. It's just not broken out the way Neola does.
what I would, this is coming from, this is what's odd, is that this, for me, and just to talk about it, it says the orientation shall reflect, among other things, it says the superintendent shall provide the orientation. And the orientation shall reflect, among other things, the purpose and role of the board, the conduct of individual board members, and an overview of educational programs. I wonder if it's not up to the board to decide what the role of the board and the individual board members are. Does that make sense to you? Because it goes against the executive and the board policies to say that the executive establishes what the role of the board is along with the board members. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, but I actually think this policy is saying that the superintendent is going to provide the information based on what the board has established, which is actually just the statutes.
Yeah, it could become a sunshine issue if you have the board train the new member. Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is what I would like to do is you can publicly advertise the chair and the new board members to go through the processes of not only the members' powers and all of that stuff. You can set that up.
Well, and when we
as
did
part
our master board training,
Yep.
that's something that Carol Cook recommended to us. We certainly, I don't think we need to change the policy though, because the superintendent also, I know when I got on the board, we got, here's who you talk to about this, here, and some of this even listed. Here's your cell phone and your computer and who you talk, this is, I don't read this, and I hear what you're saying, but I don't read this as the superintendent is telling board members what to do.
It says the orientation shall reflect, among other things, the purpose and role of the board, the conduct of individual board members. So that right there, I think the superintendent should have say-so in that, but I also would like to add that we put something in there that, just like the Florida School Board Association noted, that upon the new board members coming in, that we have either meeting between the board and the new board members to go through these, or add one that the individual chair meets with the individual board member and just goes through them. Either way, that way there's a connection between the
I
board.
like the idea of a new board member being able to meet with the board that's already in place.
I mean, I think we can add something in there just so for posterity's sake that it's tricky because do we do it in the 2 weeks between election day and swearing in?
No, you do it.
Or do you have really it would be nice before you have your first meeting and all chaos, ensues, but or between right after, soon after the first board meeting, and that's when when I got elected, we had our first meeting right shortly after getting elected, and then we did an offsite early in December before the second meeting, so that we could kind of get to know one another and kind of
That's
have
probably a good.
this.
I
Yeah.
would say that the proper recommendation would be, upon a meeting in early December, the board will convene to discuss the roles and responsibilities and all of those things of the board. That would be really nice so that we don't miss anything, because I know that many of our board members come on and they're trying to drink through a hose, right? And I think that helps us just establish a day where we'll go through this, and it would be all of the board member powers and all that other stuff
It's
and
very practical. I
responsibilities.
think it'd
Yep.
be very too.
And they can ask
It's
questions.
beneficial all the way
I
around,
think that-
Could
Plus-
we leave the time frame broad, like, you know, short and shortly after taking office?
Within 60 days or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you know, 30. Yeah, I mean it's Christmas, so it's.
That's why I was saying
Oh,
early December.
Right.
Because the other thing is that many board members come on and they have a understanding that this is the way the board, because basically in order to get elected, you have to say everything that's going wrong with the board. So then you come on and then the first things you try to do are things that may or may not be within this board powers and statutes and all that stuff. So catching that prior to them going out over Christmas break and meeting with everybody saying, yeah.
So maybe within 60 days is actually good because that takes you through the third week in January-ish.
Right, and there's something saying we can't do it sooner.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
depending on the
So-
schedule.
So Paul, something that says within 60 days of swearing in,
Of the reorganization
Of
I
the
meeting,
mean, you can just
reorganization
use the
meeting,
language that's already
we
there.
will,
which is what?
hang on, Ms.
Commence
Jenkins,
as soon as possible
I
after
can
the new
just
term
finish what I was
begins.
saying, just so that I can get it out.
Mr.
Within
Susan,
60
please
days
stop
of the
with your attitude.
With
My
60
God.
days of the orientation, if we can, or the swearing in, or
Literally
however
have
that
talked
piece
for an hour
fits,
and a half this
we
entire
can
meeting.
then have a board meeting to discuss board members' the role of the board and the conduct of individual board members, along with ethical.
Mr. Susan, you're
guidelines.
giving direction to Mr. Gibbs without other board members giving input.
Ms. Jenkins, I was just speaking that what we had said, and I was trying to summarize it.
What
Now
you have
that I
said.
said that, you may feel free to interject, Ms. Jenkins. I apologize. Go ahead.
There's already verbiage in here that you can just use and follow up with the board meeting. It literally says, elected board members to commence as soon as possible after their new term begins.
Right.
Which one are you on?
And then add in what that meeting kind of is about, which is,
Well, I mean, do we have a library of publications and reference materials?
oh, we're gonna have to get it.
Like, these are things that are written in this policy, I don't think that we have.
We're gonna get
Do we?
So we
Okay.
have all of the we have all of the public records.
We absolutely
all
have
of the-
that.
Where's that at, Ms. Jenkins? Because I don't know why, I legitimately don't know.
We don't,
We have, Mr. Gibbs has it, well, our
mean, our
superintendent's no
policy-
longer here, but yeah, that was in the superintendent's office as well.
we have, I mean, all our policies would be, and are online.
Right.
Library, but it's a
Yes.
digital library.
We also have.
You also handed a sunshine, you should have given a sunshine law book and.
Yeah, we never got that.
FSBA
And-
sent me one.
And Florida Education Law Manual and Book, I think is in Mr. Gibbs' office possibly.
But it's not in a
So it's
place.
in multiple
Florida
places.
Education.
Right,
The
and
giant,
I think
Oh, yeah, I got
what,
this
All
book.
right. I think as long as it's identified and we can have a central place for it, it'd be good. All right, moving on. We have, so 143 elections, right? Yep, 143
That's
elections.
fine.
I think I'm good on that. Is everybody else okay on that? Okay. All right. Nobody else? Okay, 143.1 residence areas. Do we want to have the statute that designates that?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because it kind of is required by state statute.
Yep, that'd probably be good.
Yep. Paul, can you
was-
find that state statute? I can't remember. I mean, I referred to it.
It was the
earlier.
one you guys shared with us when we talked about redistricting. Does that look good?
Right.
Which I do not have in my backpack.
Yeah. You know, if you can add the appropriate statute for that, Paul, I think that you can find it. All right, moving on to 144, the term. It's pretty simple, right? It's defined in statute and it's referred to. We're all good with that one? Good?
Do we need to update to reflect the legislation's limit of the terms that we're allowed to serve
I would
for at
say
this
so.
point?
Yeah, because that's going to be inside there, but.
Yeah,
It hasn't
absolutely.
changed yet.
It did change
The
last year.
12.
It changed to 12 years last year.
Yep.
And it's gonna change to 8 more
I'm
likely
sorry,
this year.
what I meant is, it's definitely gonna change again. That's what I thought you meant, I'm sorry.
All right, we're good?
Oh, because they updated theirs
Yeah.
with 212.
They did it, yeah, they
Okay.
only did.
Policy 145, filling a board vacancy. It's pretty simple. It's straight to the point, required by the Florida statute. If you look through it.
We need to add in there that incumbent succession to another office should be one of the bullet points that's listed in Florida statute, I believe, or it might be in the Constitution.
Talking about the resign to run law.
It's-
Where? Are you talking about?
We're on 145, let me pull it up real fast because I found it in, I think it was the fourth statute. No, it might have been the, hold on.
Just that verbiage that you just said?
Incumbent succession to another office for the vacancies, like the
Right.
reasons why for vacancies.
Right, they would have to resign.
But you have to resign, so that's already
That
in
would fall
there.
under resignation.
You can't run for any other office in this seat without officially resigning.
Well, as of,
Qualifying
as
day,
of, right.
Right.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
10 days before.
It's called the resign to run law, but it's still part, if you want to put it in there as something that's referenced, it is referenced as far as part of the resignation. You want to follow up with
Yeah, I'll
Mr.
flag
Gibbs
this
on
one
it?
and just.
Mr. Gibbs, it's just the resign to run law statute.
Right.
She's just going to add it to be one of the references at the bottom, if she could follow up with that. All right, 146, suspension and removal from office. This is pretty simple. Just referred to inside that state constitution. If we're okay with that, we can move on.
Good.
Yep.
Good? Ms. Jenkins, you good? Okay? You okay? All right. 147, compensation. Barring any Neola update from Paul, this was, I did not see a Neola update. Wait. There is one.
Is there?
147. Travel. This is past this one. So there's no Neola update that we have currently, so if we are okay with this. The only thing that caught me in this one was it says the board may authorize all approved expenses for members of its board members in recognition of school board associations. There's only a couple of school board associations. So when you look at this, I would say that we could delete the school board and just say, the board may authorize all approved expenses for membership of its board members in recognized associations, that's all. Because if you have just the school board associations, it kind of,
Associations, yeah.
it doesn't matter. If you want to keep it in there, we don't follow it.
Then if we're opening up for people to use board dollars to join multiple other kind of associations, I don't know, I can.
Well, wasn't that one of the things though when we were on committees? I mean, that some of those committees,
Yeah.
well, I know it's an association, so,
Yeah.
well, but
Expenses.
they are.
So like there's
an
some,
expense of
some of
that.
them are.
like
yeah.
chambers and, you know what I mean? Like they're all out there. And we say in here that we're only going to do compensation for school board associations. Well, those aren't school board associations. There are a lot of them. And we're unique in the Space Coast that we have some of these that are
Yeah,
not.
we have a lot of them.
So I just thought that if we got rid of the school board piece, that it just helps us alleviate that problem. We don't follow it already anyway, so. Is everybody okay with just taking school board out?
Yeah, I don't see any reason that that's an issue because we are currently part of associations that are not school board associations that we're paid money to be a part of.
I think if, I mean,
The second sentence kind of takes
Yeah, the second
care of that.
sentence kinda takes
Expenses
care of
the board
it.
member incurred in performance of his or her duties will be paid by the district, provided that such each member submits it. And within the constraints of budget resources, that would be the other part.
Right, obviously, yeah, you gotta make sure.
But, yep, we're good. So take out the school board piece.
I don't
Yeah, I mean,
think it's necessary, but it's
So
fine.
good. Take it out. All right, moving on, there's a updated one on 147.1, travel per diem expenses members. School boards expected in-county travel. There's a couple of revised policies.
And, yeah, the Neola updates includes the $500 requirement for board approval prior to incurring.
So
the
we need to add
expenses.
this one
I would
then.
recommend adding it.
Yeah,
That one passed, I think, 2 years. We're good? There's a couple of options on here, if you read down to the bottom of it.
All right, you got several options you can pick.
Commercial
Okay.
airfare in excess, temporary dependent costs.
oh my gosh.
You don't have to take all of it. if you
No,
don't
I
want to.
didn't see any that I really,
But I would definitely recommend at least doing the through out-of-county travel.
yeah. Yep. That's That one I agree to, but I didn't see any of the other ones that were in there that were pertinent.
So, expenses for participation in virtual trainings and conferences that exceed $500. Maybe the option 2, I guess, right, requires approval.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
You good with that direction, Paul?
You just want to go through out of county?
Yeah, that's cool. Everybody good? All right, move on. 149, access to records. The only thing I thought was, we talked about our powers.
Wait, hang on, wait, sorry. If we're only out of county, I'm not saying this is happening anytime soon, but with that, because we have a national organization, and if somebody on our board were to be nominated or elected to the position to represent Florida in COSPA, for example, our new national organization, would that, does that need to be covered? I mean, obviously we cover it in the same way as if it's over $500, which it would be in that case.
Right.
Is there
I'd double
anything?
check for other policies on travel. I would
Okay.
say there might be something else in policy on travel.
Okay,
There's
thank you.
out-of-county travel.
Just before we,
And then we would obviously follow statutory requirements.
right. Okay.
All right. Good point, Ms. Campbell. We good?
Yep.
Everybody moving on? 148, use of equipment and services.
Is that where we're at?
Is that the next one, or did I?
148.
That's it, 148. All right. What this is this is an old policy, right? That basically was outlining office supplies, computer, internet. What I was like, as I said, why wouldn't we just put any and all needs to conduct businesses within an individual board member's duties? You know what I mean? Like, because when we start limiting, saying that we're only going to get, I mean, they actually say that we're going to get provided internet connection, cell phones, printers, fax machines. We don't even use fax machines
Desks and
anymore.
a
Desks,
chair.
chairs, filing cabinets. It just gets kind of weird. So if you just put any and all needs to conduct business within the individual board member's duties, which is your school board duties, it covers.
Right, because I mean, currently, we have to pay for our own stamps if we mail something to a teacher or a
Right.
school and things like that, where you're like, it doesn't identify it, so.
Right. So is there, I would say that we could keep that or get rid of it, but you could add D, that also any and all needs to conduct business business within the individual board member's duties. You can't go outside your duties,
Right.
and you're going to be inside your duties, but there's an opportunity that if you need to have something within that, these are the only things that you can spend money on. I think it's inappropriate. That's all. You guys are
So
okay.
my question is this coming, this isn't coming out of your board member budget. This is outside of it.
Yep.
And so my concern with that is there was a request in the past about postage for thousands of people, not just like individuals. It's a team from their school, it's gonna go through a courier. I'm not comfortable with that. If it comes out of your own budget, sure, that was really what the conversation was. But if we make this broader, it technically can be requested through the superintendent through this.
And you could put in there that it doesn't exceed $500
Yeah, like there has to be a cap of some sort. Yeah.
Okay, that's
And I
fine.
with approval for all over $500.
Yeah,
With approval.
it
There
just
you go.
makes me uncomfortable.
All right.
Any and all, the all part. I don't want to set up anything that could be, it could be abused.
Right.
Well, I think if you start seeing that board, but any and all needs to conduct business within the individual board member's duties with approval of board for 500 expenses over $500.
Well, what the policy says now is any additional non-budgeted items desired by members must have board approval.
Right. And
I
that's-
wouldn't change that to over $500, because if you're doing a $500 mailer this month, and next week you're gonna do another $500 mailer, a single board member
Well,
could cost the district $6,000.
Yeah.
That we,
And I would say that this is then restricted to asking for every single thing that a board member needs. If they're within their duties and you keep it to $500, and if somebody gets crazy and starts doing that, then we come down on them and say, hey, no.
How would we know?
happening
Well,
if we
look,
leave
you don't
that
think
in?
the superintendent would be like, hey, this guy's spending it, because you've got to go through Tammy and then the superintendent for it. There's not like you're just running around with a Pico. We don't have that. So we would need approval anyway. That's fine.
Would that be one of those things that would go on a smart sheet where it says like, it could be,
Who's spending the most?
Well,
I mean, I don't,
No, because if it was out of our board budget, yeah, like we get that updated.
Yeah.
So that's kind of hard to do in this manner because it's not gonna be in your line item for your board member budget.
Just things can be big. That's all. Are we okay with just putting it in there then, or
do you
guys
not want the $500 on there?
I would rather leave it the way it is. Any additional, if we're gonna change the language to taking out the use of whatever, or adding in there, I'd rather leave the statement, "Any additional non-budgeted items served by members must have board approval."
I think, then I would say this. We currently have a practice that our board budget is ours to spend, but I don't think it's anywhere. So maybe just put that in and just say all items that are within the board's, individual board can use their board budget for spending on any items. Because to be honest with you,
I have a board budget besides travel and registration.
That is it.
no, it's travel, registration, and anything that you don't use, you can use on any specific item that you would like to. So like if you wanted to purchase something for a school within your board budget, you can. We discussed that. Like
I don't know.
if you have your,
For that discussion.
we
I
have
remember
that.
communication. I remember you asking specifically for, if you hadn't used all yours, being able to send out a letter to.
Well, there's that, and there's just a bunch of other things, like you may want to do something nice for somebody. You may want to do like those things. Like some people may not want to be a part of the Florida School Board Association, right? There was people that were like that. So if that's not the case, then those fees you could utilize in a different way. That I feel many of the other school boards across the state do that. They have their board budget. They're able to use it as long as it's within their board duties, and they take care of it.
Some other school boards also use P cards.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not gonna do that. So I,
No, I mean, like, it's something that you could request through Tammy to perform, and it's not the norm, but if it's there, then if you wanted
If
to.
it's within your duties,
Yeah.
we're not talking about going on a cruise with your school board
Well,
budget.
oh no, I'm not. talking about
But
that.
so currently as it is, like I haven't used my money for anything
there.
except one
Yeah,
night
I'm
at a
still there.
hotel, a really cheap hotel, but it still had to be approved.
Right.
So technically,
Why did yours have to be approved though?
Because it was over 500.
Was it
it
over?
wasn't. It was like $120.
But
Why
I
did you
thought
have to
that they-
sign off. It doesn't have to be voted
Right, I'm
on.
sorry. But what I meant is like it has eyes on it. It has to be
Right.
signed
The chair
off.
has
Yeah,
to
so I
sign it.
signed,
You have to
because
sign
I think you made that request quick, like I came off of, I literally left like a vacation to come back for you because you needed that sign, because you were going up to Cocoa, and I thought that was awesome. So what had happened is Ms. Jenkins was going up to the Cocoa football
Yeah, no,
game,
I remember when.
and I came in real quick to do that because I got requested, so.
The vice chair could have signed it too, if you had not, just.
Yeah. So are you guys okay with putting in that individual board members are allowed to, with approval of the board chair, because that person has to spend their allotted money on board duties?
I'm fine with that. I don't see a disadvantage to that. If you don't end up being a part of an organization and you have a substantial amount of money that you want to use to honor teachers or do something, I don't see why you would limit it and say, no, we can't do that.
You can't go out and spend it like partying, but
Right.
it's within your board
I
budget.
just
Well, that's
would
not this though.
go
This
back and
policy.
say, yeah, this is, the superintendent is
different.
authorized to make available these things,
This is
any
equipment and
additional
service.
non-budgeted
Yep.
items that would, our memberships are budgeted.
And what I said was it's not defined anywhere else in the policy, so maybe this is the appropriate place to put it. That
Just
was-
leave the board approval on there and I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, if the board has to approve it, right? I mean,
If
Well, what'll
that's-
happen is that every little thing has to come before the board, and then we argue about it, but that's fine. If we're good, move on. All right, 149, access to records. The only thing I would put in there is at the end, or to aid, the last sentence, or to aid the development and implementation of personal policies, or for such other uses as necessary to enable the board to carry out its legal responsibilities, I would add or individual board member. Because as it stands right now, it says access to records would be only if the board to carry out legal responsibilities, and it might be that the board doesn't need to, and it's just a typo. It gives the individual the opportunity to defend themselves.
members of the board shall be. Sorry, so which line are you wanting to change it?
Just the last piece, just add individual board member after to enable the board or individual board member to carry out its legal responsibility.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just saying that basically you as an individual. Are you okay with that, Jane?
I mean,
Ms. Campbell? No? Ms. Jenkins?
Hold on one
It
second.
gets redundant because it's all part of the same very long
It is.
sentence.
It really is.
It
and
says members of the board.
Right, but then it just says enablement.
Okay.
Good to
yeah.
go? Okay, next up, 149.1, public expression of members. I didn't have an issue with anything in here.
No, I don't have an issue with it.
There's 2 different versions by Neola, just so you know.
Thing keeps nipping me.
Which one do we have? I think we have one,
We have
correct?
one, I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
It's just that,
It basically puts more teeth into restricting an individual board member from.
Looks like you guys actually combined the 2.
Yeah,
I mean, we've all said that already when we went through this, that if a board member's speaking individually, they need to say that they're speaking individually and that their opinions don't reflect the view of the board necessarily, but their own.
Makes
So,
sense.
that's really all that sentence is saying that they added in there, I think, right? I mean, board membership,
Version 2 just seems to be really hyper-focused on members running for office, which I feel like is pretty common sense, but.
Yep.
We
Yeah.
have version 1 currently, so do we want to update it to reflect what version 1 is showing? Or, right? I mean, that's,
For me, it doesn't make a difference. One's more restricted, one's less. Doesn't make a difference.
We have, ours is the same verbatim as version 1, correct?
Yeah.
No.
It
It's
looks
a
like
little
you
bit
pulled
different.
some of version 2 into version 1.
yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Version 1's less restrictive. I'm okay with either one.
Yeah, I mean, I would say update to what version 1 says.
All good for 1? Sounds like Ms. Jenkins was there. Ms. Campbell, you good?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on.
I have to, I
You
didn't.
gotta use the restroom?
No, I have to leave,
In 15?
yeah,
Okay.
and then come back.
149.2, board member participation at district committee meetings. I was good there.
Yeah,
Everybody okay?
I'm good there too.
Yeah, attendance shall be in an observer side. I think it's just a good reminder for us. For example, I know, like, I serve on SIAC. I know Ms. Jenkins has been there before. You talked about coming. It's
Mhm.
okay. It is okay for us to attend those meetings, but we have to just be sitting in the audience. And for example, the superintendent's discipline steering
right.
committee, we can sit in the audience. We
Right.
should not. And even when I know this I came up, I think, even if someone from the table asked us a question, we really should not be participating.
Yeah.
because-
Unless requested to speak at the table in reference to something, yes, you can do. That's
That we should not be carrying, because it's not an advertised meeting that we're gonna be there, so it absolutely shouldn't be any discussion back
Right.
and forth if we're both in
Right.
attendance. That's why if one of you guys attend SAC, like, you shouldn't be talking, because
Right,
it's
right.
not advertised for us to be there.
But if the superintendent asks you to come in and speak about something, you should have the opportunity to. But this, no.
You may have to ask the
One.
other board members to step out,
One person.
right? I mean, just, I don't,
2 of you cannot talk.
Right,
If,
that's
like,
all.
at
As long
SIAC,
as you're not communicating back and forth.
Since she's on
there's
SIAC, no
sunshine
one else
laws.
can talk even by invitation.
Right.
You should not be talking.
okay.
Mr. Gibbs, can you clarify, does it have to be back and forth communication, or if you're in the room,
You can
Both
listen.
expressing
Yeah,
opinion.
You can
you
listen.
but yeah,
Right.
you should not be
You just can't go back
discussing.
and forth, that's the thing.
Okay.
Okay. 151, organizational meetings, I'm okay there. Everybody else is? Good?
I think I wrote something else, or as the Florida statute states that the chair and the secretary sign the proceedings, not the superintendent, but I guess the superintendent acts as the secretary, so that's
Yeah.
why it says that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he gets designated as the secretary.
Okay.
When we do our release corporation.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
we good? All right, the
There's
next
actually a
one.
149.3 from Neola if you want to keep going.
We have that later.
Yeah, it's gonna, it
In
looks
the
like
1000s.
112, but
All right, we're good to move on? Leave it out since we have it in a
We
later
got the
date?
1000s.
Yeah.
The only thing I think we don't have is that social interaction, but
Right,
that's,
yeah.
that's in Sunshine Law. There's a summary of, like, if we're out and invited to an event together, we shouldn't be talking about.
Right, should be
Right.
conversing with each other about anything. Absolutely. We good? All right. Moving on, so we're not adding that, right? Good. All right, 151, organizational meeting, we're good there?
Unless you want Neola's really long.
Revised law, let me take a look at this one. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, which one are we on?
151.
Okay.
They have a bunch of them.
They do, because I didn't, they're
It's-
there.
But it's pretty much what we do already. It just lines it all out.
I'm not seeing something that they have that's new.
If you scroll down, it goes
Yeah.
option 2, and it's like,
It's just a lot of options that the board, I
Oh,
don't
wait,
know
I see
when
it.
you
There it
guys
goes.
last did this, 2012, that may have been added.
yeah.
Once we do that, okay,
It gives the chair the opportunity to appoint people to different boards rather than what we had to go through for that value adjustment board, like they had to have it in front of the board, like there's just some other things.
I think our other stuff is what we have in other policies.
Yeah, we're good. Everybody okay? Move
Yep.
on. 151,
And 5, 2.
we're good there, so we're good with keeping 151 the way it is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next one, 152, officers. One of the things that it said in here that I was concerned about, it says the oath of office shall be administered to new members by an appropriate officer of the court. I don't think that's statutorily right? So you can give the oath of office from a person of their choice, right? Or does it have to be an author of the court?
It better not be,
You
because
can-
I was about to
we couldn't
say,
get sworn.
You can-
my pastor did.
You can have somebody administer it, Tammy, or someone authorized to be a notary, that's what
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying. You
It
have
has
to
to be
have a
legally-
licensed
legally
notary in the
authorized.
room that you're doing it before. It's okay if someone else is reading you the oath to have you recite it. But if Tammy were not in the room, then you aren't sworn in.
So as a notary, you're considered an officer of the court?
You can administer
Okay.
oaths, yes.
So as long as everybody understands that.
Okay.
Yes.
All rules. I was sworn in.
We follow it, but yeah, if for some reason there is not a notary in the room, you are not officially sworn. So
Yeah.
Tammy's always there.
I guess I
as
just
the
didn't realize that a
organization.
notary was an officer of the court.
Yeah,
All right.
notaries are.
Okay.
Good. All right, so that takes care of that. Anybody else on 152? No? All right, moving forward, appointees. 153. This here, it talks about the organizational meeting, the chair may appoint. This is where we go through all of our different areas like what's required. And I don't know if we want to put down in here that any fees associated with the said organizations that we get appointed to are paid through the general funds or appropriate source.
Yeah, I think that should be stated somewhere, right?
Yeah, I would add that to this, because that's what we ran into, right? So, let's see here. There's an
Sorry
update
for
too.
the board.
Well, what do you guys think? We already have the school board provide, right? So if you look at the updated version, it talks about the chairman appoints, school board will provide, right? We already do that. My thing is that if we join some of these organizations, where does that funding come out of? It shouldn't have to come out of the individual's participation fee. So if we do it out of the general fund or appropriate source, or ask Cindy Lisinski to put something in there, I think that that's appropriate.
Find some money, Cindy.
So this is what is referenced in 148. Or sorry, it's not referenced, but to me, wait a second, hold on. Sorry, committees, 155.
So we're on.
So it says it in
153.
155 is what you're saying?
No, sorry. One of the ones we were just talking
I changed
about.
it,
We were having that conversation about changing it.
Unbudgeted.
Yeah,
That was 148.
That was 148.
Yeah.
It's just that when we went to some of these chamber events, some of these other things that we have, our board budget is not what to go for those. But if there are organizations that we feel we need to be a part of or are there, then those fees should come out of the general fund or appropriate source identified by the CFO. She can work with Paul on identifying where that would come from, but I don't think it should be an inhibiting factor because the superintendent goes to all of them. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
Yeah,
Any
I think
other
it needs to
board
clearly
members?
define it. I don't see why we wouldn't say that.
Here we go. Sorry, 147. That's the wrong one. So 147. This is where we were having the discussion about approving all expenses for membership, expenses of the board incurred
Yep.
for your duties. So I feel like that's kind of
Board may authorize all.
We would be
expenses for
approving these
membership
at
of-
the inception point when we do it. Like, we say, hey, you're gonna be a part of this, you're gonna be a part of this. It's just the actual payment of that and where that comes from was part of the discussion that we had the night that we did it. And this gives us an opportunity to go to a source for that and not have to have that conversation.
Okay.
And it's very little amount, but it does.
Right, it's usually like a
affect-
$25 or $30
Yeah, it's
dinner
like,
fee or something like that.
but just being able to have it go through a different source, that way it's done, is taken care of.
It does say that though. I mean, it says it right here in 147. She's right. It says expenses of a board member incurred in the performance of his or her duties will be paid by the district, provided that each such member has a written statement of his or her expenses consistent with the board policy.
so like for League of Cities and stuff. When
Yeah.
we're
But
going
if,
to that,
as
it's
long
not
as it
coming out
comes
of
from
your
the district,
board budget.
because in the past, the practice has been to come out of the board budget for many of these things, which then our Mrs. Escobar is not able to purchase some things that she needed, right? So it was very restrictive. So as long as everybody understands that what we say today is that it comes out of the district, they can figure out where to pay for it. Sound
So
good?
Tammy, when League of Cities gets paid, because that happens the most often, it's more reoccurring than the other ones. Where does that come from?
Well, it's been coming out of the individual board budget.
Individual.
Occasionally, I would use that.
Not the board member like travel budget. You
It
mean
is.
you.
Yes, out of
It
the
comes
board.
out of the dues and fees.
That's
Got
cool.
it.
So
And
that's.
I agree. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So if we just had a dues and fees, just straight,
Yeah.
general line item, that doesn't, because really the FSBA takes up.
All of it.
Well, and the chambers, for example, the GCR has membership in the chambers, but they, like, some of them, they only have
Right.
membership that allows one or two people to go. So if I've just been paying for my lunch, I'm not officially a member, so I pay the non-member lunch, whatever,
But you shouldn't have to.
for Palm Bay Chamber. It's fine, I don't care.
I know, but
you
I'm
know.
just saying, like.
Yeah, but you literally shouldn't have.
Right.
To do that. Right.
So I would
Also-
say, if you guys are.
I think that's a good idea, is to make a line item,
Yeah.
she was suggesting.
But if
that.
it's a line item, then we need to fill it. So if we make a line item, we have to fill it with money every year, and then there's these variances that go on. If we just have this line item go to the general fund and we pay for it, it's less than a couple of grand for all of us. We just don't ever have to worry about exceeding and having conversations about, well, we need to increase the budget. We've had these before where all of a sudden there's like, well, we can't be a part of that organization because we don't have enough inside the budget.
Yeah.
And that's embarrassing because we have whole cities that come in and buy tables and events. And they go in there and they do this stuff. All we're talking about is attending it as an individual. So,
Just taking us back to the policy, is there any reason why that particular thing needs to be in the policy?
I think it needs to be.
Or we just need to have that
Reflected back
discussion
in
when
that
we
other
talk about
one.
budget. I mean, we
Yeah.
need to,
Yeah.
you know, Tammy asked us to have a conversation about budget, so.
Yeah. I just think it needs to be reflected in the other policy that we were discussing.
Under 147, is that what you're thinking? Or under 148? Well, that's use of equipment and services, so it'd be under 147 compensation, but that's not really considered
Yeah,
compensation.
I know.
But
It's-
that's where it talks about
They're like it's,
reimbursement.
they have
for-
to at least communicate with each other well, because we're gonna change it there and then change it somewhere else. Like we
So
gotta
then
make
we
sure they're
can-
both merging.
So in 147, we can add any fees associated with organizations will be paid through general funds or appropriate source. And we just have Ms. Lisinski figure that piece. So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with saying that. I don't disagree at all. It should come out of our,
we good?
Yeah.
Paul, you want me to reread that so you can get it?
I got it.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 154, motions. It's pretty simple. If we want anything more. We good on that one?
Yeah, version 2 is long and complicated, I don't think I need that.
All right. moving on, we're gonna take version 1 on that one. Next one, 155, committees.
It's hard to find them.
And this isn't a Neola policy.
This is-
a us policy. I don't see it in
It's
here.
kind of Neola, but it's not updated. But the one thing that I was, it's just basically saying that committees that are formed are not making actions on behalf of the board.
Right,
Which is kind of where that book committee
right,
is
make
at,
recommendations
right?
to the board and act on advisory capacity.
That's it, there you go.
Yeah, okay, so
Yep.
this one's fine, I don't think that it's.
We're good?
We don't ever use this, but.
We don't ever use the committees?
Well, it's my understanding, this is like, if we wanted to form a committee of board members to, like, you, 2 or 3 go do that, right, Paul? That's what this is talking, this is not talking about us using an outside.
It says when
When
committees of
specific-
school board members.
Well, just so everybody understands, there's no committee that should do anything that we don't approve, right? Like, so it's, you're right though, Ms. Campbell, it is saying charged to do so by the board. So we would be charging the committee to do something.
No, it's a committee of
Of
board members.
Committees of board members shall.
Committees
That's
of
specifically
board
charged to do so by
members.
the
Right, so
board.
if we, because we
Yeah,
can by
If the
law.
board wanted to create a subcommittee of 3 board members or 2 board members
Right.
to
When you
look
have
at
a board of
some.
9 people.
Okay, yeah.
They
We-
could do that.
That's what I'm saying, we can by law do it, but we don't ever use this.
We're good?
Okay.
All right. 156, legal counsel. Paul, you wish to add anything here, since this is your area?
No.
All right.
More money.
What do I have? I have the types on
All right.
it, so I want to just look at this real fast before we move on, because
Okay.
I wrote Florida statute 104. Okay. Yeah, just give me a second to pull it up real fast.
Ms. Tam, is there a way, is there a way that she could call in?
I may just, I have another board meeting I'm supposed to be at, so I'm gonna call them and just see, is it crucial for me to be there, or can I possibly
Okay.
miss this meeting? But that's okay, let me. Huh?
You could have your break in.
Yeah.
Things over and done.
So,
I know, I have to class in too. My 40 ounces.
There's about,
It's 11, can we take a,
there's like, I know, but there's like literally, you can burn through some of these. All right.
don't make
Are
assumptions,
we,
I'm gonna go that fast.
Miss Tammy, we're breaking at noon? Is that what we have on here?
I don't have any identified
Did-
time for
So,
breaks.
Can we take a 5-minute and then come back and pop until
absolutely, I
like
think while she's
12:30?
looking, that's
Yeah.
appropriate.
Okay.
Go ahead, take a 5-minute break. There we go.
This is good.
All right, we're back. 156 legal counsel. Paul, you were good on that one,
Oh,
right?
man.
Anybody else got anything? Did you find
No,
that
I'll
one?
go
No, I'm going to the bathroom, I was distracted, sorry.
You wanna follow up?
It's fine, I'll follow up with Paul.
Okay. 161, sorry, parliamentary authority. Again, we use newly revised Robert's Rules of Order. It's pretty simple. Good. Very good. Next up, 162, quorum. Pretty simple. Defined by statute. Pretty good. All right. 163, presiding officers. Pretty simple, right?
Yep, it's wrong.
Speak up if you guys. All right. 164, notice of meetings.
This was another one that has something about the newspaper.
Which one? Sorry.
164,
Notice of
the
meetings.
second paragraph, notice
Yep.
of special
Shall
meetings
be.
shall be made in newspapers. It would be,
May.
right, good to
Yep.
make that more flexible.
That's exactly what I had on here. Ask. You got it, Paul?
yep.
We good? Paul, out of curiosity, the ones that we do not change, we're just gonna put down there,
I'll just say, yeah.
Updated or whatever it is.
Neola gave me, we have to submit them to Neola, but they said they can add something to the top, like status adopted, where it says all that reviewed on.
Perfect.
And then
You
they'll-
So that will reflect on every page now of
That's
the
what
policies.
they said they can do. that.
Board docs said
Yeah,
that?
we have to submit it to Neola like we do updates.
Okay.
And then they'll re-add it to the website just with the reviewed on. But
Okay.
it'll stay the same.
we're good?
Okay.
All right, so we're all good on 164 for notice for meetings? Just make sure I'm getting there with these things here. And barring any kind of Neola updates on these. All right, 165, meetings. I was good with that, there seems to be a
There's our
revision.
revision. Let's see. It's about the agenda though. 5.1. This is all about the agenda. It's not about the
Yeah,
meetings.
this is all pretty simple, just updated. It's pretty consistent with the state, the Florida state statute. I was looking at that. You guys okay with adopting the new revised law on agendas?
Which,
We would just add another policy, correct? Because I mean, we'll keep our 165 meetings and then
Yep.
add the 165.1, which is Neola's suggestion for the agenda.
we have 165.
We have 165.1.
Oh, sorry.
Order of business.
Didn't get there.
We do.
It's just
Okay.
called something else, yeah.
Yep. So, but as far as 165, we're okay with the meetings, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, 165.1, we have a little bit of an update from Neola. Yeah, and inside of here, it talks about 24 hours meeting consistent with provisions calling additional meetings. You know, the only thing that I would say is making sure that if we had to notice them, that's respectfully put in there.
That they removed the at least 7 days.
Yeah,
For-
before the event.
Yeah, and then
Recommendation.
when
It's in
they,
B,
Hmm?
165.1.
Yeah, it's red line.
If you look at, red line.
it's a lot different than
Yeah,
our order of business.
so it's, why would we take that out though? Because we're saying that we want to publish it on our website 7 days before
This
the.
is for all primary
should
descriptive
fall.
materials, so that's saying that the
Yeah.
things that are attached to, like if we don't have the contracts finished, you know, but the item's on there, and it's
Yeah.
published on the agenda that we're gonna be voting on, whatever, but we may not have the, I'm trying to think of examples, Paul, of other things that have been attached, presentations.
Right, administrative appointments are usually last minute.
And I think there's somewhere in
There's an
it.
exemption to.
Yeah, there's an exemption
The
to
agenda
business.
documents, yeah.
So, the only thing that I was gonna say is, inside of here, it kind of clearly defines some of the, you know what I mean, things that, additional items and descriptive materials for the following cases are exempted from the 7-day rule. One of the things that I thought is that a lot of field trips, a sports team might win and then have to play, like literally.
Right.
So I didn't know if we could add a blanket statement as any other emergency item needed in approval to students such as field trips, something in there like that.
Alright, so I'm just reading policy.
So we're currently, I'm just trying to think of what's happened in the last few years. When someone's had to add something, generally we get an email saying,
Yep.
you know, hey, you know, this was within 7 days, but here's the reason why, here's all the background, ask questions if you need to, but we still do it. Is that, I'm trying to figure out why Neola is recommending removing those. Is that just because it's not required by statute, because it's,
Probably.
okay. I'm fine. I mean, because we do have those. I mean, we're already doing it in practice. And then B, actually there's two places. Oh, you know, actually they list 7 days. They leave the 7 days
Ahead of time, yep, right above it.
above it, but they're
Yep.
taking it
Well,
out.
that's just the agenda.
Right,
The agenda has to be available 7 days.
Okay.
right, it's the along
It's just
with
the-
any
It's the
materials,
materials
that
that go with the agenda, yeah.
they're striking the 7 days
Right.
from, which makes sense, because
Right.
we're not following
Out of
that.
respect for all of you guys, I try hard to not have any changes past that 7 days period, unless it's an emergency. The only concern I had was, we've had a couple instances, most recently, since you guys have been on the board, where athletic teams have needed an emergency request. And so I would say in those regards that we should find a way to add that somewhere inside the policy, to not be restrictive, that's all.
Yeah. That's,
Because they're told, you can't go because we didn't get this to the board. That's literally what happens inside there. These kids are sad because they're like, wait a minute, we've won, right? So,
No, I agree, we need to make
That's
sure we
fine.
can accommodate that and be focused on the students.
I'm fine with this particular revision if we want to take it.
So you're wanting us to go underneath the agenda section, or do you want to do that? Just so I'm clear.
all right.
It's just, on, where the exception that there is, has to do with the materials, the supporting materials.
You're speaking to my request?
Yeah, I'm speaking to yours, 'cause you're thinking
It's
it should-
down, it's down, it says somewhere in here.
The second to last paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay, it
agenda
talks
for
about.
special meetings, That's the special
That's
meetings.
24 hours, okay, for special meeting.
If there's no restriction, then we could probably say that it doesn't exist in that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is.
Okay, well, then that works. The old one is this right here. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
So are we okay with adopting the new Neola update? And Paul, if you feel like it's restrictive, that it doesn't allow last minute field trips, which I don't see any restrictions inside there, if you can add whatever's needed, but if not, then we should be good. All right, everybody else okay? Move on?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Campbell, you seem like you're still working.
Well, there was a situation, okay, later on it says, no later than 7 days, or delivered, so provide time to study of the agenda and all descriptive materials for a called additional meeting of the board shall be delivered at least 24 hours before meeting, consistent with provisions. So is that one still in there? Just want to make sure that's still in there. It's not in the Neola, but it's,
What, the special meeting?
yeah.
What are you concerned about there, Ms. Campbell?
It
I
says
think
you
we-
have the agenda for special meetings
It's
along with
under
meeting
consent.
materials
It's in a different spot.
available, yeah,
Okay.
24 hours before, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Right,
next
I just want to
one.
make sure there's a provision that we should have descriptive materials
Yep.
at least 24 hours ahead of time. We should not walk into a meeting.
Right.
Like we did
And
for the
have
mask mandate, yep.
Actually, like we did at the discipline meeting in December. We should not walk in and have materials that are presented for us when we walk in the door. We need to
That-
have some prep before we walk in the door.
Just so you know, Ms. Campbell, I had provided all that stuff to Dr. Teddy, and it didn't get to you guys, so I couldn't get it to them.
The guest list was prepared that morning.
There was more to it.
So I'm not going to go back and argue, but I want to
understand.
make sure there's provision that we walk in
No,
and
no, I
there's
agree with you
materials, we should
100%.
have them at least 24 hours.
That is definitely
in advance.
okay.
That's in there, so it needs to say.
All right,
And
we
do
okay with everything?
Mm-hmm.
Move on? All right, 165.2, regular meetings, I was okay with. Check Neola. Good.
Should one of our, I've made a note on here about the fact that statutorily we're required to have the one regular meeting per month, but we have two most months.
A special meeting.
And that is referred to as a special meeting. So those are the ones where the 24-hour notice.
No, that's
No.
different.
No?
24-hour notice is emergency.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
need
then
at
we can
least
have
48
additional.
hours.
Like if I
for
say-
special-
48 hours is for
For a special.
special? Okay.
So I can-
So is
We
one of
just
them,
we advertise our entire schedule ahead of time.
And
When do you do that, Tammy? Once a year?
We submit it to the DOE along with all of your oath of office and everything else.
and so when we have the two meetings, are we calling them both regular meetings? I need
Yeah, we're just calling them board
regular,
meetings.
okay. All right.
We good? 165.2, regular meetings, we're good? Everybody okay to move on? 165.3, special meetings? We're good, there's no Neola updates, everybody okay? Wait, 165, ooh, wait a minute.
Yeah, there is any other.
There is one, I just saw it. Oh, it's big.
It's
It's a lot.
a huge update, so. All right, let me just. Gosh, all right, special meetings maybe.
I loved when I was reading about the radio notice.
I know, I saw that too.
I was laughing. Front door of the district's.
That's
main-
out of statute now, so
Yeah.
that's statutory.
Oh, if they don't have a newspaper, they have to
Yeah.
go over the radio.
They do radio broadcast.
Not unless.
Do we not have an emergency meeting policy? This has to do more with notice, which
Right.
being a large county that does have a newspaper, we don't really need all the radio stuff.
Okay. So we're okay with updating it with the new one, minus any of the extra options?
Yeah. why did they put the consent agenda as a heading for A?
I'd have to reach out to Neola and say.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Because it wouldn't be a consent agenda necessarily.
It was defined inside a statute when I was reading through there. I was like, that is kind of weird, the way that consent agenda, and I don't know if some people try to slip things through on the consent, and I don't know. But it was bizarre how it was written in the state statute. Paul, you're okay with that?
Neola has
right?
been known to have typos.
And when you can see that the type is different in all of that, that is concerning.
It's also the consent agenda.
Right, it's not even spelled correctly.
You're okay?
Yeah. There's that.
Okay.
Maybe
Paul,
there's a
you're
different
you're
meaning.
gonna.
It's a whole new one, I don't even know about that.
If you guys are good with ours, then we're fine. If you want to adopt theirs, that's fine too. I don't know why they put consent on there.
Okay.
It seems like it should just be special meetings.
Then can you reference any of the new statutes at the bottom that they do, and that way we're good?
Are you wanting the new Neola or?
Your recommendation as a parliamentarian is to keep the old one. And I just said that if we do, that we should.
That's, yeah, it's up to you. If you want the old one, that's fine. Most of this is all in statute. So
Right.
if you want to keep it simple, I can just add statutory references for meetings.
Yeah, I was
That's
gonna
what I
say,
was
can you
gonna
add those, because they're not on here?
For special and emergency meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah. And should we, if we're
We
going
don't
to
have an
Change
emergency.
the title.
Yeah,
to-
to special and emergency.
Yeah.
Because we don't have it's like an emergency meeting.
We're good? All right, 165.4, recess. I think that's pretty simple. We need to, we're good, right?
Yeah, fine.
All right. 166, executive session. That's pretty simple,
Yeah.
right? Okay. 166.1, work session.
Neola's got quite a bit on 166.
Yeah, we have a sentence.
If you want to consider
I
that.
was trying to get.
Again, wow, this is such a good thing to be doing. This would be under executive session. Exempt meetings, they're not calling it an executive session.
Ooh.
They're calling it an exempt meetings.
So it's basically saying that all exempt meetings, we would have to have a court reporter.
Which we,
Well, they
we
changed
do.
the law for some meetings that do now require.
We have to have.
So every executive session that we would have, we would.
I don't think it's all of them. I'll have to double check the statutory change. I think it's enumerated in particular ones.
Do we have to have a court reporter for bargaining?
I'll double check it.
That's what I was getting at.
It
So what-
doesn't apply to all of them, but I'll double check real quick.
So we need to update this policy, honestly.
Yeah, I would recommend Neola's that.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to.
Are you guys
update
okay
this
with
one.
updating?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
All right. So we're updating 166 to match Neola's.
Well, he's gonna bring it to us, right? Because
Yeah,
find out
yeah, go
what's
on.
required
All
of
of
that.
this is coming back,
Right,
absolutely. 166.1, work session. Any conversation on this one?
All right, session.
Can I
Got
just
some
go back to
more
166 for a second? Just jumping off of something Ms. Wright said. I was gonna say something to her, but now I'm double questioning myself. My gut is telling me they're changing it to exempt meetings because they use interchangeable words all the time, like closed session and stuff. Is that why, Mr. Gibbs, or has that also changed per statute?
They might just be trying to be more generic so they don't have to
Okay.
keep switching between, bargaining, executive session,
Closed,
attorney-client
yeah.
sessions,
Okay.
and all of that.
All right, thanks.
We're good? All right. 166 point work session. Here's point 1. There seems to be updates. If you guys look, they're called workshops now, not workshops. And there's a
Where
bunch
are you
of,
seeing that? I don't even see 1-6.
if you go to 166.
Oh, there, sorry, it's out of order.
I don't know that we have to change, and we actually use work sessions more often, especially now, like
They're
today.
calling them workshops now.
Yes. I just,
So then,
Yeah, it's a way of.
They just moved it around.
Yeah, they just did. So you can still call a special meeting. You just, they can't be, this is just a way.
I don't see anything there that would seem to be something we'd have to, change.
So we're good on not moving forward with the 166.1?
I like ours, I don't see anything
Okay.
that's wrong with ours, I mean.
All right, moving on from 166.1, 167, voting.
Neola doesn't have anything on this.
Right. So are we okay to keep the one that we have currently? It cites the statute that talks about board member powers, stuff like that. This is just kind of
Yeah.
reiteration. We should be okay. Everybody good?
Mhm.
Okay, moving on. 167.1, use of electronic mail. Again, pretty simple,
Yeah, this one's fine.
right? All good?
Yep.
Okay. 166, minutes. Again, it's defined in statute. It's pretty consistent with what's inside of there. We're all good?
Yeah.
Okay. 169.1.
Moving on.
We're right through that. Yeah.
This one's been worked on quite a
Yeah,
bit.
all right. 171, policy review. There is one from Neola, if you guys will take a look at it.
Oh, hang on, they actually have a never mind,
70.
just kidding. They don't.
Walk away.
No, they don't. They don't have a 170. It looks like it does, but they actually
All
don't.
So 171 is just a review of policy, and Neola has an update in
Gosh.
reference to keeping it. And this is, we did need to update this one because ours was a little bit off. So I would feel comfortable with joining the Neola policy that's there, I think.
Periodically is subjective, so I think you,
Layer in,
There's
we have
another one that
ours.
says every 5 years.
Yeah, I was
There's
gonna say,
another
and the
one.
next 1, 2, 3, 4 policies actually say.
Yeah, the very
every
next
5
one
years.
speaks directly to the 5-year policy.
okay.
I don't know why we have to have 5 different policies that say we're gonna review our policies.
Just kind of the point they're trying to make.
Yeah.
But I'm okay if you guys
I think they want
are.
us to review our policies, what do you think?
I think I'm okay as long as you guys are moving forward with the Neola update. Is that okay? Ms. Campbell, you good?
There's a couple of, I would see a few additions, I
I
don't
know.
know.
Yep.
Or they have an extra 2 paragraphs at the end.
Yeah, it cites more statute, there's more, it's more comprehensive in 171.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah, I think we should update it to reflect what's here.
Okay, everybody okay?
Yeah.
Not yet. She says she's not.
Okay.
Oh, you said you are good?
No.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Paul, if you can update 171 to the current Neola updates, all right? 171.1, review of policy, educational resources.
It's the same. I don't think.
Yeah, there's one thing that I want to see what you guys' thoughts were on. Let me see if there's an update. So one of the things that it did not say is it kind of goes through, and then what I wanted to add was performances of all duties set forth by Florida statutes.
Where would you put that?
It's just that when here's what they put. So they put in here, it's the policy of the board to facilitate academic standards, budget priorities, budget mandates, provide safe and secure facilities, and create an organizational framework and environment to achieve the district's vision. The difference there is that if you look at the board's responsibilities, it's a whole lot more than that. So all I said was to add to it, to just say, and all performances of duties set forth by Florida statutes. Just basically saying if there's anything else that we need to review the policy in reference to, that we would do that. Does that make sense to you? Because this does not include the majority of the stuff that we actually are supposed to be reviewing policies for. That's all.
Would that be better suited to go under the review of policy, the first one, 171, versus the educational resources?
It didn't.
What do you think? I
It doesn't.
mean,
All right, are we gonna say it 5 times or are we gonna say it once here?
Yep, that's fine. So if you guys don't want to add it, and we just feel like it is included in 171 because it's statutorily lays out some of them, And dadgummit, if we don't know that we have to
Well,
change them.
this policy doesn't reference the statutes on here, so can we add the statutes that it?
Or one.
I guess it does in the text of it, it's just all the other
They need
ones
to be-
are listed it below.
The
They usually list-
updated one does have it all in it.
Okay.
I think, are you, I'm saying.
She jumped back to 170.
So if we
Sorry.
go to 171 and we update, which you've already said we want to update it because there's some changes in there, that'll probably catch what you're talking
Yep.
about.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving forward, 171.2, review of policy, philosophical goals. We good on this one? This is the 5 years. Again, if you want to statutorily cite the 5-year requirement that we have now for board policies, that'd be good. You good, Paul?
I'm good if you guys are.
Yeah.
I'm good if you are.
Okay. All right. There's a Neola update. Same
On
thing.
which one? 171.3?
171.2.
Okay.
Okay. It's the same thing. So Paul, if you'll take the Neola update, then statutorily reference the 5 years, if that's okay.
They took the 5 years out.
I know
Yeah, they did.
But it's
Where
kind
are
of
you
by law.
looking?
171.2 in the oldest template.
They took the 5 years off, it's like on all of these.
So if you want to
Yeah,
add
yes.
every 5 years and then reference the statute, that'd be good, or just reference the statute.
Yeah, I don't think we should remove the 5-year policy review.
Sure. Paul, if you'll add in there the 5-year requirement to keep up to date, and then maybe reference the statute, that'd be good. We good?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on, 171.3, review of policy, community relations, right? All right, so this one is where SAC committee came into, when you guys read this, there is a statute that refers basically to our SAC committee. I also wanted to see in here, okay, so here's what I was thinking. Under the community relations piece, it talks about updating these and everything else, but I would love to have a student review team that reviews our policies with us. So the ones that pertain to students, that we have a student review through our Student Government Association, where they would make recommendations for us to change policies. We don't have that in place currently. It would fit in here.
I
but
don't think it would fit in this particular policy because this is about how we're going to review our policies. But
With community relations.
right, a review of our community relations policies. This is specifically saying we're going to review our policies that have to do with community relations.
Right. So you don't want to put it here.
No, I mean, if you
Okay.
want to recommend a
Can
new
we-
policy for another time, but I don't think this, I mean, all these are pretty consistent with,
So
we're going
you're
to review
saying
these
not-
policies, we're going to review these policies, we're going to review these
Sure.
policies. I
So
think
this
you're
is-
talking about creating something new.
So I would say the two of them then. So if you don't want to, are you saying that the student review committee would be something you would entertain, but it just doesn't feel like it fits in here?
I would be happy to entertain it on another day if you give us some ideas of what it might
Okay.
look like.
Currently, and then the other piece that I said is that currently there's a SAC committee that's set up in state statute, and it also gives us the right to form a overarching SAC committee of members to advise us what's going on inside of our schools from the parental side. It was pretty incredible. This would be the appropriate place for that. Would you like to add that?
Not in this particular
It's
policy.
community relations.
Right, but again, this is not a community relations policy. This is a policy that says we're going to review our community relations policies. So we
Then
have community
so-
relations policies.
So we'll bring it up when it comes up.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And we have a whole 9,000 section, community relations. I think
Sure.
it's probably
That'd be great to get there.
appropriate to bring it up then.
Sounds good on me.
Okay.
We all good? There's a Neola update on 73. It's pretty close to the same thing. If you guys are okay with just allowing the update to happen through Neola and then move on, we should be good.
Well, the only thing I'm seeing with the Neola update is they're removing the 5-year, and I think we should keep the 5 years. That's my personal preference, but I don't know what everyone else thinks. So what is the will of the
Leave
board
it.
on this one? Keep the 5 years or go with the Neola, which just states periodically?
They didn't say why they took it out, did they?
No, they don't give us reasons why they took it out, unless you, except for on the actual update sheet when it's issued.
Right, and 171, they leave the 5 years in, right? Or no, it says periodically.
It says periodically, I just think that's
the shift.
subjective.
They may have deleted that statute out to say 5 years to periodically. That might be why they changed it. I have to go back and research it.
Well, I'm okay with leaving in the 5 years. Maybe update the Neola template and then just add the 5 years. Is that what we're thinking?
I can do that.
We're good with that?
That's
Which
what
would be leaving it like you have it, right?
Right.
It would be
There's
updating the
nothing-
language and then just leaving in, instead of periodically,
We're
say
gonna
5
keep-
years.
Yep.
Keep the 5 years.
So
Which
that
is more
there's a
restrictive.
specific time frame.
We're okay with that? All right, moving on, 171.4, review of policy ethics. The only thing I saw, let me see if there's a Neola update. Yeah, it's the same thing. So, and take out the 5 years on this one. If we can update the Neola piece to contain the 5 years, but then here's what I was thinking. There's nothing that says in there, D, any and all duties, responsibilities set forth by the Florida statute. So again, this is a narrow,
Neola is actually going annually, not 5 years. Our policy is 5 years, not annually. So Neola.
To review the ethics, yeah, they've actually
One every
increased on
year,
this
you have to
one.
review them. So that's why the 5 years came out of this one.
okay, I'm good with that. You guys okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with annually. I think ethics are something, we have to go through ethics training every single year, so I don't, yeah.
And then, Paul, if you're okay with it, or if the board members are okay, we'll just leave it. That's good. Everybody okay with that?
Are we still 171.4?
Yeah. We're getting so close to the end of the series.
Because I'm just trying to nail it down.
I feel
It's
like
got
we're
two
gonna have a
more.
celebration.
You guys, are we okay with moving with the Neola template? Which,
On 171.4?
yeah,
What is 172?
It's mainly the same, but
just says annually as
yeah,
opposed to 5
they
years.
took the 5 years out and added annually.
Okay.
We're good?
No, I'm still seeing the 5 years on this one, on 171.4 at the bottom.
Why does your 171.4 look so much longer than mine as you're scrolling? I'm seeing you.
This one, there's a PDF that has all the 170s, and then there's a separate,
Oh, I'm like, why do you have pages? I have one.
yeah, because I just opened all the attachments.
Okay.
But there is a 171, come on. My word is not cooperating today. Yeah, so I don't know which one is the new one. This one says Neola 2016 at the bottom. It doesn't have a 5-year thing, but in the one that's a PDF, that has like all the 170s, they do leave it in there.
What's the
I don't
bottom of
know.
that one say?
It's just 5 years, but that's the one that we have.
That was from 2014.
14.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
the older.
So we want to
Okay,
update it to
okay.
annual. Okay, we're good?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, board officers. I think that's pretty simple and straightforward.
Neola has a policy 172, but I think we already hit this with, under our board responsibilities or duties, where we were talking about the visitation of schools. So, Paul, we could probably just take this section and add it into,
Yeah.
because this talks specifically to the Florida statute and gives us,
So it's interesting because even though I don't think we have this, this is incorporated in our school board working guidelines, because for example, that last paragraph, on the visit to a school, right, verbatim. A board member may have suggestions, feedback, recognizing the superintendent directs the work of staff, statute, blah, blah. The board member's feedback should be directed to the superintendent, who will share it with staff as appropriate.
Yep.
That actually comes directly out of our, I mean, it's directly referenced, not doesn't come out of, but directly referenced in our school board working guidelines. So, which we probably got some of that from FSBA.
Hey, guys. So, so 172, do you guys want to put it in, or do you want to add it to the other one? What do you think?
It's up to you guys.
I'm okay with putting it in. Are you okay?
yeah, I mean, it's fine. They've written a whole huge long policy here,
Yep.
so
It
if
allows
we want to do
any
that instead of
legislator.
adding it under,
We just put it into base policy. There you go. All right. Moving forward, board of directors. We all good?
Correct.
173.
your board officers, you mean?
Yep. Board officers.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions.
Some little updates.
I don't even see, I think my Neola stops at that point.
They don't have a,
We good there?
that one.
Neola said they're done.
Yes.
All right, 175.1, board conferences, conventions, and workshops.
Oh, this is probably,
Is that a separate email?
Yeah.
So-
Jeff, you want to send it to me again?
We good on this one?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Everybody good?
yeah.
All right, we're done. So that's good. We went through one of the thickest areas in the entire.
Finished this section, guys. I feel like
That's
this is
good.
an accomplishment.
That's good. That's good. All right. Dr. Schiller, we have 15 minutes.
Oh, good. Well, in these 5 agenda items, we'll allow 3 minutes per.
Hang on.
Yeah, I don't think we need to stop right at noon. or by
You just want to kind of give some wind, keep moving? Okay.
fine.
Somewhere
About
between 12 and
12:30 and 1.
12:30.
All right, well,
It was a good stop.
thank you. The
Great.
next 5 agenda items I've placed on here are very important matters for presentation discussion.
Okay.
Obviously, no decisions to be made. Some of them are updates and some are new, some other matters, and many of these are very critical. As you recall, we provided through Mr. Wilson presentation about the work group of the work we're doing with regard to transportation. We'd like to bring you up to date on 3 other aspects, and I would ask Mr. Wilson to proceed. Sir, as he's setting up, the first one is a draft, and we're greatly at work at this, of the White Fleet replacement schedule.
Is there a way, hey, if you guys want, you guys can pull your chairs over here and just sit down since the presentation's there. If you would like. I just want to make sure you do.
We're climbing a mountain here, folks, as we've labeled it, and we're making a lot of good progress.
So, years ago, I had a presentation to give about the Sony's that we're in, because we rezoned incorrectly. And I went to do it, it was touch screen.
Sir?
It's embarrassing.
Okay.
Sir, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, board chairs. Good morning, I guess.
Whatever
Good morning.
time
Board chair, Susan, board members, Dr. Schiller, Paul. As Dr. Schiller previously mentioned, about 2 work sessions ago, I provided transportation map. Every aspect of transportation, from salaries to white fleet replacement plan to inventory to everything. And I come back to you today just to present some of the updates since that meeting. All right, these are going to be the topics that we discussed today, the white fleet replacement plan. And this is our first draft of that plan. When I entered into this position, one of the things that I kept hearing about was the white fleet replacement plan. We have tons and tons of white fleet. And my initial ask was, do we have a document? Do we have a guide to go by? And I was told yes, I was told no, I was told I don't know. So I said, what we're going to do, we're going to create a document. First draft, the team actually met at 9 this morning. My team met with every department within the organization that has or house white fleets to kind of hash out, because we want this effort to be a collaborative effort. We don't want it just to be the transportation effort. We want it to be a collaborative effort. So we met this morning, had a great meeting. I just got some feedback. We're heading in the right direction as far as that plan is concerned. Then we'll go to outsourcing first BPS for certified bus inspections. Again, as you know, it's been well documented, we have a shortage of mechanics, which makes this situation here very important. And I have some numbers I want to show you with regards to outsourcing as it is if we deal with it in-house. Next, we have, last but not least, we have the salary comparison analysis with other local school districts as well as other businesses within our community. This is just, you should have a hard copy of this in your folder. I'm not going to read it verbatim, but this is just the purpose of the white fleet replacement plan, some of the guidelines that we came up with, the vehicle replacement process, as well as the relinquishment process in the summary. Again, first draft, we are in the process of digging deep into this process. Again, I want every department within this organization to test this plan so they can have a say as we go forward. Next, we have our outsourcing versus BPS for the certified bus inspections. As you know, our buses get certified, have a bus certified inspection each month, every 30 days. We went through the cost analysis of it. If this company, Matthews Bus Alliance, do our bus inspection, we would get the tune for $532 a bus. Sun State International would be $665. And we have it broken down here. The actual bus inspection will be $225. The transportation services, services will be $178. An oil change would be $40. And the fuel filter service would be $89. Now, we have it broken down by the hour. It takes an hour and a half to do a bus inspection. It takes 2 hours to do the transmission service, and so on. As you can see, 45 minutes for an oil change, fuel filter service, an hour. To the tune of $532 if we use this company from an outsourcing because of our shortage. This is the BPS cost. It takes our guys the same time, an hour and a half, but at $25.50 for an hour and a half. Okay? The transmission service, which was $178 for us, would be $34 here. The fuel filter service, which was, if I'm not mistaken, $100 and some odd dollars, is now $17 for the tune of $84.15. Big difference between the two outsourcing, the companies that we would use versus doing it in-house.
Hang on, because I want to reemphasize that, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that, if you can just run those numbers by, because we have some members of the press here, that if we were to privatize or move that direction, what were those numbers so that they can reiterate them? Can you go back one more?
I would be glad to go
So you
back.
have, what was it?
Matthews Bus Alliance.
Yes, sir. Total, just
General
total.
inspection, oil and fuel filter service costs, labor only, $532.
532, and then you said
And
Sun
then
State,
Sun State would be $656.
and then ours was?
$84.15.
Mr. Wilson, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we, is it okay to stop and ask questions
Yes,
about this process?
Please.
Okay, would you agree that our cost is significantly less because of the fact that we're underpaying our labor? I mean, that seems to be the major difference I'm seeing when I look at these cost comparisons, is that you see that the school bus inspection for either one of these, Matthews Bus Alliance or Sun State International, is $150 an hour, and we're paying our guys $17 an hour, I guess, is what?
Mrs. Wright, I'm always in favor of paying our guys their worth.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think what the other piece to that is that's a flat rate that also includes the charges to the company and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
We're
you're
not
you're extremely right.
It's 17. So you're looking, Dr. Schiller, you're looking at 1.5 hours, which
I'm
comes out
sorry,
to the 25.
you're right, you're absolutely right.
So it's
The hours will dictate, of course, the number of hours worked on a vehicle will dictate the actual outcome of the cost.
Right.
But I am always in favor of paying our people what they do,
Yeah.
100%.
And I would think that that's 100% right in that our people get paid a lot less than what those other people get paid, and that's the difference. Yep. So it's
I will
good
show
in
that,
that.
I was going to show that
Sorry,
on the
go
next
ahead, Ms.
slide.
Campbell.
Right, but the other thing, we are obviously severely underpaying our technicians. I'm not saying you're wrong there, but the other thing is this is a private industry, so you're paying for their overhead, you're paying for the owner, for the management, for the supplies, and all of that stuff that we keep on staff. But yes, we are obviously severely.
Yep.
Right.
I have a question though, in
Yes,
terms
ma'am.
of what you're presenting. I'm pretty sure I know the answer here. I just don't want to make an assumption. And so when you're providing these breakdowns, are these just like line items in a sense of routine things that are done to our buses, or are we doing this on an annual basis, biannual basis? Like, how many times are we doing this a year, or this is just cost per need
This is,
and service.
this inspection happens every 30 days.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted.
Per bus.
Yeah. Per
Yes.
bus.
So, I mean, this is a significant
Correct.
steps.
So how many buses do we inspect per month?
Well, due to our lack of.
Just roughly.
Mechanics, roughly probably a month, probably about 10, and we're pushing
Okay.
to the brink, and that's a give or take.
Yep, okay. So monthly costs, you just multiply those by 10, and you'll have it, okay.
Hang on. So, what are we multiplying times 10?
No, it's just that I was
10 is
asking
the
him,
number of-
Of
Per
buses
month.
per month, he's saying that are
you
being
know what I mean?
inspected.
Okay.
You
Oh, I thought
know,
we
he's
said
got 10 per
every bus
month, so we
every-
pay $800, $50,
What's on different
whereas it
sizes?
would have been 6,500. You know what I mean? That's all.
Right, right.
It's extremely high.
The other, for sake of argument, on the BPS side, one of the things, just like we talked about, the private company, they're paying overhead and everything. We're also paying more than just an hourly wage. If we
Right.
have people who work for us, I don't know that $84 is exactly our
That's-
cost because Ms. Cincy, that may be where you're jumping in. We're also paying for their health insurance and their life insurance and whatever, which can't
Right.
necessarily listed out here,
Right.
but I mean, it's close to apples and apples is what we can get, I guess.
And then
I'm
parks.
curious because in the bottom of the BPS page, there's a little note that says if BPS adjusts the hourly rate for BPS technicians to $25, is that reflected somewhere?
It's not,
Huh?
it's not.
It's not, okay, so that
It
was
just made a side note, if we were up to $25.
it would still be significantly less than outsourcing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would say if you really want to know what those techs are making in those other places, just find out what our kids are getting paid right out of high school. And so
And I have
some
a-
of our kids going out of
The
high
next
school.
slide will kind of give you some reference.
Sorry, Mr. Wilson. I
No,
jumped
no
in.
worries, no worries. Any more questions? Okay. This slide will give you some more reference in the salary comparison with other counties as well as some of the local businesses here within the county. Osceola School, their starting salary for bus drivers, they have broken down between bus drivers and mechanics. They have a range from $16.50 to $23.51. You can see Seminole County, $15.43 starting, between $15.43 and $22.83. Volusia County, between $15 and $17.15. BPS, our range is $15, that's it. No, we don't have a range. Brevard County, $15 to $17.47. Now you get into the mechanic, the diesel mechanic aspect. Kelly Ford, 25 to 39. Smith Brothers, 25 to 35. Waste Management, 22 to 27. Audi of Melbourne, 46 to 58. Then we get to the mechanic aspect. Brevard County, 20 to 22. And you can read on down to Brevard County, 1635 to 1784 in comparison to our like or semi-like school districts.
So, Mr. Wilson, what I see there is basically we underpay our people more than anybody else around us and inside of the county of Brevard.
You see exactly what I
And if I can see this correctly, we have to compete with Volusia County to the north, Indian River to the south, Seminole County to the west, Osceola County to the west, and we are getting crushed because they're pulling our people because we have Volusia County at 17, Arby's over there, our former guy from buses is doing 23.51 in Osceola. I mean, our own county, Jerry Visco across the street, loves to pull our people because he goes and offers them $1 more. He brags about it. When I go sit in meetings with him, he brags about it. So I think that this is a significant indicator of where we need to go.
Yeah, it
Dr.
gives
Schiller?
us direction as we come back to you next month for priorities of the board as you go forward with collective bargaining and the budgeting as the board set priorities. But I think this type of analysis here gives to you a
Love it.
pathway for us to pursue with some proposed solutions for your consideration.
Especially with the mechanics, because that's such a higher skilled position.
If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Wright, you correct me if I'm wrong, on one of your visits, I think it was down south, one of the mechanics equated his skill set to a brain surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I remember that correctly?
Yes.
And I was listening, I wanted to hear him. And he was very talking about how they go into the brain, the doctors go into a brain, I go into the brain of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
and I do this procedure, I do that procedure, very similar to a brain surgeon. I kind of stood back and was like, wow, never looked at it that
Yeah.
way, but it's so true.
We can't pay those wages, but.
We can't not pay those wages, correct.
It's a good thing 1 millimeter is not gonna automatically kill somebody.
Okay, so
That's right.
Dr. Schiller, I'm going to be blunt on this and very to the point. Where are we at with putting money in these mechanics and bus drivers' hands like now?
Well, what I wanted to do is, one, provide the context so that we know what we're working with in terms of the ranges, and I think that's an important piece. Second is that in about 2 weeks from now, I think we talked about maybe the 30th, be able to come back for the board to set budget priorities, and also in the context of collective bargaining, to what extent you would give direction to staff with regard to going forward with exchanging proposals in the area of salary.
Have you met with 1010? at
Yes,
this
I'll
point?
report that later today in our executive session.
Executive session, yeah.
Okay. All I can tell you is we are losing more people. I get the text messages, and I don't know how many times I can jump up and down and say, if we don't do something and we don't do it fast, we are going to be in trouble. And we're already there. So, again, I mean, I think at the last board meeting I was clear to, hey, come back and bring us something that we can deliver, something that we can give to
Yes.
these people. And I want to see it, and I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, we're getting there. We also have a fiscal analysis, and there are some things that were somewhat delayed because of the last week of the district was being closed. But we do have another work session, I believe, on the 30th, is it? And that's when we're thinking of bringing it back at that point, and within the context, again, of what options the board had.
It's interesting that Scott's actually paying about the same, except for they have a top end rather than just the $15 an hour. I had a conversation when I spent some time in the bus depots. Some of them were talking about, this person's going to Scout. I'm like, oh, are they paying more? And they said, no, but the two things were they don't have to clean their own buses, or they don't have to fuel them up. But the biggest thing is 8-hour days, year-round, as opposed to what we can offer. So, and our positions are unique. It's not necessarily, that's why a lot of our bus drivers are retired from other positions, because it is only guaranteed a 6-hour day. Not fully. Not everybody's going to want to come do it. If you are the primary support of your family, it's probably not a job for you. But it offers flexibility. It offers not working when your kids are working. So I think we can work on the wage issue. But there are still going to be some people who are going to leave for other jobs because they really are looking for an 8-hour day, 365 or 52 weeks of the year type job, and we can't offer that except for just a handful of our drivers who do the summer jobs, and that's based on seniority preference, correct?
I'm not sure how they base that.
I would be curious to see what the numbers are and how many of our drivers are currently working an 8-hour day now because of the shortage that we have.
Right.
So-
I'm just saying they're not guaranteed that by contract. They're guaranteed a 6-hour day, unless they're the 8-hour ones. So, but if they work for the county, they're not just working during the school year.
Right.
They're working the summer.
12-month
If that's what they're
contract.
looking for. If that's what they're looking for. Some of them are. I think one of the things I would like for us to keep in mind moving forward is that the millage is going to add to everybody's, and it wouldn't be reflected in this, but it will be reflected in future years, the pieces of it. And of course, that'll vary based on the years of experience, but, once we get to that next year where it starts kicking in, nobody will be at 15. Some of them will be right above it, and some of them will be, significantly above that. But it's something just to keep in mind as we move forward. That we have that to, help us.
Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, I think it's obvious that we underpay our staff. I think we underpay them in every single facet of DPS. So I'm not arguing that we need to pay these people more, especially in order to retain our staff. That's the most important thing, never mind just recruiting. But I do think that it is important before being reactive to do things like this, because there are many other priority areas that are bleeding as well. And so we can't give to one and ignore our other bleeding areas. And unfortunately, that is the struggle with having a giant school district with 9,000 employees, which is how we ended up here in the first place. So I think the most important thing is for the community to be aware of it, to understand why it was so important for us to have that millage and pass that millage in order for us to have a little more wiggle room to make some difference. But yeah, we can't continue to function as a school district without staff members in any of our areas, so.
And we have to remember too, that every place that we're going to increase is a place that some other place we're going to have to cut.
Well, my suggestion was the money that has not been used for transportation.
Right, but you're talking about temporary fix.
I am.
You're talking about temporary fix, and we can talk, that also has to be negotiated, but we also have to think of long-term. I mean, a temporary fix, we can do that, but we also need to think about for retention, we have to think about the long-term, and that's what I'm talking about. We go to our budget, it's gonna have to cut from somewhere, or we are looking at, depending on what the legislature passes, a significant bump in discretionary dollars, which we'll have to subtract out what they're gonna make us pay for extra in retirement, we're gonna have to subtract out this and the other. But that's where the superintendent needs our priorities. Of the extra money that we're gonna have that's not designated for this, that, and the other, where do we want it to go? But then it still has to be bargained, and it's just not let's do this. So you know,
I think the
think we need to
long-term-
do the both and.
I do too, I agree, but the long-term solution comes from the bargaining. My task to begin with was, hey, how do we fix it right now? And I get that we have to have a long-term
We have to
solution.
bargain that too.
But again, we have XYZ dollars that were allocated to transportation, and they are sitting there in transportation and have not been used for transportation because we can't staff these roles that we're looking for. Why can we not immediately give that to these people that are doing double
It has
backs?
to be bargained. That
Well,
has to be
and
bargained.
again,
And assuming, we have a session this afternoon, I'm assuming that's some of the conversation we're gonna have.
Mr. Trent?
I'm just going to echo, if we have some money there, we just got to get it going and get it to these fine workers immediately. And I know it's going to be a juggling act by this board on priorities and who we take care of. I mean, it's why we signed up to do this, but it seems like it's been going on, and we know the money's there, so I can't wait till we get to us making those decisions.
Mr. Schiller?
Yes, CFO Lisinski and I have been working through what we have with regard to fund balance. And we'll have something prepared for you right shortly with regard to our status and what is anticipated for full fund balance at the end of this fiscal year. And you'll need that information in the context of all that we are talking about here. We'll have that for you right soon. Perhaps a memo in the next several days to you.
I have a question, and I don't know if Ms. Lisinski can answer this. The 4 school districts that are listed here, do they have millages increased in their counties?
Well, website.
Oh, okay, that's fine, it's okay, I'm sorry to ambush you with that. And again, not discrediting that we're not paying these people enough, that's not why I'm saying that, but just because this information is being presented, I just want people to understand it in its fullest context. Because if they do, I mean, that's something to also pay attention to. We raised our staff to $15 an hour, and they're only slightly above us with their millages. So hopefully with our millage, it'll surpass what they're doing already. Again, not that it's enough, but
And not every
just putting that
county
into
uses the
context.
millages in that same way.
Exactly,
Because they
so-
could have used it for other things, like arts, athletics.
Right. I just think it's important to just say out loud and think about as we're looking at this. I think other thing to discuss as a whole, again, not saying that we're paying them enough, but there was a significant effort over the past year in terms of recruitment to really message the fact that we have FRS and insurance and benefits and stuff. Just the hourly wasn't only the thing being presented. I think we can continue to do that and improve on that. I think the other thing to consider in all of the areas that we have significant vacancies, it's not only just about money, though it is very important to every single one of our employees. There's so many other things that we can do to make their work environment more flexible, more palatable, more enjoyable, and those are conversations we need to have alongside of the money as well. Because there's been a lot of conversations that we would have in our room when it came to pre-bargaining, things that you would make people's lives a little bit better that weren't always accepted by the board or staff. And so those are things we should have simultaneously with the money. Because if you make somebody's day a little bit better, or make them feel like they have a little more flexibility and they're more of a professional, that definitely is a consideration for somebody as well.
All right, thank you. I haven't been able to do it yet.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. So first thing is that this is the first people that they see are our bus drivers. When we don't have, I understand some people were saying about other areas, bleeding areas, all of that other stuff, but if we can't get the kids to school on time, then we are not doing our services from the beginning. The next thing is that I wanted to talk to you guys about, understand, right there in the bottom, it says $17.47 per hour that a BPS driver gets to go to SCAT. There is no doubt that they increase by $2 if they go there to begin with. And if we move up to $17.47, Jerry Visco is going to move it up to $18, just so you know. He is going to compete with us at the lower level. So getting halfway there or getting even close to it is not going to be sufficient in the competition. I will say that there's other things that we need to look at. Many of the other people that are sitting up there don't have to deal with kids as a liability, don't have to deal with cleaning up every day. And the 8 hours derives back not from the amount of money that they get, but because they can't apply for school, for loans, for homes, for other things, because they don't have a 40-hour work week. There are other things that are out there that we can do as individuals that can support them. I've sat here for many years looking at this, saying, hey, we need to look at this, we need to make this happen, we need to do these things, and I'm right with you. I mean, we're at that point. We're watching bus drivers leaving almost every single meeting, we watch it, and then I get text the same thing. When I was a teacher, our bus drivers were respected, they had paid an hourly wage that was respectful compared to the county, and we have lost focus on that as we moved up. I agree with Ms. Wright in the fact that we need to turn around and find what we have currently in the fund balance. And what I would say is, Ms. Lisinski, when you bring that number back, don't only bring back the ones for the drivers and for the mechanics, but bring back the transportation fund balance altogether. Because I think that we as board members need to say thank you to the individuals that were doing all those bus runs. There are individuals that are sitting there every day that go in and they say, hey, I don't have time to do an extra bus run. And then there are people that do 3 of them. There are people that have stepped up in our transportation and done 10 times what others have done. And we need to honor them. And I think we're at a place inside of our school district where we need to just say enough's enough and get it done. We've sat here, we've established that we're going to support them through the discipline policy, and we're starting to hear that that's starting to work. We now have to get to a place where they are respectful, not only in their wages, but in what they've worked in the past. An incentive-based policy like that is one that I support, and I would say you have 3 board members to bring that forward back.
I don't think anybody said no.
I don't know why you think there's 3 board members.
Yeah, I'm at.
Well, there seems to be.
I don't think we're slowing it down.
No, just hang on a second, just hang on a second. I apologize. So you have 5 board members that are in support of bringing back something before the end of the year for our bus drivers and mechanics. That is what I was indicating that I saw that there was 3. I apologize that there are 5. I will tell you guys, this is something that our bus drivers need, and we need to be able to do it not only for the bus drivers and the mechanics, but our children also. So with that, I'll let you speak, Ms. Campbell. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sometimes you just need a good pound the table moment.
No,
Just
listen,
sit and you take it.
it's not just about the moment. It's been happening for a long time.
No, I hear you, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I was gonna just, Ms. Jenkins made me think of something when she was talking about improving work environment. Just creative thinking. What would it look like for us to have, and they have to be at every bus depot, but to add someone who cleans the buses? Or is that adding, because when someone does extra runs, they're getting extra hours, so they're getting paid more because they're hourly, instead of working the 6 hours, they're working 7, 8, 9, 10 even sometimes. So they are being compensated for that. I'm not saying they shouldn't be compensated additional, because that's not what they signed up for. But what would it look like? I'm just thinking outside the box. I'm not giving you direction to have people who, when they get back, someone else is cleaning the bus out instead of them. I don't know.
What it would look like to me is we're adding 3 or 4 more positions to each bus depot. That's what it would look like to me.
That would be hard to
It
fill.
would be hard to fill. And if we being honest, those funds for those 12 individuals could be funds towards paying our bus drivers.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to see it happen. That's where my frustration comes is that we've been talking about it now for months, and I'm like, we've got to get something done with this. I love that there's, this analysis that's here. That's wonderful. I think we all knew it before you brought this back, that they are underpaid, they're overworked, and this district needs to show that we appreciate all that they've done for us. So thank you for doing the deep dive there. I just want to get it across the finish line. So Dr. Schiller, that is something that I'm very adamant, and I'm sure you're going to hear from a lot of bus drivers that they're very adamant as well on getting this across the finish line, so something is done sooner than later.
We all want to do that. I think what has to be put in context is the fact that, as said before, whatever solution the board chooses is the board's decision. Is that I'm trying to look at the whole context of the board establishing priorities, because there are many.
Yep.
And this afternoon we're going to be talking about the fiscal impact that HB1 is going to have on this district that is going to be dramatic. And I think all I would suggest is that, given the fact that we've not gotten anything official yet for revenues in the state, and with the landscape changing rapidly with the implications of HB1, that we have to be very holistic with how we approach the opening of collective bargaining, how we approach the development of the budget, and that the board, like we said in the policies here, you need to, and we have that setting up very shortly, the setting of the priorities for all the competing interests. No one's denying that we are not competitive in the marketplace, particularly at the higher end. And we need to do something, not just for the drivers, but collectively throughout the district. The millage will assist with that. But it's coming at a time when, gosh, I will tell you, your free balance is shrinking dramatically over the last several years. And we have a minimum standard by the state that's established. And that's one of the things I want you to, to look at the whole big picture, so that whatever direction the board chooses and action the board takes is in that whole context. There's no one denying our teachers, our principals, our central office, our bus drivers, the ladies who work right across the way here, all the way through, that we are in a highly competitive supply and demand crisis. And we need to do something about it to the extent we have capability. And that's all we're saying. My urgency is as much as yours. I don't want to leave this hanging on the table for when I depart.
And I want to take a second, Mr. Wilson, and say thank you for all your work. My energy in that last conversation was not directed at you in any negative way. And I think everybody here at the board feels that same way. You've been in the throes of one of the most difficult times in transportation and been leading it great for us. And I really appreciate everything that you've been doing. Those people you have their back, and I know that, and that means a lot to me. I would say one of the things we have to remember is this. As we start talking about having to fund other people and doing all those things, there is some serious priorities inside of our district, and getting our kids to school on time is one of them. The other thing I was going to ask is this. We have a couple of students, 5, 10, that went off to competitions, and they literally won the entire state, right? They are in our schools, and they've been screaming, we need help on diesel mechanics. What would the chances be that we can take some of these automotive programs, OJT the kids, where they could go to work on our buses and assist those mechanics in some of these things? Because all you're talking about is changing oils and stuff like that. That's an opportunity that we can get. We can actually pay them to be there, and we can pay them at a rate that they may be acceptable to be working there. I think that's a good opportunity.
I think it's a great opportunity. I'm sure there's some way to do it. I'm just not sure how. I can work with Dr. Sullivan and Ms. Rutledge.
I think that we already have some of our students.
We do, but they come on in the summer. They come on in the summer.
I think it's very limited.
Okay.
I think it's very limited.
Like literally you can take, for the performances that we were just speaking of, that seem to be some of the work, we can turn around and those kids, I mean, my 12-year, my son can change oil in the car, right? So we can do these things and we can have them do. I would say part of our response could be that we could activate our students on on-the-job training to start supporting some of those things, like not cleaning out the buses, not driving the buses, but we may be able to do something like help them out with the changing of the oils and stuff like that, and that gives them the experience so that they can go win those competitions more often. Something to think
I
about.
have to figure out and see, work with, collaborate with
Yes,
this
sir.
department to see whether or not, what avenue we have to go down. And make that
I'm sorry, you were in the middle of your presentation. Does anybody else have
No,
anything
we're
up till
good.
now?
That's just
Yeah,
the
I have a
question.
question.
Q&A.
That's slide number 3. We got 20 more.
Good. No, that was it. That was it.
That's
That was it. That was it.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When did $15 an hour happen, and what were they making before that?
$15 an hour happened, and I want to, and this is this-
Approximately.
correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was in August, or,
It was
I think-
last year.
August of
I think
2021.
it was August of 2021. And then before that, if I'm not mistaken, it was $13.75 or $14.20 something, somewhere around that, somewhere in that ballpark, right, Ms. Green?
I'm looking at the
Okay.
contract as you speak.
Okay, all right. So somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay,
But
so
we're gonna get a definite response.
the reason I'm asking this question is because we all agree we are not paying our staff enough, all of us. And I think that's important to remember because some of us have been here a really long time. This has been a priority. We've been talking about this over and over again. It's not a simple solution. Step 1 is this. This is super important for the board to be aware of, but it's super important for the community to be aware of. Because I'm gonna tell it like it is. We only have so many dollars. And if the community doesn't start to, and it's our responsibility, to educate the community about the restrictive funds that we have coming from the state, they're not gonna understand why we can't fix some of these problems. And these problems affect their kids and the daily lives of our workers. So I appreciate you for taking the time to put this into something that is digestible to our community. I think it is critical for BPS to communicate this outside of just this meeting. I think we need to be deliberate and intentional, not only to solve the problem, but to educate our community why this problem exists in the first place. Sure, we can do whatever we want here and talk about it and say we want to make things better, but we only have limited resources. Our community needs to start prioritizing their public education and ensure that the elected officials around them are doing it too, or we're never going to be able to make a difference like this in all of our areas.
When we were tasked, Dr. Sewell tasked us with this project, we took it extremely serious. And we wanted to make it friendly to the non-educational folks' eyes. So when they see it, it's easy. Like this is an easy read. And that was the goal, to make it easy, make it simple, but show that we're in a crisis. We're in a crisis. And hopefully this mini presentation depicted the crisis that we're in. And but the team has been working extremely hard, and we're going to continue to work hard until we get some results. I can promise you that.
And I appreciate that so much. I think it is really palatable and easy to be digested, and so I think we need to use it. Like, don't just use it in this room. Let's use it and get it out there. The only thing I'll ask, and it's not an emergency by any means, and it may be, and if it's too much work, it's not a priority. I think your outsourcing graphic as well versus in-house is really important as well. But I think if we can somehow, and I don't know if we can because there's a lot of variables here. All right.
The next topic is ALC assessment overview, led by Dr. Schiller.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last couple of months, staff, particularly Dr. Cody and Webley and others, and also I want to point out that Mr. Trent has been very much involved with this, and I greatly appreciate his time that we spent together on this matter and visiting the classrooms and seeing it all. But the bottom line comes down to is that what I'd like to today is present for you as much information as we have and to talk about some of the issues that we find, as well as a go-forward plan to bring back to you for your decision-making for 23-24. I'm passing around here some data that you might want to have. We've just updated it this week or today because of the fact that, rightly so, have been out. But let me start by going over for you about the Gardendale Separate Day Program. That's part of our entire alternative learning centers. In the day school, as you know, we have students who are probably they are the most needy and most in need of services of any of our students. Now, I'm probably preaching to the choir here that you all know this, but I thought, given the fact that we may have some people visiting, that they need to understand the context. All right, sir? And that all of our students in this program have individual educational plans. And the separate day school is a label that's necessary to comply with the statutory requirement for housing the ESE students in a separate facility apart from the general education students. As you know from IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the whole notion of trying to mainstream children and provide services is where it can be done correctly within the IEP. However, there are some students with very special needs whose IEPs then demand that they be in a separate facility apart from general education students. And there are several primary exceptionalities. They're labeled as EBD, ASD, OHI, and IND. I'm not very good with the jargon, but if you would like to know those specifically, we have Mr. Justin here with us. We have a 90 student population there as of last week. 90 students, and there are 20 students who are in the age range of 5 to 12. 13 to 18 age range are 56 students, and 19 to 22 are 14 students. And that's remarkable when you think of that wide range. Of course, Florida, some states have it to age 24, 26. Florida's age maximum is to age 22. They remain part of us until their 21st birthday, rightly so, because we have responsibility for these children or young people. Here are some of the issues that we've all identified that we need to address and come forward with some solutions. We have multiple age groups in classrooms, common areas, ranging from the 5 to the 22. We saw that. We have also staffing concerns that range from certification for the staff, the professional development, the training, and our ongoing vacancies and retention.
Did you say we have students that are in the same classroom from ages 5 to 22?
No, not in the same classroom.
Sorry, I was just wanted to, I'm like, wait a minute, are we in the same classroom or same building?
The
or-
common areas,
Okay.
okay? So we have also have technology and equipment, assistive technology needs, such as technology devices, desks, smart boards, and we are looking and scouring the budgets for funding sources. There's a need for a more differentiated curriculum to meet their needs because they range greatly. The exterior facility needs attention. In terms of painting, landscaping, playground equipment, and so on. And Ms. Hahn is directly involved with that. So we put together, I guess you call it the Tiger Team, she called it, of trying to problem solve this entire matter, which is complex. There are busing issues, very, very important. The number of these young people need to have special assistance in the buses, need to be restrained for their own safety. And some of them are traveling over 1.2 hours each way. And I would also point out that we need to explore a way in which we could localize the instruction and the care for these students so that they are closer to home, getting the care they need, getting the assistive devices, and also to cut down on, we've met teachers while we were there who are also serving as bus aides. Okay, long, hard day for these very caring people. I'm not attempting to criticize or whatever. The staff were put into a very difficult situation when the private provider turned it over to us. And everyone has done the very best job they can have. What we're looking is how to go forward to do a better job and service those kids. Now, also located at the Gardendale location of the former school called Gardendale, I guess it is that at one point there were 3 ALCs in Titusville, Central in Rockledge, and South in Melbourne. The North and Central 2 were combined. And Now we officially call it the North Central. This is where, as we know, students are assigned in lieu of expulsion. Some of the students have IEPs, but their assignment is primarily due to their disciplinary action that warrants them to be then placed into this assignment. Typically, the program does receive students from grades 5 to 12, and occasionally a fourth grader has been assigned. However, there is an 8-year-old first grade student placed with 5th and 6th grade students. There is one teacher in one classroom for all these students. The program is being delivered on a hybrid model. All students with IEPs attend 5 days a week. Middle school students attend but 2 days a week. High school students attend 2 days a week. In the attendance option, the third day option, if students are not current with their academic work, or students can request to attend all 5 days. So what I'm saying is that if you look at the membership that we passed around, you can see where we are growing in the north area and the south area. I should point out that near Johnson Middle School, I pass visiting schools, there is a Southern ALC for disciplinary purposes. The team has been working very hard. Sue and I have been talking, and she's been doing the research, and one of these days we'll be taking a road trip to see what we can locate as a facility that could meet our needs for both ALC and the separate school. And also scouring through the IEPs to make sure that these students cannot be accommodated in any way in their home school. Second of all, we're taking a hard look at, and with lots of staff, what is the best possible program that we can deliver for all these students? What more can we be doing? What more training we can provide to the teachers? And how, there are some incentives, but how we can sustain permanency of these very dedicated people. I mean, I came away with some tears in my eyes, I'll be frank with you. The dedication that these staff members are giving to those students in both of those environments is just astounding. You can see it, you've all been there, you've seen it. And we need to support them as best as we can. High priority need. Students with special needs are as important as a student who is playing basketball, or a student who's going off to a top-rated college with early admission. They're all of our students for which we are responsible. So with that in mind, let me just ask what I may have left out. I have here our interim deputy, Dr. Cody, and wonderful Mr. Armstrong. Hey, Justin. And Sue is back over here as well. Is there anything that you would like to add to this conversation of information to the board that I left out or could augment anything before we turn to questions or answers? Let's start with Justin. Is there something that I misstated or you would like to augment?
Excuse me. So for Gardendale, except for day school, I just want to reiterate that this is considered the most restrictive environment. So a parent cannot just enroll their child at Gardendale. It's a tiered kind of response where they would go from self-contained and move up to this most restricted environment. So it's something that's not just an open enrollment to parents.
Dr. Cody, anything you'd like to add?
Well, first, thank you, Dr. Schiller, for the overview. And as Dr. Schiller said, this is the result of what we've learned, and you all probably experienced the August quick closing of the prior facility. So we can't emphasize enough that the folks there are doing everything they can, but it needs to be addressed. And there are multiple strategies that can be used to serve these children correctly in a safe environment, and that's what we wanted to make sure we brought to you.
Ms. Hahn, anything you'd like to add with regard to what I outlined about the facilities? We're getting ready for our road trip to look at some places. Very good. I don't have a solution for you today. but I have some ideas that I would like to flesh out before I would bring them back to you. One of the things that I just happened to serendipitously notice when I was touring one of our middle schools a week ago, 10 days ago, was that there is a wing that is virtually empty in a school, which has doorway secure that will open up to the cafeteria. We'll also have an egress that goes out to where buses and can be are lining up to pick up students. And that's in largely a southern area, which is a couple blocks away from the southern ALC. So what I'm looking at, as we'll look at other opportunities too, where can we maximize our space so that we could cut down on transportation time, improve the environment, and also how we might be able to deliver services even better. This one particular school with this empty wing of beautiful, wonderful classrooms does have 2 classrooms of special needs students. So I would like to, that's one such example, may not come to reality. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to the southern ALC inside because last week schools were closed. And so I couldn't actually go into, it's a fairly smallish building, but it is, I want to see how we're using that particular facility as well. Mr. Trent spent hours with me and staff and looking into every classroom and whatever, and much like what you've done with transportation, Ms. Wright, Mr. Trent has kind of been volunteered himself to be part of this. One day he and I were visiting in the office, and I said, hey, I've got to run. You want to come along? And I don't think he anticipated it was going to be a 3-hour jaunt and a lot of talking. Mr. Trent, thank you for the work. Is there anything you'd like to augment that I've left out?
No, I believe you covered it. Obviously, we're all going to be part of the potential solutions. I do a little bit of an insight. I've been working there. Not so much on the day school, but on the ALC part of it, when we get through some of those, about the hybrid, being in school, out of school. It isn't a quick fix there either. It isn't.
Yeah. But I promise you, I will get something back to you. It may be partial. Something must be done for the 23-24 school year. And in the next month or so, we'll be bringing back to you right quick how we might be able to go forward and more for you, or some options for you all to consider as for your priorities and for your. Mr. Susan, that kind of closes out. I was going to mention something about, but I think you have some questions or comments.
I'll go, but I think everybody else has an opportunity before me. Ms. Campbell, Ms. Jenkins, do you guys have anything you want to say?
Yeah. This has been a concern and a passion of mine since I ran for this office. This is not a simple solution because Gardendale is just a symptom of the problems that we have in the ESC world. This is not necessarily BPS's fault by any means. This is the severe lack of funding and prioritization of ESC students from the state level, as well as laws that many years ago pushed a message of inclusion without considering some of the negative consequences of it that impact our most restrictive environments, that impact our students with their most significant needs not being met. I have major concerns, and addressing Gardendale alone isn't the solution to the problem. Number one, the way we do ESC in our schools, when we look at an elementary level, we've got VE classrooms in some of our schools that are grouping together different grade levels, many different needs of students. A child goes to one school, may have a better chance with an ESC staff there and a staffing specialist there to get identified and tested quicker than a student that goes to another school. That's not okay. We have not been honest in public about the disproportionate rate that our minority students are getting identified as ESC versus their same age white peers, which is just a whole nother trickle down effect. The rate in which Minority populations of ESC students are then being moved very quickly through the most restrictive environment process. It should be least restrictive, but I'm going to call it most restrictive because that's what happens to them. Our Black and brown students very quickly get transitioned from Gen Ed class, VE class, all the way through. If you go into our EBD units, or VEB units now, they're called. Number one, they're traditionally placed inside of low-income schools. We don't house them in other areas, we don't move them around, so the schools that they are tagged to, those school grades go down consistently, continuing to give those low-income area schools lower grades, negative perceptions from people outside of the community. If you walk inside of those classrooms, you are going to see a majority of Black and brown students. You're also going to see Black and brown students who probably, if they were given the same care and attention, may have been labeled ASD, not EBD. And those kids are not having their needs met. And very quickly, those kids then turn into our kids who are now at our ALCs for behaviors because their needs weren't being met and they're displaying normal behaviors as a result to their disability. These are huge problems that lead us to our ALCs having issues, and then that lead us to Gardendale that we can't ignore while talking about the Gardendale issue. It makes me sick to my stomach when I walk into those classrooms. I served in those classrooms, but it makes me sick to my stomach when I walk in there. Gardendale is more than an issue. It is a dumpster fire. And the fact that we haven't had parents file lawsuits against us yet is really, really surprising to me. It is disturbing, and it has nothing to do with the staff. The staff is incredible, but they are drowning. It is literally impossible for them to deliver the services and needs of those students. It is literally impossible. The environment aesthetically is embarrassing, that we're putting our most vulnerable, our most needy students in this environment. We should be ashamed of ourselves. It's like we put them in trash. It's shameful. And I feel so terrible for that staff there because they're taking that blame on themselves. They literally think that they're not doing a good job because they can't do their job. And it's not their fault. We haven't given them the environment, the tools, the time, or the resources to do their job effectively. I'm with you on looking at whether or not these students can even just be, serviced within their schools. Maybe we can do things differently. As somebody who worked in the ESC world, when you're writing an IEP, you have to write that IEP based on what that child needs. You don't write that IEP because you know that the classroom that kid might go to is out of control, so you don't want to send them to that classroom. Well, then fix that classroom, because that classroom should be able to service that child. Because if that child takes their IEP outside of Brevard and moves to another county, that legal document better reflect what that child needs. Otherwise, they're not going to have their needs met in that county or out of the state. Too often, that's the step one problem. Step one, I've got a kid in my Gen Ed setting who's struggling. He's getting pull-out resources, still struggling. But I don't want to send him to that VE classroom because we've got 20 kids inside of there of 4 different grade levels with all different varying needs. That's the problem. That's problem number one. We need to fix that. And it's not cheap. And we have staffing issues. And we have facility issues. But we can't ignore it. That's step number one. Quite frankly, we are being flagged by the state for our number of ESC students. Again, I think we need to take a look at what type of students are being necessarily labeled in their schools. I think that number would come down if we started educating a little bit more on bias, especially when it comes to the primary grades. We have many students who are from our minority populations or low-income populations that aren't going to daycare or VPK, and they're coming into kindergartens with significant behaviors or way behind when it comes to academics, and they're not getting their needs met, and they're being eventually a year or two behind, and then they're getting put into these IEP and 504 labels. But we're sending them on a cycle.
That's right.
And it's not beneficial. We are a red flag for the state for ESC services, and one of the services we're a red flag for is ASD. We have significant populations of students that are ASD. Not only educational label of ASD, but also medical label of ASD. I don't know why we aren't leading the state for more unique and expansive resources for those students. We have some, don't get me wrong, and the people who are in charge of those departments are amazing human beings, absolutely amazing human beings, but why are we not leading the state for servicing those students differently than our other students? Not that the other disabilities don't deserve a priority or a distinction, but for us, that is a major number for us. And again, if you look deep down into the data, those are the students who are often getting sent on suspension, for referrals, for ALC placement. And if we look at our kiddos that are sitting in Gardendale, many of them are going to have that label as well. I think that's really important for us. With all of our ESC students, or not all of them, but primarily most of them, they are afforded some kind of additional service of therapy, OT, PT, speech. We don't necessarily offer behavior services, again, which is why I think it's important for us to consider and start having conversations about how we meet the needs of our ASD students differently. Because our behavior analysts and our behavior techs, we don't have enough of them. We don't pay them well enough, that's why we don't have enough of them, but we don't have enough of them to actually meet those behavior needs of those students. They're really going in there and helping the teacher kind of understand where the behavior is coming from and try to manage it as a classroom. It's really difficult to offer those services to those students. Back when I'm sitting in IEP meetings, I'm gonna go back to this again. We are so restrictive of what we do for our ESC students that our IEPs often aren't necessarily reflecting the needs of our students. And I'm going to give a very explicit example. As someone who worked in ESC for 6 years, I heard time and time again that we could not write that a student needed one-on-one for something. You legally can't say that. If a student needs one-on-one for something, we should be able to put that in the document, but the reason why we weren't supposed to put it in the document is because we physically couldn't afford to provide that for some of our students. But it's not okay. It's not okay, again, because it's a legal document, and if Johnny moves from Brevard and goes somewhere else, it is our responsibility that that document tells the truth about what Johnny actually needs. This is a huge conversation. Again, I want us to talk about Gardendale and fix that magically by August. But I don't want us to do that without talking about our ESC services as a whole. And it's too big of a thing to chew. So I think the thing to start with, at a minimum, is looking at our ESC pre-K programs that we have. We are really unique in the state when we offer services to pre-K kiddos, and that's great, and we should celebrate that, but we should also really look into how we're doing it and improve it. Give it more resources, give it more people, as well as in our kindergarten classrooms. Talk about having IAs in some of our kindergarten classrooms so that we don't over-identify students, or so that they get the services that they need in the beginning. So I think that's a priority conversation, pre-K and kindergarten. Maybe start having a conversation about how we can service some of our students with ASD, and not every student with ASD is the same or has the same needs by any means. Every single one of them is unique. But because we have such a high number, let's talk about how we can meet their needs better and their families' needs better, and then talk about Gardendale as well. Because just fixing this problem is not going to fix the problem overall. The one thing that is really disturbing about Gardendale for me too is our IND students. It's disturbing to me. And if you guys haven't gotten there, please go. And again, this is not a reflection of our staff. They are wonderful. And quite frankly, they need us to go there and praise them and thank them, because they are literally taking this home with them every single day and blaming themselves for it. And they have nothing to do with it. They're our superheroes who stepped in to do a job that we basically set them up to fail at. So we need to go there and praise them as well.
Absolutely.
So sorry to go on my rant, but I don't want us to band-aid something that clearly these are things that start when these kiddos come in the door, when they're 3 and 4 years old sometimes here at Brevard, because we're unique. I think there's only 7 counties that offer those services
I'll come back to you.
in the entire state.
I would say I agree with you in many ways, in that many of the behavioral problems that we see stem from, previous incidences and stuff like that. One of the things, we're supposed to have an executive session at, was it 3 o'clock?
I think
We might want to make sure that when we have conversations that we you know what I mean, from here on out, just make sure that we keep them to a shortened conversation. But Ms. Jenkins, I see your passion in this. Would this be something that you would want to take on as a board member, like, you know what I mean, a champion in the ESE circle?
I mean, I already have. So I've been going everywhere. And quite frankly, those staff members are crying out for attention and help because it's such a critical need.
Okay. Dr. Schiller had something to say.
Yes, I do not disagree with what Ms. Jenkins has said with one word. I've tried to be a little bit more modest with what I was trying to say. But I will say this. One, this particular emergent issue must be addressed.
Yep.
My assessment is, and having worked and taken over school districts that had federal consent decrees and every range of state classification, and having been at the state level doing that, the ESE program here, the early identification, the over-identification, the extensive time that students are within that classification, how few are ever processed out, as well as the range of services, and as importantly, what used to be called a response to intervention, an RTI program, which I think we now call MTSS. Yeah, that the whole thrust is to see what we can do at the earliest point of intervention in order to preclude moving toward each of these progressive steps. As you will see with the data presentation that's scheduled for the 28th, that there are disproportionate numbers of types of students with different backgrounds who are being identified and also who are not succeeding in school. We need, BPS needs, and we've already started to initiate that under Dr. Webley's and her very fine staff's efforts to take a whole total review and not to pull any punches, but to identify from day one what needs to be examined, what can be improved, what processes we need to put into place, what kind of programs can best meet the students' needs. Again, not a reflection on very hardworking or dedicated people, but the reality is the program that is operating at this point from beginning to the end, that might be part of student services and special ed, needs to be finally identified, examined, and ask ourselves, or tell ourselves, we can do better, and we must do better.
Okay.
And that is just a point that I would confirm, and all of you, I'm sure, have been there, have experienced, but it's not just there. Go to any of our schools that are offering. And there are things that we should and can do better for children, and that's all that we're talking about here, and the processes, before we face another intervention at another level above the district level. And folks, BPS has incredible devotion of its employees. It just sometimes it needs to take a hard look at what it's always been doing and examine the data that drives what it's been done in order to think about how we can do it better. And that's all we're trying to do here. And it may not be a fix in all cases for 23, 24, particularly during this transition time. But it is something that, again, as the board looks at priorities, we're starting to sketch them out right here at this table today, and that's what the intention was here. So we're on our way with ALCs, at least. There's only a part and parcel of the whole bigger issue that might be to the point where maybe through a review of the disciplinary referrals and trying to determine what is the best, what punishment fits the crime in a situation that all of our children, whether they have IEPs or not, are better served. Thank you.
I'll just add a couple of brief things to the conversation. Part of it is if we knew we have this pretty significant need, we need to consider that as we're going forward in our superintendent search. The experience, it doesn't have to be ESE experience, but just knowledge base on that. Two, I have a concern with retention of staff, because one of the things that we did when we had to very quickly stand up our own special day schools, we offered pretty hefty bonuses.
Yes.
I want to say $15,000, Carol, does that
No,
sound
like
about?
7. Yeah.
Seven.
It's not, it's.
I think it was closer
It's
to
a lot, but it's not enough to work in
There was,
that
there was
environment.
something that was, well, maybe that was, there were some schools that we did offer some big ones. So big, which that's not something, I think we used ESSER dollars
Yeah.
maybe to do that. So that's not something we can repeat. So if these teachers moved over to these programs to take advantage of the bonuses, there's not necessarily anything to hold them there, except for their personal commitment. So it's something we need to consider. And then the other thing when it comes to, so that's all I have to say about Gardendale, because it's not my area of expertise, but I'm glad we're looking at moving those, because the transportation issue is pretty serious. As far as the ALCs go, you know, I think we went from 3 to 2, either in my first few months or it had just happened right before I got on the board. But considering what a high percentage of our students are at ALCs on drug offenses, specifically THC, if we consider as a district and as a board doing something different with those drug offenses, like most school districts in the state, that's actually going to drastically reduce the number of students who are in those buildings. So I don't know that we need to be ready to stand up a third ALC again if we're thinking about doing something different, unless it's, I don't know what kind of drug programs are out there. I don't know. I talked to a school member from Charlotte, and she was saying they issue citations, like a $30 citation for certain things. I mean, if it's a drug, it's different. But I mean, I think it would be good. Yeah. Oh, and they can't get their license if it's not paid. They can't get a driver's license if it's not paid. So there are some things to consider. I mean, there needs to be a consequence, right? But we are one of the only districts that's doing it in expulsion. So I want us to have that conversation in conjunction with the ALC conversation, because like I said, we're about to greatly reduce the number of students that are there. We should, for efficiency's sake, we need to consider that.
Absolutely.
And most districts with those consequences for drug offenses, typically those consequences come with some kind of benefit to the student. We're putting them through some kind of program or offering them some kind of rehabilitation services. So we're actually benefiting the student rather than just giving them a discipline.
I might point out that a number of the expulsions that were processed last month at the board meeting and the things that I've inherited from 2022 relate specifically to what you're pointing out, Ms. Campbell and Ms. Jenkins. And that in looking at it, just disposing, I'm sorry for use of that word, of a student through an expulsion is not palliative. It does not do anything to assist that student to get the resources, because looking around, there are not a lot of resources available for some of the students and the parents. And that would lead us into something that we're going to be bringing forward to you that you'll maybe speak about shortly, of a much larger picture of trying to initiate some kind of a wraparound service initiative for health and whatnot for us, and mental support and even dietary. Because if we don't address the children's multiple needs in the Brevard counties, then what we are getting into school are children with these issues, and what's that causing? More issues for other students and children. It's a growing issue, not just Brevard. We know that.
And I think that's good. Do you have anything?
No, honestly, I haven't taken a deep dive into the ALC, so I appreciate this information. I would like to see, I agree with you on figuring out where are most of our offenses coming that are placing our children into the ALCs, because I do think that there might be something that we can look at as far as getting to the bottom of how we can fix that problem. So,
Well, yeah, the breakdown would be good of
Yeah.
the offenses.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they are not getting services at the ALCs also when they're sent there for drug reasons. I mean, so it's
Right, they have group sessions.
Yeah.
So, just so you guys know, the
Yeah.
ALC information that I requested had all of the breakdowns.
I haven't heard
And
about that.
Dr. Schiller?
Yes, sir.
The ALC information that you guys provided had all the breakdowns of all of the different.
Yes, would you like copies of that? I will
We
have
have
it.
it.
It's okay, just we
It's
have
on
it inside of our
our
data.
smart sheet.
But one of the things is that over half of our students that are at the ALCs are having drug offenses, okay? So like literally over half. There was over 250 plus kids that were part of the drug program. And out of those, I think 190 of them were first-time offenders or something like that. Like,
Oh, wow.
And one of them was a girl who was in the middle of it, got caught for like a vape pen with it or something. She was studying for her AP exam while she was over there. So the question is that, are we doing what's right for those children, right, with before and after situations that Ms. Jenkins had said with some sort of rehabilitation stuff, but then also, if we are creating a situation where we can't even, our extreme levels of capacity are being reached due to the fact that we have this, which many of the other school districts don't, maybe there's an opportunity to take a look. Is that pretty consistent with what you guys were finding? If you guys really want to see that breakdown, I requested that as one of the ALC datas, and it's pretty
We
much in
have
there.
it.
RSM is gonna have it too.
Yeah, I'd be curious if we can find out, because we know, we're one of, either the only one or one of two, I think, across the state that do drug, specifically marijuana. It's not just,
Right.
it's not all drugs.
Not
It's not like
like-
cocaine, whatever, but
Yeah.
marijuana. THC oil, because, because kids aren't smoking joints in the classroom, they're doing it through vape pens. What are other districts, how are they handling? Like I said, I talked to a school board member friend in Charlotte, and they're letting the SROs issue them citations, which have to be paid before they can get their license. So there's some teeth in it, right? But what are other districts doing, so we have some ideas of where we can go? Because there needs to be a consequence. I am not about ready to say it's okay to smoke
A
THC
lot of
oil
them
on our
are
campus.
forced
but-
to do modules and things like of that nature, just education and,
Right.
that kind of stuff. Some other form of accountability
Yeah.
versus removing
So-
you from your school and causing more trauma for no reason.
And
So
it's
what-
different from selling and distributing.
So one of the things is that the other, so that's one component that I think there's resounding board information. If we can find some opportunities to look at what else is out there, right? In that thread, we're in the conversation with board docs to give us access to search other people's policies. So we should be able to go ahead and look at Orange County, Charlotte County, and stuff like that.
I wonder if that would be in a policy though, because like I think that's more of a.
Yeah, it's part of their administrative procedures, all that stuff should be online. But I just wanted to let you guys know that. The other question is that, so I was on that thread. The other piece is that many of our virtual students identifying, how are we doing there? How are they checking in? Is there like some sort of I checked in today and I'm doing my work? Like, how is that? Do you guys,
Yeah, they have to be held accountable.
so they have to have the computer on the whole time? How does that work?
And the teachers are monitoring how they're progressing through their curriculum that they're assigned.
Okay.
And if they're not, they're in touch with them, and they're either saying, you need to come here, face to face, you don't have that privilege to work from home. So as you said, they're doing a great job with the staff they have. Is it where we want it to be? Probably not. So your conversation about reducing the population will have an effect on how students who are assigned there progress academically.
And I would say, as we all know, the virtual platforms for instruction are not as good as being in person, right? And some of these are the students that we need us more than any of the others. So I would say that identifying a way to possibly reduce the amount of children based on that drug offenses, then identifying a way that now that there's vacancies to have them come back. And I understand that it's part of that retention recruitment, which was identified before, but if we can do somewhere in there, I think that, and we can do it quickly, then we might be able to address it before the beginning of next year. The other thing is that we talked about geographically locating some sort of ALCs up in the north and in the south. Dr. Schiller, you had mentioned a little bit about that. Are you looking at doing stuff like that? Because I know the middle school you're talking about is Johnson Middle School with the extra wing. That's just a stone's throw from
Just an
the ALC.
example.
Right. There are many schools that are up north and down south that could work as mini ALCs.
Yeah.
But does that work with the dynamic?
Are
of
you
the
talking about
distribution?
Gardendale? Not
Yeah, there wasn't an
That was
ALC.
a Gardendale conversation.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, like you have adult ed down there, you have others, that in the event that we wanted to expand an ALC in the south or the north, I understand the Gardendale situation, that's 100%. But there's you still have kids that are being bused from Bayside all the way up to go to school up there. And if we go back to being full-time, those kids got to go 5 days a week. We have to provide a bus for those kids 5 days a week. Does that make sense to you?
Well,
So-
yeah, because Bayside to the one on Wickham is still a pretty good ways.
And we have adult ed in different places. I mean, you could possibly
Staffing.
utilize that as a staffing increase, use the administration that's there to do it. So are we looking at any other locations for the ALCs or no?
We're going to look at them all.
Okay.
Too early at this point as to where. But again, trying to identify the issue so we can now hone in on a possible shortcut solution in the context of the bigger issue we have.
All right, and then one of the other things that I was looking at when I was talking to the Department of Education on regards to the virtual stuff that we were doing is that they had extreme concern over, are we able to provide the ESE services that they have, that their needs are? Are we able to do that through? We have a documentation that we're doing that and everything else?
What was shared with us is the ESE students are there 5 days per week. As far as getting their minutes according to their IEP, just don't know if you've looked at that. I haven't looked at that yet.
So you're saying that no child with the ESE is virtual, that they're all there?
That is what we're being told so that they can get ESE services.
Okay, that was the only concern.
It's not every IEP.
Just to make sure that we are in the same, just to make sure that we're covering our bases on the back end, that's all I was concerned about. So those are the
just-
two things though, as far
just
as
so
the
you
drugs,
guys-
as far as the drugs and the,
Matt, can I
as far-
interject with the IEP?
just hang on,
part?
let me just finish this then.
It's important, what you
I
just
just need to
said.
finish my statement.
I understand, but
So
it's
in the
important what
event
you
that-
just
I will
said.
come right back to it. So in the event,
Mr. Student,
I was just
you are
asking for,
ridiculous.
I've been interrupted like 4 times as I was trying to get through my speech, so just hang on. So if we can take a look at reducing other policies to try to look at that, and then if that's going to be able to give us the opportunity to come back. Ms. James.
So it's not just students that are on IEPs, because some students are on IEPs where they only need 30 minutes a week of ESE services. So
Right.
if a student has, I'm just explaining it to everyone here, not everyone has been in a school. An IEP sometimes will literally say you need 450 minutes a week versus 60 minutes a week. And so just because you have an IEP doesn't mean you're there 5 days a week. It also depends on like the kind of rehabilitative services they're getting too, because it's really difficult if they're only there 2 days a week for certain kinds of therapies and rehab services to come in. So it's not just a blanket like end all be all if you have an IEP you stay.
No.
Absolutely. So with that, as long as we're identifying those and taking care of them, that's good stuff. Dr. Schiller, does anybody else have anything else to say? I think we all said what we had to say. Dr. Schiller?
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I told you these are going to be spirited discussions of our areas, and they're not easy solutions. The next one, Dr. Green and I are going to bring you up to speed of a very critical matter, another priority, and that is what is our current staffing levels of needs? What is our current level of pool of candidates? Thank you, Andrew. And to what extent, as a corollary to that, for Ms. Lisinski and for me and staff to work forward, how do we go forward with developing a budget in light of what the information is that we're going to share with you? Now, some of this is right off, hot off the press because the data that we're working with needed to be updated, and today's a very particular important trend, important matter of a deadline for knowing more about where we stand with our teachers, returning teachers, transfer requests, and so forth. So with that in mind, Dr. Green, you ready to go forward?
I am.
Please. This is
Thank you.
critical. It has a lot of implications for where we go.
And I know those numbers are very small. I was trying not to use a lot of paper, but
Didn't notice that.
yeah. I have large copies of these. We're going to look at the 5-year vacancy trend that we've had. We are required to report to the state on the first day of school our vacancies, and then we also look at the first day of the second semester. We're going to look at our current advertisements for this year right now, what we have out, hiring and retention information, our contract process, our advertisements, which we'll talk about, Dr. Schiller just mentioned, are coming out today. Position allocation are full of candidates for teachers and administrators. Maybe. Do I have to turn this on, Tammy? On. Okay. There we go. So this was a vacancy report that we've done. It's a trend over the last 5 years. We are required on the first day of school to report instructional vacancies to the state. And we also look at it second semester. So you see our trends have gone up. The year of COVID, we didn't have a second semester vacancy report. But you know, our lowest on the very first day of school was in 2019, where we had only 63 vacancies district-wide, compared to this year where we had 186. At the second semester, we had 158. And it gives you the different labels for those vacancies, which are the state categories that we have to report. These advertisements, I get a list every Monday of advertisements. These are the advertisements from this morning, and they are for this school year. So these are instructional advertisements that we have out. These are our support advertisements that we have out, again, for this school year. And yeah, those are the advertisements that we have today. We have, looking at our hired teachers and our retention of teachers, over the last 5 years, the number of teachers that we have on temporary certificates has grown. Those are the people that come in a, you know, they didn't graduate from a certified program for educators. They come in, they go on a temporary certification. They have a 3-year initial deadline to earn their regular certification. Our numbers in this area have gone up. Last school year, we had 351 teachers that came in on temporary certs, which they'll have until 2024 to finish. And this school year, we have 311 that are on temporary certs. 182 of them will expire at the end of this year, but they do qualify for extensions. And we actually handed to Dr. Schiller this morning, he doesn't know it because he hasn't been in his office, a stack of this many that have already been approved for an extension. So even though their 3-year end date is up, they'll be able to continue on.
What causes that extension?
The state has a list of identified criteria, including hardship, lack of availability of classes. There's 5 or 6 areas that the state says would qualify for a teacher to get an extension.
And one of the things we're dealing with is I'm getting emails from this from many of our teachers that are on the cusp, and it is an extreme problem with that. And the general knowledge test that we've all taken has nothing to do with actually teaching, and it is very extremely hard. And some of our best teachers that have won actually Teacher of the Year inside of our schools are actually not qualified to take it. So how do I advocate for that in the legislature? Is that something
I
that you would?
can speak to that. I was there last week, and there are actually several bills looking at that.
Good.
I added that conversation. I had a meeting with Representative Fine and some of the staff members I actually met with almost all of our delegation and mentioned that specific thing of even the ones who are getting an extension have just, you know, whether it's test anxiety or whatever. I've got a social worker down at one of my elementary schools who's taken it 7 times and just can't pass it. So they're talking about doing away with the general knowledge exam is the right word, but making some other alternative. And I also asked them to consider, just like we do give our 3rd graders who don't pass the standardized test. We have, we talked about that very recently. There's a waiver if there's a portfolio, right? They can get a waiver. But our teachers need a waiver if they have highly effective evaluations.
Why wouldn't you?
So they are looking at adding that. So there are, because of the recruitment efforts, they are looking at making similar changes to that. So it would, whatever you can say.
Well, we got to keep an eye on it because those testing companies love the fact that they have to keep taking it.
But we need the effective date to be immediately on the signature of the governor because that's going to affect however many.
I'm sorry, I just had to get into that.
No, it's a good point.
We also have teachers in our induction program that have gone up every year. The induction program covers 1st and 2nd year teachers. Anybody that comes into the state new, even if they have experience from the outside, there is an induction program. If they have a lot of experience, we try and get them through. They don't need the full 2 years, but if you're a brand new teacher, it's a 2-year program. We have 985 teachers this year that are either a 1st or 2nd year teacher.
It's 25% of our
And you can see that it's grown every year. Our hiring trends, so over the last several years in both the instructional and support, you can see that throughout the 2017-18 school year, we hired 1,081 people to include 456 teachers. All the way up to this year, we have hired to date 645 teachers and 766 support personnel. So our trends are going up as well. We're finding people to work for us. We just want to keep them. These are our retention rates. I also have retention rates for 1, 3, and 5 years, but it was hard to make up a slide that looked at all these different things. So these are our retention rates for our fiscal years. In our instructional, we retained from 21 to 22, 76.63% of our instructional staff. And people leave us for all different reasons, retirement, moving out of state, personal reasons, discipline, other things. So,
No, thank you.
these are our retention rates.
No, I'm good, thank you.
So we have a position allocation, which we do every year, and last year's position allocation, or this current school year, we're already planning for next year, so I call this year last year, but this current school year, we had 9,388 positions in PAR, and we had an FTE of 76,442. Next year, our PAR is standing less right now, and that's because the reserve units haven't been added into the PAR yet. So even though our enrollment of our FTE looks like it's going up, the reserve units aren't there yet, so we're at an allocation right now of 9190 for next school year.
And those PAR units that you get to put in there, which are not reflected in the other one, how do you guys go about doing that to identify that for those?
The reserves?
Yep.
There's a lot of things like our ESSER funds have some reserves
Yep.
in it. They hold back both elementary and secondary reserves.
And that's inside the budget.
That's inside the budget,
And then at
yes.
the end of the year, when those are now not filled because of vacancies,
Now you're asking a Cindy question.
now that comes to the bottom line, right?
So if you recall, this year, we
Reduced it.
reduced the reserves and all the reserve positions are in ESSER. So we don't have any reserves this year because we wanted to be able to give
Right.
raises last year.
Right.
So we leaned forward quite a bit.
Good. Good. Thank you.
Now, today actually starts our reappointment process that is outlined in the contract, and this is what Dr. Schiller was referencing earlier. Today, all schools had to have their advertisements that are known right now up in our Beacon system, only for internal people to see. And as a matter of fact, there's only 2 teachers today who can see these advertisements. They are professional services contract teachers who have been placed on overage from their sites or their schools. They're the only people who get to see these 2, and I know one of them. I asked the supervisor this morning, hey, what's this? Because he hasn't created a transfer application. I need to keep track to make sure they're working their way through the process. He's going to retire. The other teacher is a pre-K teacher whose site is closing the program, and she needs to find a place to land. So she's the only person that's going to be looking at the advertisements today.
Ms. Green, in dealing with those transfers, doesn't the next portal open up that says, okay, now anybody can transfer? Okay, and then is that restricted in any way by the administration?
It's only, this is contract language, not administrative language. It's contract language. And the only people that can see that are the people who have been reappointed. Any person who's been reappointed for next school year will be able to participate in the open transfer window, and that begins April 5th. That's a 2-week period of time. And then come May 1 and May 8th is when all the schools can advertise. Our priority schools advertise to the outside.
Right.
I call it advertise to the world. Our priority schools can advertise on May 1 and everybody else on May 8th.
And it's illegal for an administrator to block a person from transferring, right? Or having conversations like this is somebody that I need and blocking them from principal to principal or any of that kind of stuff. That's not.
So blocking isn't, there's a point in the contract where 2 weeks before the beginning of next school year, all internal transfers stop.
Yes.
And the date, I believe, is July 17th for this year. So come July 17th, I think that's the date, don't quote me, it's a day on either side of it. On July 17th, all transfers between schools will end. And that's, again, contract language, and then you need permission from principals and directors to handle the transfer at that
Lock
point.
it down.
But what I mean is that if I'm wanting to transfer and I'm in a school and my principal, it's illegal for my principal to, if I apply to Space Coast, it's illegal for my principal to call the Space Coast principal and just like, hey, you can't have this guy a job, I need him, right?
Correct.
Good. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that it's on record for saying that that's illegal in some sort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Okay.
It's not illegal,
So,
but it's not
yeah,
ethical.
I like the harsh words of illegal.
It's unethical, but it's not
um,
illegal.
2 principals during this time agree to a teacher transferring and the other accepting.
Like right now, today?
Or
Or during open transfer
During
window?
open transfer.
They don't even have to agree. It's an interview process. You apply for a job, you
Okay,
wait for an
and then you
interview,
get it,
and a
and then
principal
you get
selects you.
and then you get the phone call saying, district said no, didn't approve. Okay. I personally know the teacher that has absolutely happened. I still have the emails. It was me. We're
Now,
both-
you were at it, because it was me.
Now, oh, it happened about 5 times.
Oh,
But
you were at, for me, you were at a different time,
Correct.
and I was ready to go.
yeah, no, they had nothing to do.
Okay.
But both principals looked at each other and said, no, you agreed, I agreed, and it was elsewhere. Is there any other place that can stop during the transfer window?
No, during the transfer window, this is the 2-week period of time that teachers transfer all across the district.
Okay,
Yeah,
just making sure.
all across the district.
Outside the window, they can.
Yeah.
Outside the window rules are different. And even the requirements for principals inside this is, and it's all in the contract, it's all laid out in the contract, like we didn't make any of it up. Well, I guess we did when we were at the negotiating table. And we make sure that we share all this information with BFT to, make sure they understand the timelines and they don't have any questions and we don't, find ourselves missing a date here or there. So, they are aware of this. So at 11 o'clock today, all the schools had to have advertised what they know to be true for next year, effective today. Now, of course, that's not going to include some of your non-reappointed teachers. It's not going to include anybody who retires or resigns from here on out. It's not going to include any, well, it does already include reduction of PAR. So all the schools have their PAR, so they know that if they had 50 teachers this year, if they have 49, they're going to have to figure that out. If they have 51, they're going to have to add there. And here is what, at 11:07, I asked Rhonda to run me the list this morning. This is what is out there advertised that the 2 people can see right now. Now, it will grow as more people resign, retire, and so on April 5th, that number's not going to be 159. It's going to be a little bit more, probably. But right now, there's 159 vacancies out there for the 2 people that are PSC contract teachers to see. We, in our Beacon system, we have 1,233 applicants who have said, I am interested in an instructional position. We have 3,236 applicants that say I'm interested in a support position, and there could be duplicates. I could be interested in both instructional and support. These are not vetted to say whether or not they qualify. They're just in our system with complete applications to say I'm interested in this sort of position.
How far back does that go? I mean, is this an applicant that applied within the last?
Today.
Okay, so the application window. Could this have
I
been
think
somebody
90
who
days.
applied 4 years ago or something?
I think 90 days.
90
It
days.
cuts it off after 90 days.
Do you have to, in order to keep your application in the system, don't you have to?
You have to physically go in
submit something.
and say, I want to keep it active
Right.
every 90 days.
It'll go inactive if you don't.
Okay,
Yeah, you'll get the email.
okay.
Again, these aren't vetted for those that qualify. They're just people that have completed their Beacon app and have said, I'm interested in either an instructional or support position.
Can I ask a question?
How fast are these processed when they make application, like a completed app to hire? How fast does that happen? Because that's a common thing I've heard, that it takes a long time to get hired.
So here's the process. A principal places an ad. It has to be advertised for a certain number of days, depending on what type of an advertisement it is. And then they interview, they select a candidate, they check the qualifications of the candidate, and they hire them to the job. The principal's requirement is to call for references. We don't do those Beacon reference forms anymore. So a principal calls for references, and there are 2 forms. One is the performance reference, and the other is the state required reference that asks 4 questions, and it's right out of statute. And then they come down and fingerprint and drug test. And as long as they have all, if it's an instructional position, they're going to have to provide their transcripts, they're going to have to provide their certificate, or proof that they've applied for the certificate. So it depends on how quickly all those things happen. A drug test comes back if there are no issues with the drug test in 2 to 3 days. Fingerprinting usually comes within 2 days. If there's an issue with the drug test, it's based on the applicant getting whatever they need to do to get cleared. as long as they qualify for the job and the principals have, or the hiring manager, not just principals, but the hiring manager has submitted their references, it should be cleared.
Do you keep data on when somebody applies versus when they're hired? I mean, do you have numbers
Yes,
that
we-
reflect, that show you how long that timeframe
We
is?
had it, we were doing it very consistently, and then we've lost a lot of people, and that kind of fell off the radar. But a couple months ago, I asked, well, actually, when I came into this position, I asked our employment manager to regenerate that so we could update it and see where it is right now.
Okay. Would you mind sharing that with the board? I'm just curious to see what it looks like.
I can
'cause-
sure do that.
Yeah, okay.
So, before Dr. Thetty left us, she was tracking that information in order to speed up and streamline the process. And I know that there was like a technical side to it as well. So has that, like the whole technology side of it, has that been resolved, or is that still questionable?
I'm not sure what you mean about the technology side. What she was doing, I'm referring to.
Okay.
But we had kind of stopped doing it's a very manual process to do the data analysis of that, if that's what you're referring to. It just had kind of fallen away, and we hadn't done it for a while, so it was a question.
I don't
Yeah.
I get it, trust me. Okay, so my question is, we have all these people who are interested in a support position. Do we have the data, and do we look at that data for people who apply for, say, a support position and don't necessarily then get it? Do they stay in our system? Do we have a way of knowing that they didn't get it to maybe see if they're qualified for something else and offer them something else?
I can just tell you anecdotally, related to your second point, there are so many of us that get really good applicants, and when they are someone that we know will fit in the system, we do everything we can to share their resumes, share their information, reach out to people that we know have vacancies, people that are really, really good, that give wonderful interviews where you're interviewing 5 and 6 people and you can only pick one. We do what we can not to let those people get away. Keep in mind, some of these are transfer applicants.
So some of
They're
these are
not all
current
new.
employees.
I'm sorry.
They were
Yeah,
current
transfer applicants.
employees.
Yes, they're not all outside employees. Some of them are current
I'm really
employees.
excited about that number.
Yeah.
Let's go find them.
I'm like, 4,500 people?
Yeah.
They're already on the payroll.
So another question. We've talked about this in the past, and it seemed like a yeah, and then I've never seen it really done before. So I'm curious as to why we're not doing it. Where are we in the thought process of elementary positions, not just elementary position, but I know that's where it's most common, with job sharing for an instructional position? We are in such a critical need here. There are plenty of people who have left the field of education to raise their kids, who don't want to come back full-time, may not need the benefits because we live in the Space Coast where many of their spouses have benefits themselves. How are we articulating to our principals the freedom to potentially have that opportunity?
So we have at least 10 job share pairs right now. It was a document that was created in, I believe, the 90s between BFT and the district. It does say you can't hire specifically for a job share, but we kind of have hired people knowing that that's what they were interested in, knowing that there's a partner in the building, and then once they're hired, they do the job share. When we put out our reappointment paperwork every spring, which we just did a couple weeks ago, the job share packet and the job share information is included in all the reappointment information. And we have 2 schools that really utilize it heavily. I actually, when I came to HR, I advocated for bus driver job shares because I was at Cocoa Beach and I had 2 bus drivers that, as a principal, begged me, we just want a job share. Can we job share? I'm like, they tell me no, but when I got here, I said, sure, you can. And so we figured that out with 1010 and with the bus transportation people. So we've added our job,
Meaning one
added
of
to
them
the
wants
job
to do
share.
mornings and one of them wants to do
Yes, or
afternoons.
week here, week there.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm asking is because I'm just curious about our instructional positions that have been vacant all year. Have we advertised it that way? Because I feel like we would get some of those vacancies filled.
Yeah, we haven't advertised half positions, if that's what you're asking.
Right, and I think we need to consider that for some of our neediest schools. It doesn't make sense to me why we're not even just trying it and see what happens. I know plenty of people in my own friend and acquaintance group that would absolutely consider it.
Personally, I think if a principal called and said, I have 2 people that want to come into this first grade job and want a job share, I'd say, absolutely, go for it.
Right.
We've never had the question before, but
Right,
it's something to
because now
consider.
you're just assuming someone's going to ask that question. I feel like it needs to be advertised that way, right? I think it's something for us to consider in some of our schools that are really, really struggling to hire instructional positions.
It's a great point. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, go ahead.
I think the argument is it's difficult for you to post a half job, but maybe the idea is, like what Ms. Jenkins said, 100%, if somebody saw that on there, maybe it's now offering half jobs.
Or could be open to a job share.
Yeah, or could, like, some sort of identifier that people are like, oh, let me sign up and find out more. And
Honestly,
then-
with the bus drivers, I think we need to, because if we have people who would only ever want to do the morning shift because they only want to do 3 or 4 hours a day, we have people who would really like to just do the afternoon.
We have a couple,
You know.
a couple job shares within transportation, so I know they know about it.
Is there a way to add that to the Beacon site or wherever people are looking so that they can see that? Job share?
I will write
Because
that
that's
down.
what Jenkins is asking for, I think.
I mean, I think it's critical. I think there's plenty of teachers that will come back to the workforce.
If we just say, here's what is available, please register and find out more,
Yeah.
then you got them hooked.
We'd have to have a pool of people because
That's it, 'cause
we
you
can't
don't know-
advertise it as a half job.
And then you have to like, you'd have to.
You need to.
No,
what
but
you
why,
have to
but
do
why
is-
not?
But when,
Right.
I come from a
It's-
state where
You're
it's not a lot
subbing
that
them half the day.
top 5
That
classes.
sucks.
So it'd be a 3/5 job,
Yeah.
it'd be a 2/5.
Yeah.
And it was
Almost like
exactly
that.
that. You just needed somebody to take 3, the other to take
Yeah.
2, and it was you just didn't get insurance, it was advertised, it was a 2/5 job. You
So
got
our
2
people
classes.
actually get insurance, they just have to split it.
I did hear that, no.
No,
Yeah.
no, one person.
One,
gets it.
and 1 out of the 2, right?
Right,
And
yes.
they say they have it or they
Yes,
have it.
yeah.
Where we came from, if it wasn't a full-time
So is that
5 out of
something
5,
we
you
can
didn't get
Yeah,
insurance.
I wrote it down and we'll see what we
Yeah.
can get up there on.
But to be fair, it's very likely that that person doesn't care if they don't get benefits.
Correct.
Because they
Right.
already left
Yeah.
the job.
I think that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
So we have our time coming up where we do our career fairs and our principals are involved across the district. I don't have any data from this year because we haven't had our career fair yet, but over the past 2 years, we've had, you can see we had 138 binders during the school year 22 and 162 binders during school year 23. A binder is a promise to employ, provided that there's a position in your area of certification and you meet all of the qualifications related to pre-hiring and recommendations and things like that. There's a process, again, by which our internal people get first dibs at everything, and then the binder candidates are selected. And there comes a point in the summer, right before we close the internal transfers, where we say, we got 10 people left on the binders, so it's after we close the internal transfers, after. So you have to hire off our binder list before you hire a different outside candidate because someone has provided a binder. So, there's hope in the fact that we'll be able to binder another 150 teachers this summer for positions.
And just to clarify, this is saying that you hired 116 personnel for schools and 22 for the district, or?
No.
Sorry.
They're given by school or district personnel. So for example, we have people here that will interview someone, or like when Ms. Jenkins said, do we share names of people who would be good candidates?
Okay.
We will interview someone for a position and we know they're certified and we're like, oh my goodness, this person's gonna be great somewhere, and we'll give them a binder because they're instructional
Okay.
at the district level.
Okay.
And then
Sorry, I wasn't clear on what
they'll,
school
again, we'll exhaust that binder list once we close internal transfer period in July. We'll exhaust that binder list before we can go anywhere else on the outside.
Okay.
Very small, I'm sorry, I couldn't make it bigger. This is just administrator turnover trends. In school year 2021, we appointed 32 assistant principals and 7 principals. Last school year, we appointed 17 assistant principals and 5 principals, and this school year, up until this past board meeting, so it doesn't include the one that's on there for next week, we've appointed 8 assistant principals and 2 principals throughout the school year. So,
Actually, a lot of that comes now pretty soon.
yeah.
We've got 6 of them.
We have 3 current people that are going to retire, and we have 3 vacancies that are out there that are being served by. And then in our AP pool, we currently have 90 candidates in our AP pool, but many of them have been there for a while, so this goes back to these people don't expire.
Okay.
They expire after 2 years.
Okay.
They've been interviewed, they have not been selected for a lot of various reasons. I haven't been on those committees, so I can't, be specific, but out of the AP pool, we hired 27 people in 21-22 and 23 in 22-23, and then we have a group of aspiring administrators. They're called our level 2 people, and they're teachers across the district that are aspiring to be administrators in DPS, and currently we have 20 that are eligible aspiring level 2 candidates.
But those include TOAs, current TOAs?
Could be.
Okay.
Some TOAs aren't looking to move.
Right, no, gotcha.
Dr. Schiller, you were going to say
Yes,
something?
Carol, thank you. Just let me pause here. This last point that Dr. Green is making, if you recall, I announced that the district was very fortunate in receiving that Wallace grant when we were at the last board meeting, which contributes to helping improve our processes for this. But it raises a larger issue. One of the things I had noticed when I first came here, and it's been ongoing, is that we do not have a readiness program for people in virtually every position that may be promotable. We don't necessarily have a systematic process of readying those who may wish to move to another step or training. And that leads to a very shallow pool when it comes to opportunities to replace someone, or the necessity of replacing a top-level position. And I would just like to bring to the board's attention that the need to grow your own for your future is going to become even more critical than simply recruiting from the outside because of supply and demand, as well as, research will show, although it's good for an organization to have a blend, that there are unique features of every school district and position that it might be very critical that you can, for a variety of reasons, need, expediency, readiness, and also for morale of staff, to have a ready pool of people who can step up. Someday Ms. Hahn or Ms. Lisinski or many of the other folks at central office may not continue, may retire or move on or whatever it may be. What readiness programs do we have to assure that kind of a sequencing?
Right.
And it may not just be for central office, but it's certainly not just for principal and assistant principal.
Dr. Stewart, I agree with you. I think that if you look at it, there's no sequential system, not only for schools, instructional staff, all the way up through the district office, but then also transportation, also all of it. Like, many of those individuals that work out there come to me all the time and say, I don't have a pathway to grow. Like I don't know what my next step is. And I think one of the issues that I was going to ask you guys is, they always run into a problem on the transportation side and some of the others, in that there are some positions that these individuals have been right under for like 20 years. And then what ends up happening is they go for the application, and the application says that we require a bachelor degree. And what ends up happening is that individual doesn't have a bachelor degree, but they know our system inside and out better than anybody. They end up training and actually doing the work of the person that gets hired because they didn't have a bachelor degree. So Ms. Green, is there a way that we can identify all of the job descriptions that require a bachelor's degree for review to see if we could supplement also the years of experience inside the school district or in that profession for that? Does that make sense?
I think we've actually
We've
been
done that,
revising
but I would like to
several of them.
really look at it, because
Yeah.
I felt like some of the job descriptions that we most recently approved could have gone both ways when I looked at it, and it was just something that kept coming up. So can I make that request that we look at all of the job descriptions, and I'll sit down and look at it too, just to identify that in the event that we have somebody that may be able to qualify for that based on years of experience, they can see that as a pathway, And then I think also, Dr. Schiller, it does us a disservice. There's one thing that came out of Hernando County that I loved. One of the things that came out of it was a study. And it showed the extreme amount of time that an individual that comes up from a school district that's born, raised, or even comes up through the ranks, stays in the ranks. So when we go outside to hire somebody, both for instructional and we hire them for administration and stuff like that, we run into a situation where they don't stay as long on average. But when our homegrown candidates stay, so we do ourselves a service by having our homegrown. So part of what you're saying is not only that we need to move forward with this, but then also I would say that we almost look at a way of just hiring from within this year and start the process. Stop any from the outside applications and just say, we'll hire from the inside. We have 90 applicants in the assistant principal pool. You can't find the positions that are needed there? Huh?
Everyone's
I
always
just know from
qualified.
experience, the ones who have been passed over for those jobs, there have been reasons.
Yeah.
And I will
They
also
shouldn't be in the
say,
pool then.
well, there's nothing to make,
Can't take them
only
out.
certain requirements for the pool. Like you have to have your BLE, you have to, you know.
I'll be honest with you, I think that there's plenty of applicants here inside this county. If we did a better job, that we could do it. And it may be because of staff that we're not able to or whatever, but
But-
I would get to that point.
Knowing the population shift, and there was a presentation given to the FSBA Board of Directors last week that talked about the huge population shift where people are coming to the South, in particular to Florida. I mean, to shut that door down and say only internal candidates, one, I don't think that's very, I think we're gonna run into some legal issues, but, you know, we have people coming and we have openings and we need to be hiring everybody who'll come and enticing them to come. You're here, they're coming to Florida anyway, come work for us, so I'm not
The
in
other
favor
thing,
of shutting that door.
the other thing we have to be careful of is a resume that comes from somewhere that people don't know that individual is always bolstered past with the one that the kids, people that are here. So you may look real good on paper, then you come here and then you're not as good. You see what I mean?
That's.
I have a couple of things that I wanted to request. The first one is this was something that I requested before, but I didn't take a look. We have an ability to ask through the DOE all people that live inside Brevard County that have previous educational certificates. I think we have the ability to do that because they have to do that. If we do that and then cross that to voter data, we can get their contact information and we can reach out to them to ask them if they want to come back to teaching. Because there's a lot of people that sat out for a year and they're lost. Teachers in general find their soul inside of a classroom, and when it's gone, they wish they could come back. And if we got a hold of them, we might be able to do that. The other thing is that there are many, you can ask for the Florida Retirement System or the Florida Department of Education, individuals who are that are receiving the retirement that are here inside Brevard County. Now, here's how this works. So you may have a bunch of people that are inside Brevard County that are working in other areas, or they're receiving retirement from the system through being a part of the education system. You can cross-reference that, find out who's currently on inside of our school district, and then attract the ones who are not. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
All right, and then, just like Ms. Campbell said, there are so many people moving here that, like, there are people that retire up in New York at 50, right? 45, right? 52, and then they move here with all of their stuff. But we could be going after them for a second job.
That's what I'm worried about.
The issue is that we have no way of identifying them. So one of the things that came up in a conversation the other day was they said, hey, why don't we throw like a outside BPS educators party, just have them all come, some sort of thing, draw them in, and then, hey, we'd love to talk to you about working here.
Can you talk to us about?
I'm serious. We get a hold of them.
What's the
There's like
reciprocity?
retired New York Teachers
issue?
Association here. There's like all these guys. Let's go.
Yeah, someone asked me about that
It's
last week.
different with different states.
So we only have reciprocity with certain
Correct.
states.
That's a DOE thing.
Is that that's a barrier? I mean, I will tell you, I had that conversation with David Mayfield's aide just last week. You know, while we're cutting down barriers to people becoming a teacher, is that something we can cut down too? And I told her I didn't really have an answer to that question because I didn't know.
It's not BPS, it's.
Right, it's a state issue.
Fortunately, I have been in 2 states both that have reciprocity with Florida. If they had not, it's a very difficult process.
What do you mean? So
Even if they have
let's
if they have
certificate in-
experience and they're certified in another state, only some states can come here and not have to take the general knowledge exam and all the other one. If they're but in certain states, they can come in and immediately get a Florida certificate.
But they got 3 years to do so, and then now I heard about an extension. So they can come in for 4 years.
Yeah, but then they're also gonna be treated like new orientation teachers.
Right. It's still a barrier.
I understand.
It's still a barrier.
That's unfortunate too. But I think if we focused on those 3 areas, we might be able to go. All right, onboarding requirements. Are we still requiring 3 reference points for individuals even if they don't?
No,
Okay.
that's what we changed, that policy changed a year ago.
Okay.
And now we don't have anything submitted through Beacon. Now it's the hiring manager that calls the 2 references to get the information.
But if they don't have those 2 references because the places are gone or whatever it is. what do
Well,
we do?
by law, we have to contact the most recent place they've worked. I mean, that's
And
statutory.
if it doesn't exist anymore, school that's closed or whatever it is, because we've had these instances, what are we doing?
We haven't had that. We've had schools that have closed that they're trying to get verifications of experience for. That's a little different.
Okay.
But there's always somebody, we will work with them to find
Okay.
somebody to provide a
It's a lot
reference.
easier to
Awesome.
get.
And then our class size that we're doing for PAR, is that by class size 18 per, or how do we do that?
There is a PAR manual that is approved each year by the board. I can find it. I didn't bring it today.
No, I wouldn't
But it's
expect it.
all based on formulas, but it's not about the class size amendments. That happens.
But that's explained inside there, the description of how they came about that?
I think so. Oh, all of the formulas, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, we talked about pathway for growth, years of experience to college degree, and job sharing. Perfect, thank you. All right, Dr. Schiller, next up.
Thank you, nice job.
I want to jump on one of the things that Dr. Schiller was talking about.
Okay. Go ahead. Sure.
When you talk about internal growth in candidates, prior to Dr. Mullins leaving and Dr. Fetty leaving, there was a process started of career ladders, and it was supposed to serve two purposes. Number one, for employees who are already within the system, to have an actual visual tool to look at as to where they can go from A to Z in their career path, as well as the requirements to get to each step. So it was for that individual themselves, but it was also going to be used as a toolkit for the district to take a look at and say, where can we start doing better training or prepping people to move, or encouraging them to move up the ladder and make ways for some newbies to come in. I know we were doing that like by department at one point. I have no idea where we are in the process.
We do have career pathways.
Yeah.
And they're in the job description, it's labeled by levels 1, 2, and 3. Some of them are identified in the 1010 contract, and we do training. I just presented at one a couple weeks ago for the support staff that are interested in moving to that next higher position. So we put information out in, to supervisors, to principals through the LTP, through 1010.
No, I know you guys are doing all those things, but my question is like the actual career ladder project that was supposed to be basically like a new accessible document, I guess, for our staff and for the district to take a look at. I'm assuming got halted when those individuals left. But I know staff, I feel like it started in transportation.
They exist. I've seen them.
Right. But I don't know if it moved on to another department, is my question.
I can find that. I'll find that
Yeah,
out for you.
I think transportation was step one.
3 or 4 at least.
And then, the only thing I'm going to say is about the reciprocity. I hear you on that, Ms. Campbell, and I think it's a really great idea for us to get mid-career people. I don't know how successful it'll be for us to get retired people who are making over $100,000 in New York to take a job for $49,000.
They're still drawing their
I've had conversations with them. They feel the classroom.
I know,
Retire, I
but
don't understand why they don't say retire. They
We have-
wanna go
they're
back.
gonna retire again.
Yep.
We have a husband
They come
that
back.
just came from
They
New
do.
York,
They
one's
do.
working
We
in
can get
HR,
it.
the other's working as a
I'll start
parent.
calling.
And they're drawing their retirement from New York while they're teaching. So that's why they're
Blast
doing
text
it.
out, so, all right, Dr. Schiller, before you get started on the next one, which is the appeal process, if there's a way that we can all kind of, and I'm guilty of it too, reduce our comments down as fast as possible, because what Dr. Schiller is going to bring up at the end here for open enrollment stuff is very important, and I wanted to address it because it's something that's happening this week. So, Dr. Schiller, you have the floor. for the
Thank you.
appeal
We have
process.
another important but should not take very long issues. That is, I would like to, as superintendent, to establish an appeal process that does not currently exist. There are many avenues of appeal that are anchored into each of your policies. Carol, would you like to just kind of quickly go over these, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
First of all, as the quasi-judicial unit in the district, you have the right to look at any decision that's made anywhere, as you were discussing earlier today when you were going through those 00 policies. But we also have appeals policies built into several of our board policies, including anti-harassment, non-discrimination, interscholastic athletics, just suspension or dismissal of staff, complaints against staff, bullying. It goes on and on. There's probably 10 policies that are identified here. Many of these have contractual implications. So if we're talking about staff discipline, the appeals for staff discipline would be related to contract of BFT or 1010. Of course, after any board action, that's already built in. But it has been pointed out that things like our ethics investigations, those sorts of policies don't have an appeals process built in outside of what is in different areas. So we're looking for investigations that may come up through ethics or something outside of what ends in staff discipline for an opportunity for appeals in that regard.
Are you asking a board member to sit on those, or you just want to do that?
No.
Okay, and then that would be part of the process. Perfect.
And actually, we are reviewing our policies as you are, and ethics is on the docket at some point, and we would put an appeals process in there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So basically, what I would like to advise the board is that, in my best judgment, that we ought to initiate now, because we do have a number of outstanding investigations. As of the February, we had a total of 244.
Investigations of what?
A variety of cases, from arrests to bullying and harassment of students, complaints coming into the district,
DCF things, some.
failure to supervise, failure to report, ethics, misconduct, and whatever. And we have full-time investigators. They do a wonderful job. There are 1,254 total over the last 3 years that have been closed. This year, 236 have been investigated and closed, and there still remains approximately 25. I'm not sure if the number
Yeah, we
today.
probably narrowed that down. But every day more complaints come in.
Currently, this year, we have 31 ethics as of February 8th, and that have been opened. Last 3 years, been a total of 97. Professional practices, we have for the last 3 years, 94 this year, the same so far, the same as last year, 38. So consequently, I would like to initiate this, and it would end at my level unless the board wishes, as it does and has the authority to, set up an appeal process beyond the superintendent. That would be something for you to think about from a policy perspective, need not be addressed today.
Well, I think it's also inside of like 1010 contracts, BFT contracts. To come
Yeah,
before
these
the
would be
board in the
outside
event
that
they want that
as
yeah.
well.
And they should always know that we make the final decision, so if they wanted to appeal us, they could through the normal means.
Well, if it's going to lead to a possible termination, then
Then
we are the last
then you
stop
must.
anyway.
That should let
Yeah,
us stop.
that has
happens
statutory implications. so
Before it
that's a
comes to
little-
us, right? This isn't happening after the decision's made by the board. This is an appeal prior to the
Yes.
board decision, right? Okay.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Next
Okay.
up, Dr.
Okay.
And looks like we might make it.
The timing of this next one, I think, is very critical, and I'm going to ask a number of staff to assist with this. As you all know, we've all been looking at and tracking House Bill 1, which is an omnibus bill that really probably will change the landscape of public education on many different levels. Financial, increasing more options and opportunities for parents and students and choices, which is good. And also, to what extent there is an impact, in my judgment, deleterious impact here on public schools. Now, Ms. Hand, you gave me a note earlier about the status. Could you please share with the board what that status is of the bill? We're waiting for its passage in effect.
Yes, basically it's been through the House, it's been transmitted to the Senate, and is going through Senate appropriations as of this morning. So it seems to be moving.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Thursday they're going to try to.
Sometime we think this week it will. And it's going to have an impact on a variety of levels. Let's start, and I'll ask Cynthia, CFO Lisinski and Ms. Hand and any other our staff are going to chime in, and then I'll talk about what I think the board may want to do from my perspective as a way to ready for it, and also to serve as an opportunity for us to, at BPS, to do more in our choice programs and options under the aegis of the governance of BPS in order to provide increased choices and enhancements for our students. It's a competitive market. 20 some years ago, 30 years ago, I was running a state. The first big push came in for vouchers and charter schools. And I have written extensively about an open market approach to public education, which is now bearing fruit, particularly here in our state of Florida, my home state. And it's leading the way in the nation to providing additional choices and opportunities. But it does also have all the earmarks of what could be creating a homogenized school district, public school districts in places for students and parents who do not have the wherewithal in order to exercise choices. And your district, BPS, has been remarkable with the number of range of choices for students up to this point. I would suggest that you may want to strategically think for this year coming and for 24, with your permanent superintendent, ways in which you can maintain or even gain a greater share of the market space. One of the impacts I think we have to look at has long-term and short-term implications on your facilities and what we've been planning with regard to your facilities capitalization plan.
Yes, sir. Just a couple things. You all have copies of this very short couple of slides, but there's a lot of things in this bill, and there are several things that impact facilities either directly or tangentially, but I just want to kind of go through some of the terms of the bill. So it opens up the Florida Empowerment Scholarships, and I had Karen Black, our mapping person and planner, do a map of everyone who's on a Florida Empowerment Scholarship now. And it was interesting to see a very, very strong geographic disbursement of that. So it wasn't concentrated in one area, it was all throughout the district. So I think we can expect that trend to continue as that opens up. There's language in the bill about loosening up transportation to other vehicles, and I'm not crystal clear what that means, but I think in terms of the transportation conversation earlier today, there certainly will be some opportunities in that arena. Something important to me is the bill will exempt projects started before July 1st, 2026 from the cost per student station. And we have, we can't, no one can meet the cost per student station restrictions that are in statute. Those typically don't apply to us because we are using impact fees, but as we are doing smaller projects, perhaps with other funding sources, those restrictions would apply. So I think the state is just recognizing that that is not a realistic target.
It's one of the things that the charter schools get us on, is we can't build as quick, and yeah, thank you.
There's also language in the bill that directs the State Board of Education to develop recommendations to reduce regulation of public schools and revisions to the statutes governing the transportation of students. I think that opens up opportunities for us to participate in those conversations. And the bill specifically talks about bringing in superintendents and board members and subject matter experts. So I think that's very helpful. And then the thing that keeps me up at night is any bill, including this one, that will affect our capital allocation. That's very concerning. So, let's see. From facilities perspective, I think the expansion of the Family Empowerment Scholarship is going to do a lot of things, and that is change the landscape of what our district looks like. Not only from who's enrolled where, but it also may open up the marketplace to other educational providers that aren't currently in the market. So we may see all sorts of implications from this bill that we just really can't anticipate right now unless we start doing some type of market analysis.
They did this in Arizona, in some cases 30% of the student enrollment got wiped out.
And for us, being a long county, where that 30% is or where that 10% is really, really matters. So it's really hard to predict how that might impact a specific school as well as the district as a whole. And then I think for facilities, part of our responsibility is to participate in helping BPS be a place that people want to go to school, people want to work. Right. That's part of my job, and our team's job is to make that happen, and our investment in facilities really matters. So, thinking about things like paint and mowing as we go through our budget process, all of those things, keep in mind, are helping us be a preferred educational provider. And then even in the classroom, the things we're doing with science labs, the things we're doing with CTE, those investments really matter in terms of making BPS a preferred provider of educational services. Challenges and opportunities, we're going to have to adapt. We, big we, and we, facilities we. to a different environment in terms of how we are funded and how we provide educational services. And, you know, I've been kind of wrestling like with how we predict like what's going to happen, or do we try to strategically drive what's going to happen? And if so, how do we position ourselves to do that? And you know, one thing, like we're in the see what happens mode, like we just don't know. But you know, should we be doing some market research? Should we look at some strategic partnerships? Should we make some intentional investments? When we talk about our capital plan coming up here next week and in the weeks following, you know, we're going to be making choices. Do we do something in athletics, or do we do something in CTE? We're going to have to be making those strategic choices in this new environment. So I think for us, you know, we're preparing to have less capital resources, potentially less operating resources, but also I think we may have some opportunities to do things a little different and do things a little better. So looking at this in terms of, you know, scary, but we have to be flexible and adaptable to change because it's here. And that's where I see facilities coming in. So, thank you.
Sue and I spent a great deal of time a week or so ago touring the Great Southwest, the area that has incredible opportunity for development and growth, and also 3 sites that the board currently own, and a competitive charter school that's there who would also like those sites. As long as I'm here, I could never recommend to you that you monetize those, but rather your need for those. Whether what your permanent superintendent will recommend, so be it. But in my judgment, that with what will happen over the next 10 to 15 years in the Great Southwest, and I call that great because it's an enormous area.
Yes.
Enormous. And that this board has to be strategic and position itself in order to look for the next great growth area in Central Florida that's there. And every piece of land that the board now owns, as well as every dollar that's generated by the, I lost the word for a moment. Yes, this board will need. Okay, that's one kind of thing off the top of my head. Now, before I go into maybe some strategic thinking that I would like to advance to the board about how you may want to consider moving in the next year or two, I'd like to ask our CFO to talk a little bit about what implications this may have on money, finances, and budgeting for next year. And as you've heard from Carol, and this is why I try to stage it this way, Carol, what is it, about 80-some-odd% of our total budget is driven by personnel costs when you add all in? As goes personnel, as goes your budget. As goes your budget, as goes personnel. Priority. A little overview, please.
Okay, so just to add what Sue was talking about, I was driving a couple days ago with my daughter, and she looked at a school and she said, "Oh, how sad." And I was like, "What do you mean?" You know, and she just said, "Oh, it just looks so sad." And so that's, you know, coming from a 10-year-old. But, so I think it is important to be able to compete. So when you drive by, there's like, wow, I want to go there. That looks cool. So what HB1 will most likely do is, and I spent some time talking about the FEFP just because I knew this was coming. Most likely, a lot of the categoricals are going to go away. So right now, they're fenced with, you know, this money is fenced. They're going to, in my opinion, take some of those fences off because right now, the way the FEFP is built, it doesn't align with how FES students would be funded. So the basic student allocation is most likely going to increase, but that doesn't mean that some of these things that are categoricals aren't important and that we still need to fund them. So we will still have to be able to say yes, but more of a zero budget way. So the budget isn't driving the requirements, but the requirements are driving the budget for some things that are fenced. The other thing I was talking about the last board meeting was the way we get information from the state and the FSOs, which is the scholarship. What are they called?
Opportunity?
No, I'm sorry,
The
but,
opportunities?
no, the SFOs.
Okay.
So they're the ones that manage the scholarships. So we need communication to be able to align those and understand, you know, what FES scholarships that we have, so we can project and make sure that we project and set aside dollars for those scholarship dollars and not let that impact the funding that is meant for our students in the public schools. Because again, the way the scholarship funds are right now, at the first calculation, when it comes from the legislature, the FES is set. However, we recalculate 5 times within the year, and if we lose dollars, there's a proration, those kind of things, everything else gets recalculated down, but the scholarships stay the same, which they need to take a look at. It also, like Sue said, expands, they talk about this a lot, about the public school transportation. And I believe what they're trying to do here is they're saying, you don't have to be a bus driver and have all these certifications to pick up kids. So, and I don't know, and Mr. Wilson's not here, but if there's a route where there's just a couple kids here and there, you don't have to have a bus. So maybe, you know, it gives an opportunity to think a little bit more innovatively of how we get kids to school. And they also mention this many times about a scholarship for families so they can get to school for $750. And so that's something that they keep on talking about. And that is mainly for if you're in a public school and I choose to send my child to Stevenson, I could apply.
Right.
Because my kid lives in Quest area, but I'm driving over there, so I could request a scholarship of $750. So that's something else that's going to come, and as you're going to start seeing it in the budget. The other thing that I don't know which way to think about this one yet. I think it could be very positive, but there is some negative to it. So every year we get 1.5 mils for local capital investments. Now they're going to, and we've never had to share with charters. It looks like now we're going to possibly have to share that 1.5 LCI with charters. However, they also are saying that they're opening up to be able to charge salaries and benefits for employees whose job duties support activities funded by the district school tax as authorized. And I don't know what that means yet. I've sent a couple notes, but I think that could be, okay, if you work on vehicles, because you can buy vehicles with LCI, that could be, maybe we can fund mechanics. And so I sent that question up. I know they changed the law recently for surtax that you could fund bus mechanics. So I'm taking a look to see what are those things that could actually save some Fund 100 if we were able to use some of that for capital. I know Sue doesn't like hearing that at all. But property values are going up, and we'll see how that goes. Let's see. And then also, again, it removes mandatory online course requirement for high school diploma. I don't know how that will impact Florida Virtual or Brevard Virtual, but there is no longer a requirement that high school students take an online course.
If this is all contingent on it passing the way that it's listed right now, there's still some wiggle room. But that's likely to stay in there.
Oh,
Thank
it's-
you, Ms. Lisinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't know, I thought you were finished, I apologize.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Let me see what else I got here. And this is the other statement that I'm trying to get clarification on. It says, states that contracted services provided to FES students are considered attendance at public school on a part-time basis and may not be reported for funding by school districts. Which, the way I'm reading it, I don't like it. It's and I'm asking for clarification, but the way it reads is, if a homeschool or home education student or a private school student wants to take some classes with the public school, they're allowed to do that, and it'll be considered part-time, and it won't take away their scholarship. However, the way I'm reading it is, but the school district wouldn't be able to get their portion of that FTE, which doesn't jive.
I think many of these things will come to fruition over the next week or two.
Right.
As it goes through. I'm hearing that Thursday it's going to get pushed through pretty hard.
And the implementation is going to be, that's what's going to be interesting, is how are they going to actually implement all this?
Yeah.
This is a lot to do starting 1 July. There's going to be a lot of changes, and it's going to be interesting.
So I think this is a point of discussion for many different, did you want to say something, Dr.?
Yeah, I would like to
Okay,
kind
yeah, go
of
ahead.
chart some thoughts going forward.
Go ahead.
If I may. Folks, as you know, for a lot of years, I've been leading many different districts in a lot of capacity to help them reposition themselves and address challenges. That's what I've been trained to do. And I've also worked as a consultant around the nation and outside the nation, and particularly for foundations and school districts in order to help reposition their strategic thinking and to make them more effective and efficient. So I've got a little bit of a background in this area, and let me just give you a kind of a notion of perhaps due north. Organizations that are highly effective, as we know from all the research and all the books and everything else, listen to its customers, listen to its stakeholders. Organizations that are successful, market capitalization as well as their stock prices will reflect. And school districts who are really thriving are flexible, agile enough to be able to turn on a dime. Why? Because the need to be anticipatory and not reactive. That lecture said, one of the things that, and I'm not pulling out a new playbook here, I'm pulling out a playbook that has been used, I've used it, I initiated it 25, 30 years ago when we saw the advent of charter schools. I have nothing against choices and opportunities, but the reality is that in this district and so many others, particularly I'm talking about BPS because you know I've been out to about 30 schools now and seen programs. The opportunities and the programs and the devotion of the staff here at BPS outdistances almost every school district I've ever seen. We need to capitalize on that. What the staff here and the leadership here, Dr. Mullins and others, about advancing more opportunities and choices have done is quite remarkable. What I'm suggesting is now to be anticipatory of all that we've heard here is how do we get to the point where we're not just competitive, but we start to win back our market share. And I'm sorry if I'm using business terms here, but in truth, we've been losing market share. My guess is, right now, someone correct me, we're down about 18%.
Yep.
That's a dramatic drop. The implications, programmatic implications, staffing implications. It runs the whole gamut. Look out from what we see about HB1, and what do we see? A loss of continuing market share of students who are opting to go elsewhere for a variety of reasons. Are we listening? Why? I say not entirely. We created choice programs. I'm saying we because I'm a part of BPS. I didn't do this. created marvelous choice opportunities. One of the best CTE programs anyone could ever find, among others. Cindy told me a story when I first came here about her own child who is going to one of our other programs, a choice program. Cindy, what time do you take her in the morning?
Early.
What time do you pick her up in the afternoon?
Early. I'm
Right.
trying to find a new babysitter to pick her up.
Case in point, many of you have neighbors, friends, colleagues, you listen. Yes, money is an issue, but it's also an issue of equity. How do parents who can't get the babysitter or who are working 2 or 3 jobs, who do not have the opportunity to help their children get to a school of choice or a program of choice? We're separating out. We're creating inequities, inequalities, not purposefully, but as collateral damage because you haven't had the funding. So put that up on your list in terms of what do we do with transportation if we're going to be competitive. Yes, many parents are taking their children personally to the school, but if we're hearing what we're hearing, we're going to see more money flowing out. I help school districts, and I led school districts to do turnarounds right quick to stay competitive. And one of the first things that ever did was to do what for the last several years, something in Florida has been taking place. We're not trend setting. I made some calls. I read the legislation regarding charter schools in Florida. Made some calls down to Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade has been one of the most aggressive school districts in the nation in creating its own governing board under Miami-Dade charter schools. They've got they're serving over 83,000 students. They've got 155 charter schools. The vast majority are under the aegis and the governance of Miami-Dade Public Schools Board of Education. Sue and I have been looking at sites, looking at facilities around and about, getting the great tours of around this district in terms of what if. Folks, I would suggest that this board, from a policy perspective, think about establishing the Brevard Public Schools Charter School District, whereby this board becomes the chartering official, or your new superintendent becomes the chartering official. But the point being is that we've got some very, very aggressive and imaginative principals. Some, in just my walk-arounds with the schools, and we keep talking, raise issues of why not, why couldn't I? One principal even raised the point where we're walking around and while she was counseling a young lady who needed some immediate attention, she says, you know, last weekend friends of mine in the business, and we were talking over a beverage, and said, why don't we create a charter school? I asked that person, that principal, well, if you could, what would you do? The creativity of your principals can be unleashed and harnessed and address issues. Now, what so happens is that, as you'll see next week through Dr. Cody and Dr. Francis and Dr. Webley's presentation of a cut of our data, much of which you were forecasting, Ms. Jenkins, is the fact that where is our, in most school districts, softest spot when it comes to student achievement and transitions? Middle schools. Yes, I know you're reimagining going through that project, but we're losing a lot of students there. I've visited a lot of charter schools around the nation. I used to be responsible by the legislature to approve their funding or take it away. I also had the occasion to visit a charter school right here, a very fine facility, very nearby. And immediately had bookended that going to the high school to which most of those kids go. And its competition, a brand new, beautifully designed, beautifully operating, shiny object that is delivering, and I mean delivering, as opportunities and facilities and programs. This particular charter school down the road is building an addition to its elementary school to house their middle school students. Their middle school students now are bursting the seams in a converted media center. But once they get that going, and probably, you help me here, within a year or 6 months, they might be able to put up an addition of cubes. They've got 400 applicants, of which they've already accepted 300. Thank goodness you had your groundbreaking. We all were there. Too bad it can't open this year.
Should have.
But the point being, I'm sorry, the point being is that we are getting challenges from outside the district that's going to be competing for and taking on. Now, I'm not going to go into the wherefores or whys or hows of what's advantages and disadvantages, but I would say to you right now, I will take Vieira Elementary School and Vieira High School and stack it up in terms of the offerings, what it offers, as well as the performance of what the 9th graders are, who are incoming 8th graders to 9th grade. When that middle school opens, you've got a competitive market advantage. Or do you? Just having a new facility and a track record, if you don't market it, folks want change. Parents want more options and choices. I would propose one of the things is to start thinking really big, to create or consider as a board creating your own charter school as the chartering agent, the governing body, that you would have almost a set of franchises.
Dr. Schiller, just real quick, we're supposed to end the meeting at 3 o'clock, but I think there's going to be some discussion around this. Is it okay if we extend to 3:30 to go to the executive board meeting? Because we don't have to announce it, right?
Yeah, no, you should be fine.
Let's just do that so we don't speak. And then Dr. Schiller, it's getting there.
Yes. Bottom line is that I believe that we could take conversions of our schools, let principals and parents, teachers, make application to you to be able to convert. Just pick a school. Pick any name school, okay? The Adams Elementary School, Brevard County, the Adams Charter School, Charter Elementary School, Brevard Public Schools. That the areas that of flexibility they want, or believe, the kind of program focus, the kind of marketing one could do. And I can lay out examples of what these principals and I've had conversations about. Now, is it a cure-all? No. But it puts you in the same posture to be able to compete for the same students. And the way BPS, and I swear, the way it can deliver, and does deliver, it's going to be a formidable competitor to maintain and maybe attract back. Parents want choices. They want their children to go to specialized schools. They want their children to be, they want choices, they want opportunities, and you can give that to them if you wish to go down that road for maybe as early as, it's getting a little late now, of 23, but most definitely for 24. And that's what I would just say strategically. I care very deeply about your school district. I've grown to really appreciate it and respect it and admire so much of what's here and the people who are here. And that's because of seeing is believing and being out there, seeing the teachers, talking to the teachers, talking to the principals, but as importantly, the kind of programs that this staff and the prior leadership had generated over time. I just ask you, please think about how you can listen more to your stakeholders, to your customers, what they're looking for. Help change the image of the district and some schools. Be very agile and be very quick to be able to try to branch out to some other areas in anticipation of what's coming. As a long time and continue going to be permanent resident of Florida, I'm deeply concerned about public education for those districts who will be, and the students who will be left behind, who do not have the opportunities. And it's not a criticism of this. It's not a criticism of the legislation. It's the reality. our world of public education may no longer be, as I had predicted 25 years ago, brick and mortar. Once parents have a passport accompanied by money and their feet can take them wherever they want to a provider, they're going to start doing that more and more in our society. It's not a place called school that we all know about. It may not be a place of brick and mortar that we once knew about. Certainly not the models of our virtual delivery. But we have to be really careful about over-investing in the wrong kinds of things. And what do we do now to stave off what is coming? That's all I would say.
I think that's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Schiller. I think it's well received. Is there anybody else that wishes to say anything to this topic? It's kind of a big, big topic. So I have a feeling that we're going to take some time here.
Yeah,
So,
I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but I wanted to, there was, when Cindy was talking about funding potential, the LCI being shared, what is there's a capital funding source that the vast majority of it goes to charter schools. Is that the PICO?
The PICO.
So would that be kind of revert?
So there's a Senate bill and a House bill, and they both say something different.
Okay.
One says you would subtract the PICO from, you would compare, like,
So,
is it $200 per
TBD.
student,
Okay.
and then you would subtract it. The other one doesn't even talk about PICO.
Right.
So more to come on it.
Right. So if we decide to use property that we own to, say, open up a new charter school in a growing area, if it is a charter school, we have access to different funding. Some of what has been only, like PICO, which has only gone to charter schools in the past, to build a facility like that.
Yes.
Right. Would that?
It's not a big amount. Our PICO was like 2.6 million, I think, if I remember right.
Okay.
It wasn't
So it wouldn't be enough to build.
Not right off the bat. It's bondable, I believe.
It was like 4.6 million.
He's not asking
I'm
us to
sorry,
consider
Cindy, you're
building.
right. It was a little bigger than that, but it
Well,
wasn't
But
20.
that's split among all the charter schools.
I'm
Yeah.
just thinking out there. And because there's also some buildings, some places where we've talked about schools that probably are aging out, and that if we were to ever put it up on the market, charter school could come in and swoop in. Would that be a place that we could, do something like this? But in those cases, we'd really need to tear it down and start over.
In some places, we've been able to utilize the law to our advantage in other states. I haven't explored it here, where you have partners, external partners, who will make investments. Let's just say we wanted to create a school that would be one of performing arts, fine and performing arts. That is geared toward that. Well, some foundations oftentimes, or universities, particularly university schools on campus that we've been able to create elsewhere. Other theme type songs where you can also go out for, and again, I'm maybe speaking only off the hip here, and I don't like to hip shoot, but everything is on the table.
Yep.
And that's all I'm trying to lay out for you, is that why not look at some of these things? We have marvelous, we saw the firefighting. We saw some of the, Gene, you and I saw some of the other incredible kinds of programs. Matt, all of you. Bottom line is that what's really big, think of all the pipeline that we have of kids who are going in cybersecurity and the other areas, going right into Paris, going into NASA, going right there. The people who are now, young people, are starting at phenomenal salaries coming out, and also those who want to be EMTs, want to go right into firefighting, the police. I think we can get, I won't be here, but you will be able to generate an incredible commitment if you work it out with all of this incoming and existing resources in this beautiful county.
Lots of good models for it. Ms. Campbell, did you have anything else you want to speak to?
Well, I would just say, this is a pretty huge scope of, I don't want to say a project, but really a vision. And I think something, again, and going back to what I mentioned earlier with another topic, something we consider as we move forward with our superintendent search, because that's the person who will be leading us into whatever it's going to look like in the future. I appreciate your efforts and your research and whatever input that you leave behind. when you leave us at the end of May. I just think, we're talking about some pretty serious transformation of our community, and we need to have community buy-in, including staff. And I think that if we continue, I don't want to rush. I don't want to just wait and see, but I also don't want to rush. I certainly don't want to rush when we don't have the person who's going to be the captain of the ship in place. So again, something that it would be good for us to look at when we get our candidates. What experience do you have with transformational work, or what would you see? What vision would you have? But I think, the idea of doing some of this major type of transformation by the beginning of this next school year, I think we actually may do some things that are detrimental to our organization if we turn too many apple carts, or too big of an apple cart. But it's definitely something that we can, lay all the options out there and let us have them so that we can start thinking about it. Because even if we do it for 24, 25, those are conversations and decisions we'll have to start making quick. But like I said, I don't want to rush.
The vast majority would have to be 24, 25. And it might be a pilot program that you could look at, but when you open, April or August 20 or August 15th, I think, that window is fast closing.
Yeah.
And I
And we saw
acknowledge
what
that.
happened when we had to stand up, Gardendale in 6 weeks. I don't think a couple more months is going to make a program like that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Jenkins, did you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think you all know my opinion on this bill. It's frustrating to me that, no other constitutional rights have been argued and placed on a competitive market. And the reason is because your rights no longer become equal. They're manipulated by a market and for profit. And as much as people like to call them nonprofit charter schools, they're owned and operated and have millions in profit. And I can say that because I know one of our biggest operating owners. You will never compete aesthetically with a charter school. It's impossible because the game is rigged. They have investors. They purchase the land and lease it to themselves in another LLC. They put millions and millions of dollars into it because ultimately they own it. It's their own private investment. We literally have a charter school that has a gymnasium, and when you walk in, there's a $9,000 leather couch that sits 3 people. No joke. You're never going to compete aesthetically with a charter school, and the way we compete is with our academics and our opportunities, which is how we're competing right now. So I think it is an important conversation. I think it's something that we will continue to always focus on, and we should continue to focus on and grow. I think, since last year, trying to be more and more intentional about acknowledging the fact that we already have choice and opportunity here in Brevard compared to other districts for CTE programs and specialty programs, IB programs, things of that nature. I agree with you. One of the biggest barriers is taking away that transportation to even access our own choice within Brevard Public Schools. That one's kind of a no-brainer to me when it comes to addressing this issue right away. That barrier right then and there may stop somebody from leaving Brevard Public Schools. It would be difficult to determine whether or not we'd come up on the up end of that one until it happens, but it would be interesting. But my biggest concern of this bill, let alone the fact that it fundamentally destroys the right of public education and equity across the board, my biggest concern is our marginalized communities. Because if you ask where the students in Brevard are coming from and leaving and utilizing these scholarships, it's not necessarily we're not listening to what parents want. It's certain parents are being marketed to. It's strategic. And so certain communities are taking advantage of these scholarships and opportunities or benefiting from them, and many communities who don't look the same are not. And one of the biggest ones was one we talked about today, which is our ESE students. They leave our schools because they're promised this better opportunity, and then they don't get it. And then they come back to us prior to 3rd grade because guess what? They don't want their test scores in their charter school. It's a reality, and it happens a lot. It's not a couple of kids. And then they come back to us further and further behind. So this is my biggest concern of this bill, let alone all the other concerns, is our students who are already falling behind, is our students who already aren't getting enough and getting their needs met. I don't want them to be forgotten about to just compete, because those are the kids we're going to continue to forget about, and they're going to be the most disadvantaged. Those are who I care about the most.
Okay, Ms. Wright?
Are you done or no? Yes. Okay. Okay, so this bill is passing, like that's going to happen. We know that that's coming. Ms. Jenkins, you brought up a few things, and I want to just talk to you about them because I think that there's some statistics out there that are actually pretty favorable towards different communities. So the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship in the 22-23 school year served 93,141 low-income students. 73% of the students were non-white students. And another thing to consider there is that the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship currently offers a $750 transportation, which I think is something maybe that ties into the bill that you were talking about. The Family Empowerment Scholarship, that is sort of like the McKay Scholarship. It's a little different, but it helps our students that are in that ESE population. And that program served 87,319 students in the 22-23 school year, 65% of whom were non-white. Then you have the Family Empowerment Scholarship for children with disabilities. And in the 22-23 school year, that served 58,356 students. With an average scholarship amount of $10,000 apiece. So right now there's currently a lot of programs that are out there that are available to our families, and the reality is that this is coming, right? So we know it's coming. So we're either going to be behind it or we're going to be in front of it. I think at this point we are going to be fighting tooth and nail to be in front of it. So we almost are behind it at this point, and I think that really what we see from an option or these available programs that are out there is that a lot of times it makes us rise up to give something to compete for these charter school students. One of the things that you said, Dr. Schiller, I think that's very, very important is our stakeholders. You spoke about the fact that we're losing a share of the marketplace, and why is that? And I think one of the main reasons that we have seen that is because we've lost sight of who our stakeholders are. Who are our stakeholders? And I think that that's something this board really needs to think about on who that would be, and is that where we're focusing our attention? And then I Cindy, what you said about the exterior of the building, I think the same thing. When I pull up to the buildings, I'm like, oh man, wouldn't it be nice just to have some fresh paint and some flowers out there? That really gives a parent or anybody, really a guardian, the feeling of, hey, we care about how this building looks, we care about who's inside of this building. These are little things that I think that we should really focus attention on. And I'm not opposed to the charter school option that Dr. Schiller's saying. I think that we're gonna have to do something because the reality is it's coming whether we like it or not, right? And so how do we make sure that we are competitive in this market? Because if we're not competitive in the market, then that means that we just lose more and more students, and more charter schools and private schools will pop up, and Brevard County will be left standing there going, oh, we lost another 3,000, another 5,000 students, and all these students are going somewhere. We want to be the somewhere that they're going. So that's what I would just challenge us, is to make sure that we have at the forefront of our brain, who is our stakeholder? Who do we need to be listening to? And that we rise up to be a competitive option, because we do have a lot of really unique things that, let's face it, a charter school or a private school is not going to be able to put it in place overnight, the things that we have in our schools. So we need to be marketing those. That needs to be really what we have out in the community.
Good.
That's all that I have.
Mr. Trent?
All right. Well, I think we've heard from one end to the other here, one in the middle. So, and I agree with bits and pieces of all. We've heard a lot about turning education on its ear over the last year or so. At least I have in my journey to get here. And here it is. And we do have to continually think to be in front of it, otherwise you're behind it. And it's hard to catch up at that point. And I do agree, this is going to maybe be started by our interim superintendent, but it's going to be very important for the next superintendent to pick up where we leave off. So thank you for spearheading and bringing this up. Keeping in mind who our stakeholders truly are, and much of it is our parents, and competition moving forward in education is going to be key. I mean, we send off our kids to trade schools and colleges, and that's nothing but competition. And they get to choose, and education's going to look completely or has the opportunity to look completely different in a positive way in the next 5 years. So we're in a very important position, and I think we're going to be thrown in the middle of this. So this is all big, and but it's very important. So we can't not think that it's going to be the best for our students, because it is. It doesn't matter what neighborhood you are from. Making education more of a choice and better resources out there is only going to be a positive step. And we can be more competitive in Brevard as a school district than any little pop-up charter school. So bringing that up is important. So we can be the place where people want to come and bring their families and be in education because of the resources. And that's the people that are here already, that have chosen to work here, also chosen to live here, the companies that we have. So we have a huge opportunity to lead not only the state, but the country and what we do with our education from this point on. So that's about all I want to say.
Good. I did want to put it into context for us. In Arizona, when this thing happened, there were some school districts that got hit with 30%, and it's the difficult positioning is that there's not enough charter space for them to build quick enough to take it. Many of the parents moved into homeschool and filled the private schools, and then the charter schools bolstered. In the event that 30% of the people in our school district made it the move, that's $160 million of lost revenue. You do it at 20%, it's $106 million. 10%, it's $53 million. So we will see a reduction based upon what happens, and we might see our entire millage wiped out just by the loss of the people that are leaving if we don't respond. I will say that the number one issue, beyond all of the identifiers, beyond all the stuff, is the speed to which we are able to respond in the future. And I'm not saying, there's some caution for what you're saying, I agree with you. But once this thing starts ramping up, having a system in place that we are able to respond quickly. Now, this is a whole moment where we need to do a lot of evaluations, we need to do that stuff. But 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, we need to be faster and quicker to throw things up faster and have those ideas quicker to market than anybody else. And I'll tell you why. The Miami-Dade Superintendent Cavallo, he literally, if a charter school went to go up across the street, he would go by the strip center and he would put a school right there. He competed so many different places. He wanted to be right next to wherever those charter schools, and he wanted to eat them alive. The majority of our kids, just like Ms. Jenkins said, that are attracted to those charter schools are attracted for a variety of reasons. L3 Harris, when they were Harris, asked us, build us a school inside. We will build the school at our facility. And all of the kids that come, we will give you the facility. All you have to do is give us the teachers. The majority of people's parents who go to L3 Harris would be the charter school type students. We have the ability to go after the charter school students and get them to us. This is a competitive market that we can flip. 2 Fridays ago, I was out at Kennedy Space Center with Lockheed Martin and a couple of the major other CFOs and CEOs that run organizations, and they said, we need you guys to be more competitive with filling our jobs right now. And they love our O'Galley program, and they said, why is it that you can't have 3 or 4 of those? We can fill those jobs, right? And I said, well, that's part of the conversation that the board may take on, is the fact that we might want to expand some of those programs so that instead of just having 1 class at O'Galley, maybe you have 2. But the other thing that they said was, if you really wanted to attract students to it, you don't, all it is the O'Galley aviation program. They said that they wouldn't mind putting their name on the aviation program and saying NASA technical school, stuff like that. That attracts people to go to that and expanding that. So a lot of those things. You also can put in secular driven charters. You can put in fine arts academies, trade schools focused on space and other things, dyslexia academies, K-8s. They are the best educational model out there by far. For the last 40 years, we don't have them. But everybody else that's out there that's building them are building K through 8s. And the reason is that our kids can't transition from the elementary to the middle school and the middle school over. You have, one of the big issues we dealt with a couple of years ago is the rezoning. Years ago, we rezoned, about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, we took in Pineda Crossings, perfect example. They took Pineda Crossings and said, you guys are no longer going to go to Longleaf, you're going to go to Sherwood. And the idea was that we would just have a bunch of kids that were in Sherwood that had higher test scores and stuff like that. Well, 60% of the kids didn't go to Sherwood. 30% went to Longleaf on ELO, 30% left to go to charters, we lost 30% of the block, and then 30% ended up getting bused to children. So there's opportunities to just rezone to get it taken care of. There's just a lot of stuff, you guys, that we can do, and I feel very excited that for the first time, educational models are going to be competing against each other. And I think it's, just like Ms. Jenkins said, it's up to us to compete with making sure that we don't lose those children and have them fall behind. But it makes me feel good to know that many of the individuals that took that scholarship were of the group that you were worried about before. I'm ready to, just like Dr. Schiller said, win back our marketplace. The only reason that we haven't seen a disastrous retention and recruitment problem is because literally we're having less and less students every year. So like our retention and recruitment problem is getting taken care of. But if we would have had the increase of students on top of what we had, we would have a major, major issue. Pasco County is a perfect example. So I think there's a lot here. I'm really excited to move forward. I would argue, Ms. Campbell, we don't need to rush, but I would actually ask in the event that we start looking at these options for the new superintendent to get the ball rolling. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying that the new superintendent will make all decisions and stuff like that, but if we wait 3-4 months just for the initial discussions with the board and stuff like that, then we're in a situation where we may be 3-4 months behind. We need to respond, because I promise you right now, there's already a charter that's getting ready to go up K through 12 right here in Vieira that hasn't been discussed. Mark Rodenberg's trying to build one, and then there's going to be more that come because of this. They're all licking their chops. So with that, I'm finished.
I just, there was some conversation about who our stakeholders are. And I don't know if that was aimed at me or not, because I'm like, I don't know who my stakeholders are. But talking about stakeholders, I'm just going to throw this out there because let's just lay it on the table. If we're talking about turning a current BPS school, an elementary, a middle, I forbid a high school, into a charter school next school year.
Nobody's going to do that. That's impossible.
Well, we're talking about, I don't know that that's what we're talking about. And I'm not saying that combative. I'm just saying if that's what we're talking about, when we talk about stakeholders, our community, when I say we might actually do some damage and do the opposite, our community, which are our stakeholders, who this is my school, this is my, I'm not looking to go somewhere else. This is my school, my kids, maybe I went there. Some people actually, multi-generation. I went there, kids are going to go, and we turn that school into a charter school, then you're not really going to be zoned for that school anymore. You can go to that school, it might have a completely different name. But now it's a charter school and you have to go through an application process and whatever, but your zone school is now going to be over here. We are going to turn communities upside down by doing that, and I'm concerned, and maybe they would be super excited because now I get to go to this, it's the same school, but it's got different programming. I don't think, are we putting lipstick on a pig, or are we, because it's the same building, and we call it something else. That's what I don't want to rush, because is that what we're talking about? Is that what we're talking about? Taking current schools?
Nobody has said that we're going to flip it over.
Mr. Susan, people have to trust me.
Well, so that's what I'm talking about. So
There's so many discussions that need to occur.
Yeah. So, but if we're talking about building new buildings, then we don't. Maybe we've got funding. We're saving it for an elementary school in the South. I don't know if that can be converted to money for a charter school, or that's where I'm saying, what can we do immediately? I'm not sure. What we have immediately, currently, is our current schools that we have right now. I don't think we have anything that's usable that's sitting empty right now. Everything we have sitting empty right now is pretty sure has trees growing up in the middle of it.
But I think, Ms. Campbell, one of the things I would rest assured, in case this was confused, is that there's nobody sitting here saying that we're going to flip and open up a charter school and rename one for next year, right? I don't think that that's humanly possible. I think that would go. But I think having those conversations and moving in that direction, and if there's an opportunity somewhere, we strike, right? I think keeping everything open is there. So if there was an opportunity to do something, converting a school from a regular school to a charter school has some implications that you spoke about. And I think this board would move in the right direction according to some of the conversations and do it the right way. But I think having an overall scope of let's get going, let's get moving, and let's start having these conversations is part of where I was at.
I was there. But the rush part is what bothers me.
And one of the reasons charters are able to come up is because we have not been quick enough to respond. We've needed a middle school in Viera for 30 years. We've needed, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on that we could have responded to.
Needed is relative because none of our middle schools are full, but I understand. They have been asking for one for a long, long. Yes.
So I just want to jump on what Ms. Campbell was saying. That is a conversation that has been happening, for sure. It absolutely has been happening.
It's a possibility, but I think that we would be respectful.
I'm not saying that you were aware of it. That's why I'm saying, I'm going to double down on it. It is a conversation that has been happening about them being converted. Ms. Wright, I just want to ask you, what is the source that you're reading those numbers
Oh, here,
from?
I'll make you a copy of it if you want it, so you can have it. It's
Right,
the
so-
Step Up for Students.
So what I would challenge you to do is take a deeper dive into those numbers, because they're not reflective what's happening in Brevard. And I will, this is all accessible on the DOE website. Two of our largest charter school systems where people are, yes, they're going into, as well as our largest private schools, their demographic population is nowhere near the demographic population of Brevard County.
But are they geographically located in an area because of the busing is not available to
I'm not
drop them?
finished talking. You can't argue that those opportunities and scholarships are being utilized by such a majority percentage of minority students when the schools themselves only have 4% of a minority population in a county that has a 25% minority population. Those numbers don't make sense. So I just challenge you to dive a little deeper, and maybe Brevard is an anomaly and we just happen to not have any of that percentage in numbers that you're talking about. But all of that information is accessible on the DOE.
And I would say, Ms. Jenkins, just so you know, that one of the reasons the charters choose those higher demographic, higher affluent areas to create those charters is the reason that our charter numbers, just like you said, are a little bit different. So
So
like, the
they aren't
Viera
in
charters
higher,
are not going to
they're not in higher
attract
demographic areas.
students from inner city of Melbourne or Palmer. They're just not. But there are some that have Title I. There's one of our charters has an extreme number of Title I students. So I think that there's some stuff out there. I think that I'd appreciate it if you could give
Yeah, I'll make you guys copies of all this if you would like
Or if you
it.
could just email it all to us, that'd be great. I think that.
I just think it's important for us as a board, when we're dealing with such a major change and shift in education, for us all to be truly educated on the same set of facts. It is not a true statement that they're in certain areas. Actually, one of our largest charter schools is in a low-income area, but they don't serve the low-income students that live there. Parents are driving them from out of the area to that school. That's a fact. So these are things that we need to pay attention to here in Brevard that are actually happening. The one school you're talking about is a tiny little school in Cocoa because we weren't meeting the needs equitably of the schools in that area. That's totally different, totally different.
There's others out there. Okay, are we good? We're all pretty good. Thank you, Dr. Schiller, for everything. Thank
Yes.
you, board. I think that we are, as a board, uniquely positioned to respond to this challenge. Ms. Sue, thank you so much. Guys, we went through all those policies, all that stuff, and we got it done that quickly. You want to do it in here?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought we had to get to a secure location.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like, where are we going in? But,
Sorry, legal
hey, he's
thing.
dropping it right
Take
here.
5 minutes?
Yeah, it's got it.
You want to take 5 minutes to just kind of go?
We're having our bargaining meeting over there, right?
No, he wants to
Yeah,
do
no,
it
this
right
is
here.
something
do it right
Oh, this is something else. Okay.
How many meetings do we have
Yeah, whatever
today?
you do.
Wait, he has to read our legal because he has to
I don't know
notes.
where the executive.
Do you want me to read this now before we get?
If you guys want to do this right now, we can do it. This is not executive session.
Right, this is him
Right.
just
Yeah,
announcing
this is
something.
something.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
yeah.
let me just
Go
announce it
ahead,
because I have not
Secretary.
broken the meeting yet. All right, the chair recognizes board's attorney Paul Gibbs.
Board members, I'm notifying you that advice is needed regarding the case Shirley Bizarre Still et al. Versus the Florida School Board of Brevard County, Florida et al. Federal case number 6:21-CD-02035. Pursuant to 286.011 Florida statute known as the Government Sunshine Act, I'm requesting an attorney-client session with the board for the purpose of discussing and evaluating the case. I will ask the clerk to cause reasonable public notice of the time and date of this attorney-client session and the names of the persons intending to be published. If the board approves, I will work with the school board clerk to coordinate dates for the executive session with working with our council's availability, and provide notice of the meeting inclusive of the schedule. As required by the statute, only the following individuals can be present. School board members Katie Campbell, Jennifer Jenkins, Matt Susan, Jean Trent, Megan Wright, Superintendent Dr. Robert Schiller, Paul Gibbs, General Counsel, Robert Sniffen, Esquire, Terry Harmon, Esquire with Sniffen Spelman Law Firm. I will ask a court reporter to record the session, also as required by statute. Their notes will be fully transcribed and filed with the clerk of the school board upon conclusion of any litigation and/or settlement of all claims arising out of this case. The transcript will be made public record.
I recommend the board hold an attorney-client session pursuant to section 286.011 Florida statutes to discuss the strategy of pending litigation. If there are no objections, I will instruct our attorney to work with the board clerk and schedule as soon thereafter as the matter may be heard. Everybody good? All right, we're done.